Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Wolf Spirit Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Dark green waist-length grass brushed against the 6-year-old's legs as she walked. Flowers covered the ground around her and the scent of them filled the air. The light green all-might onesie doing nothing to protect against the cold. Whimpering, the teary-eyed girl clutched the stuffed rabbit she was holding tighter. Bruises from Katsuki's latest assault covered her small arms. Stumbling, she fell down onto the dirt. Low growls reaching her ears. Spinning, she shoved herself back as glowing golden eyes came into view. Her back hit a tree, stopping her from running away. Whimpering, she closed her eyes as the creature came closer. Feeling a hand touch her cheek, she gasped, her eyes snapping open. Golden eyes stared back at her from a face that looked almost the same as hers. The two girls could have been twins if not for the silver hair that flowed down the other girl's back and the fluffy wolf ears poking out of her hair. "Cute," Izuku whispered, reaching up to touch the other girl's ears. They were soft under her fingers. The pleased that filled the air surprised her though. Blinking, she tilted her head to the side, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm your Quirk," she said bluntly, mirroring Izuku's confused head tilt. When she spoke, Izuku caught sight of the pointed teeth in her mouth. Reaching out, she poked the girl's cheek. Pouting, the silver-haired girl swatted her hand away. "But the doctor said I didn't have one," Izuku said softly. Hope echoed in her voice. If she had a quirk, then maybe her dad would come back. The girl across from her rolled her eyes before tapping Izuku's nose. "And you think he knows more than me?" she snapped, sounding irritated. Her golden eyes narrowed at the thought of the doctor. "I guess not. What's your name?" Izuku asked, grinning at the other. Leaning forward, she noticed the other girl look down, her face turning red. Immediately realizing the issue, Izuku asked, "Are you waiting for me to name you?" Nodding slowly, the other girl looked suddenly vulnerable. Izuku tapped her chin as she stared at her quirk thoughtfully. Eyes widening in wonder as a name flashed through her mind, she grabbed the other girl's hand, saying, "Frost. Your name can be Frost." 8 years later, Izuku still couldn't get over her quirk's strangeness. Sitting in class behind Katsuki, she listened to the teacher with only partial attention. She was so bored. The villain attack this morning hadn't been anything special, but it was exciting to see Kamui Woods in action, even if only for a moment. Even if that had led to Frost commenting that he reminded her of a tree and that they could use fire against him. As if burning the hero to death was the proper thing to do. "Aizu, I'm bored," Frost whined, the words echoing through her mind. Eyes flickering to Katsuki, Izuku decided to tune out the teacher. "Me too, what are we doing tonight?" she sent back. The mental communication allowing her to hear Frost's groan. "Sparring, unless you want to let me take over tonight," she replied, sounding almost excited for the opportunity. Izuku winced. "Last time I did that I had to wipe my browser history," she said, the annoyance in her voice plain for the other girl to hear. "Come on, Aizu, please," Frost asked, almost begging. She was so bored, plus her instincts were driving her to play with her other half. "Only if you promise to stay on age-appropriate sites," Izuku said, trying to bargain. Walking up to find her browser history full of mature content wasn't something she wanted to see. Frost growled in annoyance, the sound echoing through both their minds. Frowning, her ears flattened against her head as she pouted. "You're no fun." "Oh, and incoming," she said lightly. Izuku twitched, feeling the desk beneath her hands explode. Wincing, she rolled away from the blast, her back hitting the wall behind her. Staring at Katsuki's still smoldering hands, she groaned internally. "Deku, what the hell do you think you're doing applying to the hero course when you're quirkless?" he ranted. Izuku winced, but not for the reason he thought. She hadn't told anyone about her quirk. After her father left, she never saw the point in trying to change people's opinions on who she was. Instead, she decided to work toward becoming a hero. If they couldn't see that she had a quirk, then she wouldn't spell it out for them. It was kind of sad that she managed to fool everyone into thinking she was useless. Well, everyone but him. Katsuki had noticed the change in her immediately. And eventually, he had a run-in with Frost while she was in control. To say that their first meeting was explosive was an understatement. After that, she told him about her quirk, and ever since he'd been pushing her to announce it to the world. But she wasn't willing to do that. Not only did hiding it gives her an advantage, but she wanted to keep Frost safe. Her other half was the most important thing in the world to her. She wasn't going to risk her by announcing it to the world. Hearing his jaw clench, she pressed her back against the wall. Her quirk didn't just allow the two to switch who was in control, it also gave her superior senses. "I have to try," she said softly. He growled, sounding even more feral than Frost. He didn't understand why she wanted to hide behind a weak persona. Opening his mouth, he was about to yell at her when the class behind him started laughing. Minor explosions went off in his hands as he turned and started shouting at them for interrupting. Izuku sighed once his attention was pulled away from her. Standing, she made her way to the singed desk as the teacher tried to regain order. Katsuki glanced over at her, frowning. Her pale skin contrasted with the dark green and black hair that fell over her shoulders. But that wasn't what he was focusing on. Satisfied that he hadn't injured her, he sat back down, drawing all the attention in class to himself. Laying her head down on her desk, she waited for the day to pass. Frost had decided to take a nap, so her other half wouldn't be very much help. Closing her eyes, she followed her quirk's lead. 2 hours later, Katsuki was shaking her shoulder to wake her up. His usual minions were waiting outside the school. Watching her wake up, he wondered just what their relationship would be like if he'd never found out about her quirk. "Bakugo, is there a reason you tried to wake Aizu up?" Frost asked, standing from the cramped desk. He followed her movements as she stretched. Yawning, she turned her golden eyes to him, letting him see who was in control at the moment. If the third-person reference hadn't been a big enough. "Hint. Popsicle," he said, causing her eye to twitch. Narrowing her eyes, she growled at him. The nickname wasn't something she liked at all. "Careful, wouldn't want to lose an eye," she snapped. He scoffed, knowing that she wouldn't actually do anything. Smirking, he looked into her eyes, still finding it weird seeing golden eyes on Deku's face. "Can I talk to the Izuku?" he asked. Frost tilted her head before closing her eyes. When she opened them again, he was looking into emerald green. He sighed, saying, "I really wish you would just tell everyone about your quirk." Izuku winced before beginning to gather her bag. Her hair fell over her face as she worked, hiding the indecision she felt. She knew that next year she would be forced to tell the teachers at UA her quirk. But all her life people put her down because they didn't bother to see if the rumors were true. No one asked her if she had a quirk, instead they just assumed she didn't. After being hurt so many times, she didn't want anything to do with those people. Her own father left because he didn't want a quirkless daughter. Zipping up her bag, she tensed when he reached out, grabbing her hand. Meeting his eyes, she noticed the concern in them. He could rant and rave all he wanted, but his eyes never lied. It was the only way she could read him. Forcing a smile that she was sure he knew was fake, she used her other hand to push her hair away from her face. "Just wait until we get to UA Kaken," she pleaded. He nodded, releasing her slowly but never taking his eyes from hers. Frost cooed at the concern he showed, causing her face to heat up. "He's adorable," Frost said, and Izuku wanted to kill her. Sighing, she tuned out her other half's cooing in favor of watching his concerned look turn into a smirk. He already knew how much of a menace Frost could be. Stepping away from her, he started for the door. The only goodbye he gave her was a wave. Picking up her bag, Izuku left the building. She had to head home, get changed, then head to the cafe for work. She wanted to save enough money to get herself another jacket. Frost had spent most of her money ordering her own jacket. Something that Izuku was still upset about. Listening to Frost hum in the back of her mind, she rolled her eyes. "You're annoying," Izuku snapped as the two walked down the street 10 minutes later. The shadowed overhead pass was coming into sight, meaning she was almost home. Hearing Frost laugh, she sighed. The girl hadn't shut up about finding a boyfriend. Izuku didn't really understand why her other half wanted that, but she didn't care. Frost looked for strength while she looked for personality. None of the boys she knew had any sort of good personality. Plus, they were all weak. "Katsuki's not," Frost whispered, her tone teasing. Izuku blanched. Throwing the other girl a mental glare, she wanted to puke. "He's like a brother," she shot back. While Frost laughed at her, she blocked her out. Reaching the darkened area, she sighed as the sun stopped beating down on her back. Stretching her arms above her head, she wondered if her mom would be upset if she took a few extra hours at work today. Hearing something behind her, she stiffened, her instincts roaring to life. Spinning, she jumped to the side, dodging the slime-like hand that crashed onto the ground where she'd been standing. Landing, she could hear Frost growling. The sludge-like blob was laughing as it threw its arm forward again, trying to catch her. Stumbling back, she tripped. Frost screamed her name as the slime closed in around her. Thrashing, she struggled against the liquid holding her. Ignoring the words of the villain, she felt like the air was being forced from her lungs. Vision darkening, she heard Frost begging her to stay awake. She saw a flash of yellow before the world around her ceased to exist. All Might tapped the girl's cheek. The guilt he felt over arriving so late wouldn't allow him to leave her laying on the ground. Izuku groaned, her eyes opening slowly. Seeing the large man hovering over her, she yelped, pushing herself away from him quickly. Her heart pounded in her chest so quickly that it almost hurt. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to bring herself under control. Finally recognizing him, she gave a slow nod. Mentally reaching out, she felt for Frost. She found her still raging. She looked up just in time to see him about to leave. But she had so much to ask him. She didn't want to just let him leave. Acting on instinct, she reached out, catching the leg of his pants as he took off. All Might almost screamed when he looked down and found the girl clinging to his pants. Making for the nearest roof, he choked, blood coating his lips as he felt his time beginning to run out. Smelling the blood, Izuku felt guilty for causing him issues. "Sorry, I just wanted to ask you a question," she said, unable to meet his eyes. All Might sighed, about to tell her to continue when he started coughing. Smoke rose off his body, revealing his smaller skeleton-like form. Rushing forward, she helped him sit down despite the shock running through her. Frost whimpered, the smell of blood and pain coming off him like a wave. It hurt her nose. Izuku pushed away the instinctive urge to run away. "Not your fault," he whispered, pain running through his body as he passed his limit for the day. It was obvious from the frown on her face that she didn't believe him. Frost was silent for once. Izuku frowned. She could smell the blood on him and she hated the scent. It clung to him like something dark and powerful. All Might startled at the way the girl's eyes flickered to gold for a second. "What was the question?" he asked softly despite the pain he was in. Izuku sighed. "Is it possible to be a hero without using your quirk?" she asked, ignoring Frost's annoyed growl. Her other half knew why she was asking. The possibility that maybe they could keep their quirk a secret was enticing. "I don't think so. Being a hero is dangerous and using your quirks is part of the job," he said firmly. Izuku frowned. She'd know it, but still, after years of keeping Frost a secret, having to share her with anyone was strange. Looking away from him, she sighed, her hands clenching as Frost cooed in her mind. "At least now I get to come out to play more," Frost stated, looking forward to being in the open more. "But you'll be in more danger," Izuku said softly. It hurt to know she would have to put her friend in danger. Frost had been the only friend she had until Katsuki figured out the truth. "Aizu, I know you're trying to keep me safe, but hiding who we are isn't going to last," Frost said, knowing that they would have to fight at UA and that holding back would be an insult to both them and their opponent. "You're my best friend, I just don't want to put you in danger," Izuku argued. "I'm your offense, Aizu," Frost stated, leaving no room for arguing. They were two sides of the same coin. Frost was the offense and Izuku was the defense. Yet they were both better together. Watching the silent conversation, All Might wondered just what was going on in that head of hers. The silent girl seemed to be wearing with herself. Finally, she nodded, slightly agreeing with Frost's words. If she wanted to be a hero, then she couldn't hold back. "Will you be okay?" she asked softly. The older man nodded, pushing himself up. Izuku watched him go with a sigh. Why couldn't things just be easy? Gripping the strap of her book bag, she turned away from the rooftop, deciding to head home. There wasn't anything else she could do at the moment. Hearing an explosion, she glanced back. Part of her wanted to go see what was happening, but did it really even matter anymore? The connection she had with Katsuki went wild. Fear filling the bond. Pushing herself forward, she clung to the railing for a moment. Her instincts going wild as Frost took control instantly. Her pack was in danger. Narrowing her golden eyes, the girl spun around. The bond between her and her packmate leading her down the stairs and through the streets. In the back of her mind, she realized that they were heading in the direction of the villain attack. Clenching her teeth, she held back a growl. Skidding to a stop just behind the crowd, she froze. Fear belonging to both of them filling her veins when she realized just who was holding him captive. Green slime encircled his body, holding him in place despite the explosions he was sending at it. Frost could hear Izuku whimper inside her head, and it brought her back to reality. Staying still wasn't going to help him. The fact none of the pros were doing anything caused her to growl. The animalistic sound causing some of the fellow watchers to flinch away from her. Fear showed in Katsuki's red eyes as he glanced in her direction. It was too much. Heart pounding in her chest, she moved without thinking. Bolting through the crowd, the girl ignored the hero's calls for her to come back. Throwing her bag in its face, she reached for Katsuki. The boy's fear-filled eyes met hers. Grabbing his hand, her eyes flickered between green and gold as the two halves of her both screamed out for him. Seeing his eyes roll back in his head, she clawed at the slime with her other hand. Hearing the villain say something, she ignored him, not caring if she got hurt. Feeling a hand clamp down on both her and Katsuki's hands through the slime, she felt her eyes widen. She barely saw All Might before the force of his punch caused her to lose consciousness. Bakugo groaned, opening his eyes slowly. At first, he was confused. Glancing around, he sat up on the pavement. Rain pounding down on top of him. Tightening his grip on the hand held in his, he followed it to the girl laying beside him. Memories ran through his mind. "Deku, you idiot," he snarled, almost crushing her hand in his. Hearing her groan, he bit his lip. Izuku's green eyes fluttered open, letting him know which one was currently in control. Looking up at him, she had less than a second before he was holding her up by her shoulders and shaking her, saying, "Stupid and Deku, did you even think? You could have been killed, you idiot." "Sorry," she whispered. Scoffing at the weak apology, he let her go as the pros began to walk over. Shrinking under their attention, she looked down. Noticing her discomfort, he released her shoulders and took the hero's attention. Gathering her stuff, she snuck away while they were focused on him. They didn't even notice. Frowning, she crossed her arms. Frost was growling lowly in her mind. "We were weak, Aizu," Frost said darkly. Now that she had a moment to think, her pride stung. Izuku sighed, knowing what her other half meant. "It's to be expected, our quirk doesn't really work against things like that," she said, trying to calm down her other half. The growling stopped as Frost thought over her words. She could admit their quirk wasn't equipped for taking on slimes. "Still, we could have died. Bakugo was right, charging in was stupid," she said, but there was no regret in her voice. If anything, she sounded more amused. Izuku's lips twitched into a small smile. Walking home, she thought about what she was going to tell her mom. It was a given that the woman would find out about her stunt. Paling at the thought, she sped up slightly. Taking the back alleys home, she scented the air. A familiar scent caught her attention as All Might stepped into her path. Looking at the man, she heard Frost whine in her head. Funny how quickly her more primal side had grown attached to the man. Seeing him cough again, the scent of blood grew stronger. Eyes flashing gold, she frowned at him. "You smell like blood," she said bluntly. Wincing at her tone, he met her eyes. "Yes, well, that tends to happen when you're missing half your stomach," he said without humor. Frost flinched, her eyes widening. In her head, she felt Izuku cry out in shock. Keeping her silence, she circled around him. Letting her study him, he did the same. The eye thing told him she had a duality-type quirk, and her comment about his scent told him she had enhanced senses. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Do you want to be a hero?" Frost stilled. Staring up at him, she could see the strength in his eyes despite his physical condition. Nodding slowly, she watched him without fear. "I can make you a hero," he offered. Crossing her arms, she tilted her head to the side, curiosity in her eyes. "Why?" she asked, confused and curious about his offer. No one believed she could be a hero except Bakugo. Even her mother doubted her. "You charged into that fight without hesitation to help your friend. That is exactly what being a hero is about," he told her. Eyes changing to green, she grinned at him. "I accept your offer. My name's Izuku Midoriya, she said, extending her hand as her eyes changed back to gold. Smirking, she said, "And I'm Frost." "Tashinori Yagi," he said, shaking her hand. Frost knew Izuku was trying her hardest to get stronger. Ever since Tashinori had told them about One for All, Aizu had been training so she would be ready to inherit it. The good thing about Tashinori, though, was that he wanted to get to know both of them, not just Aizu. Was why she was almost fond of him. Almost, she didn't trust him at the moment. Stretching, she turned her golden eyes on him. She didn't understand why he would help them. Their own father wanted nothing to do with them after they were discovered quirkless by the doctor, something she was still angry about. Bending her knees, Frost lunged forward, her hand missing as Tashinori sidestepped. Growling, she twisted, attacking again. They'd finished their training to prepare for One for All last week, and were now training on how to use it. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, Aizu stated when Frost failed once again. "Phew," Frost snapped back. The startled laugh she got from Aizu made her roll her eyes. Sizing up Tashinori, she watched him flex his arms. Eye twitching, the more aggressive of the two lunged again. The second he sidestepped, she reached out her hand. Grabbing the side of his shirt, she acted. Pulling herself up, she sent a kick at his face. Grabbing her ankle, he ripped her grip away from his clothing and sent the girl flying. Landing roughly on the sand of the cleared off the beach, Frost huffed. Well, that was fun. She just loved being tossed around like a rag doll. "Great job," Aizu teased. Scowling, Frost narrowed her eyes. She had to catch him off guard. She doubted he would let her get close without an opening. Sitting up, she narrowed her eyes. How does one catch the #1 hero off guard? Izuku followed her other's half's thought process before smirking, saying, "Use the Katsuki thing against him." Sharing the smirk that her other half was wearing, Frost stood up slowly. Once they did this, there would only be an instant. Just one chance to get in a hit and win. Tilting her head back, she met Tashinori's eyes with her own, saying, "I'm going to tell Katsuki about One for All." Shock colored the older man's eyes and she moved. Green lightning arched off her body as she vanished. Appearing behind him, she tapped him on the shoulder as he was lost in his own world of shock and disbelief. Landing on her feet, Frost smirked amusement in her eyes. The light touch snapped their teacher out of his mind, and he turned with a glare on his face. Despite the intimidating aura he was giving off, she never lost her amused expression. "Frost, please tell me you're joking," he said once he realized she wouldn't back down. "Nope, as our best friend he deserves to know," she said. Patting him on the shoulder, she left the pro hero behind in favor of getting home in time to change for dinner. Pausing as she remembered what her mom said, she turned, calling, "Mom wants you over for dinner tonight." If possible, the man deflated even more. Since knowing the two girls, he'd been over to their house several times, and the growing crush he had on their mother was well known to them. Watching Frost walk away, he sighed. She was right, as their best friend Bakugo had a right to know about his heir's quirk. He just didn't like that she wanted to tell him. The blonde boy was a bully to everyone, even Izuku and Frost. How could someone like that be considered her best friend? Letting Aizu take back control, Frost decided to take a nap. She was getting tired. It strained them to stay switched for so long, especially since they were training. The thing that both of them had noticed, though, was that One for All increased the amount of time they could stay switched. Other than that, they hadn't noticed anything different about their quirk. Stretching her arms above her head, Aizu looked up in time to see Katsuki round the corner. The look of slight panic that crossed his face caused her to raise an eyebrow before sighing as he spun around to walk the other way. She knew he was avoiding her at the moment because she wouldn't tell him why she'd been training so hard. The silent treatment was worse than the explosive treatment. Narrowing her eyes, she lunged forward, green lightning arching around her as she shot forward. She overshot. Yelping, the girl crashed into his back, sending them both tumbling down onto the ground. Katsuki growled as he hit the ground hard, the shock causing him to groan before realizing that she was still on top of him. Annoyance flashed through his eyes as she rolled off him. "Do that again and I'll effing blow you up," he snapped. Aizu could hear Frost laughing in her head as she watched him sit up slowly. "Sorry, I overshot it," she said softly while diligently ignoring Frost's laughter. Playing with the hem of her shirt, she looked down at the ground when he glared at her. She might not be afraid of him, but a glaring Katsuki was still intimidating. Hearing him scoff, she glanced up as he started to stand. Almost panicking, she reached out her hands, grabbing onto the leg of his pants before he could leave. Katsuki felt his hands twitch and barely resisted lashing out. Taking a calming breath, he looked down at her. Seeing the hostile expression on his face, she winced before saying, "I think we need to talk." "You made yourself clear last time," he said softly. If he was yelling at her, then at least she might stop feeling guilty about pushing him away. Soft-spoken Katsuki was weird and reminded her of a kicked puppy. A very aggressive kicked puppy that may or may not be a SDST. Frost snickered. Seeing her amusement, he dropped the pouting expression. Tilting his head, Katsuki smirked before offering her his hand, saying, "I knew you couldn't survive the silent treatment." "Don't be smug," she snapped, her eyes flashing with exasperation. When his expression didn't change, she sighed and took his hand, letting him pull her up easily. "You're the one who fell for it," he said, letting her go. Rolling her eyes, Izuku scoffed, trying to ignore Frost's snickering. Raising an eyebrow, he waited for her to calm down before saying, "This is the part where you tell me the big secret." It didn't take long to explain her new quirk to him. Of course, he only believed her after she activated One for All. She winced when he stayed silent. Seeing the gears turning in his mind, she waited for him to yell at her or announce that they were no longer friends. She could feel Frost's nervousness and knew that if she tried to say anything, it might come out wrong. Katsuki had known something was different about his friend. Frowning, he wondered why she was the one chosen. In terms of raw power, he was stronger than she was, by a far margin. If All Might wanted a strong successor, then he should have chosen someone much more powerful than Izuku. The fact he didn't mean that All Might wasn't just judging based on raw power. Izuku must have stood out in some other way for her to be chosen, but how did she do that? A flash of gold mixed with green ran through his mind, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his mind returning to that day weeks ago when she saved his life. Terror had been written across her face, but she still rushed in to keep him safe. Compassion, All Might picked her because of her compassion. Slowly a smirk drifted across his lips, surprising Izuku and sending shivers down her spine. Taking a slight step back, she winced as he chuckled. "Can we run now?" Frost asked, completely serious. "Even if we did, we wouldn't get very far," Izuku said, her lips twitching upward when she saw amusement light up his eyes. "Let's test your quirk," Katsuki announced. Grabbing her hand, he began dragging her toward the beach she'd just left. Frost burst into laughter, her voice ringing through Izuku's head. Wincing at the sound, Izuku allowed him to pull her along. Katsuki felt his amusement grow when she walked along behind him without a fight. No matter how much Izuku tried to hide it, there was a part of her that loved sparring with him. Kindness was only a small part of who she was, and sometimes it could overshadow the viciousness that lay inside her. Frost was the personification of that violence, but she wouldn't even exist if that didn't already exist in Izuku's heart. Standing across from her on the sandy beach, Katsuki felt himself smirk. Fire rushed through his blood and he couldn't stop his fingers from twitching. Without hesitation, he rushed toward her as the green in her eyes sharpened into brilliant gold. Ducking around his punch, Frost grabbed his wrist and threw him over her shoulder before twisting and sending a kick at his down body. Rolling out of the way, Katsuki caught sight of the wild grin on her face. Toshi watched from afar as they danced around each other. Both of them knew what the other was going to do before they actually made the move. As if they were reading each other's minds. A soft smile spread across the pro-hero's face as he caught sight of the joy on his successor's face. For the first time, her guard was down and Frost was allowing her golden eyes to show emotion. Still, it would be a long time before she could match those at the top. Passing the entrance exams would be easy, but after, her life would only get harder. Seeing Katsuki set off an explosion in her face, Toshi watched with narrowed eyes as she grabbed his hand without hesitation and redirected the attack. Ignoring the heat, she slammed her palm into his stomach before kicking at his chin. Sidestepping, he tackled her to the ground. Frost whined as her arms were pinned to the sand beside her head. The victorious smirk written across his face caused her to pout. "No fair," she whined, causing him to laugh. At least he was still stronger than her, as if sensing his thoughts, Frost growled. "What's wrong, Popsicle?" he asked, an innocent expression appearing on his face. Izuku burst into laughter. His face in no way matched how he really acted. Feeling her lips twitched, Frost tried to hold back her own laughter. When he tilted his head to the side slightly, she failed at keeping it back. Katsuki grinned as the girl below him began to laugh, the action causing her golden eyes to brighten. Getting off her, he sat on the sand beside her, watching her in amusement. Toshi felt his eyes widen at the sight of his student's joy. He'd never seen her this happy. As if the armor around her heart had fallen away to reveal the little girl trapped inside. Frost slowly got herself under control and sat up. Seeing the soft smile on his face, she tilted her head, a wicked grin appearing on her face as she opened her mouth to tease him. Before she could speak, Izuku took control. "Does this mean I'm forgiven?" she asked softly. Katsuki tilted his chin up as his red eyes looked down at her. "Never keep secrets like this from me again," he warned before pushing himself up off the sand. Lips forming a wide smile, she nodded in agreement. "Are you coming over for dinner?" she asked, leaning back on her hands. Nodding, he offered her his hand once again. Taking it, she let him pull her up, but didn't let go. This time their roles were reversed as she pulled him toward her house. The scent of food hit her nose when they were a few feet from her door, causing her to speed up. Behind her, Katsuki smirked, amusement lighting up his red eyes and softening them just a bit. It didn't last long. Entering the house, he sneered, seeing the skeletal man, who'd been handing around Izuku, setting the table. "Mama, I brought kakin," Izuku announced as if she'd felled a mountain. Her mother smiled, causing Toshi to blush, something that the two children noticed, then pretended not to have seen. Dinner wasn't very eventful, except for the small glares sent at Toshi by Katsuki. The skeletal man had even shifted away from the blazing red eyes when Katsuki let out a small, almost inaudible growl. Izuku wasn't ashamed to admit she wanted to laugh at him. Frost had no such reservations. She'd been laughing at the man since he walked into the door and greeted their mom with a blush and stutter. Feeling her lips twitch, she looked down at the table. Katsuki didn't like this guy. Narrowing his red eyes when the man turned his attention to Aunt Inko, he sneered. Stiffening when Izuku's hand brushed across his arm, he watched as the girl gathered the plates before vanishing into the kitchen. Pushing away from the table, he sent one last glare at the blonde man before following her. Izuku yawned, holding her hand over her mouth. Feeling her eyes drop slightly, she leaned back against the counter. Frost was already half asleep. They wouldn't train tonight, it seemed. She had hoped that with the boost One for All gave them that she might be able to fully manifest her other half. Sadly, it hadn't happened. She'd failed to give Frost her own body, just like she'd failed her father by getting a quirk too late. It seemed like all she did was fail. "Dad was in but," Frost said softly. Wincing at the words, Izuku silently agreed that he had been. Despite that, he was their father, and she had to wonder, if he knew she had a quirk, would he come back home? Would he love them? Frost growled, the sound shaking Izuku out of her self-pity, just as Katsuki tapped her head. Blinking up at him, she tilted her head curiously when a bit of nervousness entered his eyes. Most people wouldn't notice it in his eyes, but she saw it. "Can I stay over tonight?" he asked, causing her to raise an eyebrow. Scared to sleep alone, she teased, her eyes turning gold as Frost came out to play. "Don't be a FNG brat," he snapped, trying to ignore the way his face heated up slightly. Frost laughed, her eyes lighting up with mirth as he rolled his eyes. She'd always had fun teasing him. "Yes, you can stay," she said, a grin appearing on her face. When he nodded, she sighed, asking, "So, after we get to UA, you're going to have to come up with a new nickname for Aizu." "Deku is a perfectly good nickname," he said, just to annoy her. Frost growled at him in warning as he smirked at her in amusement. Before she could yell at him again, he said, "I'll just call her Aizu." Frost stared at him, her eyes widened in shock. She'd expected a strange nickname, but instead, he'd decided on something completely normal, and the personal nickname she had for Aizu. A shot of jealousy ran through her blood, and she couldn't hold back the protective growl that escaped her lips. "Pick something else," she ordered coldly. It was a mistake. The second the words left her mouth, he grinned, the expression lighting up his eyes. Inko frowned when she heard arguing from the kitchen. Sighing in exasperation, She shut the door behind Toshi as he left before heading off to deal with the kids. Her frown quickly faded when she saw Frost poking Katsuki in the chest and threatening him with bodily harm. Her golden eyes gave away the enjoyment she was taking from being able to play with him like this. Smiling, the woman watched them tease each other back and forth. When Frost first appeared, she'd thought of contacting her husband. Instead, she sent him divorce papers. She'd also given the Bakugo family custody over her daughter if anything happened to her. Izuku and Frost were her world. Despite Katsuki's crude tones and attitude issues, he would keep her daughter safe. Although she doubted he would be willing to if Frost didn't stop riling up his temper. "All right, that's enough," she said, cutting in before Frost could dig into his pride. Pouting, her wolf-like daughter stalked past him to go get ready for bed. Turning to look at Katsuki, who was staring after her with irritation, she asked, "What was that about?" "Frost didn't like me calling Izuku Aizu," he said, a taunting smirk slipping into place on his face. A startled laugh was pulled from the woman's throat before she could stop it. He tensed when she ruffled his hair. "You know he didn't mean anything by it," Izuku said, trying to calm down her other half. She could still hear Frost growling even an hour later when they were laying down to sleep. The running shower told her where Kakin was, and she knew that Frost was still angry with him. "He doesn't get to call you Aizu, only I do," Frost stated, and she could hear the irritation in the other's voice. Sighing, she rolled her eyes at the girl's childishness. "Kakin was just playing," Aizu whispered, her eyes dropping slightly as the shower in the other room cut off. "Good night, Aizu," Frost said, letting it go. Curling into her blankets, the girl fell into sleep. She didn't even stir when Katsuki laid down beside her. Her eyes snapped open when she felt something brush against her on the bed hours later. The sound of whimpers drew her attention while her eyes adjusted to the darkness. Sitting up slowly, she frowned as Katsuki clutched the pillow tightly. Soft whimpers dropped from his lips as he clenched his eyes shut tightly. Reaching out for his shoulder, she hesitated. Logically, she knew Kakin would never hurt her on purpose, outside of sparring, but at the moment he was vulnerable. Biting her lip, she changed direction. Her fingers drifting through his hair as she hummed softly to calm him down. Slowly, he untensed. The clinging grip on her pillow loosened until it faded almost completely. Frost let out a content sound as Izuku slowly laid back down beside him. Curling against him, she closed her eyes when his arms wrapped around her. Blocking the staff coming at her head, Izuku twisted, lashing out with a kick at her other half. Frost laughed, her golden eyes filling with amusement as she moved out of the way. Leaping away from Izuku, she tossed her staff away, transforming mid-leap. Paws hitting the ground, the wolf snarled before charging. Although the smirk on her face did dull the aggression just a bit. Izuku rolled her eyes at Frost's actions. Striking the ground with her own staff, Izuku vaulted over the wolf's head. Releasing her staff, she twisted so she could keep an eye on the wolf. Landing behind the wolf, she grabbed Frost's dropped weapon and used it to block the jaws trying to clamp down on her shoulder. Frost snarled, pulling the staff from Izuku's grasp. Tossing it in the air, she transformed back. Catching the staff with one hand, she swung at her other half. Rolling under the swing, Izuku pounced. Frost yelped as her staff flew from her hands. Falling to the ground, she rolled her eyes. Grabbing Frost's wrists, Izuku pinned the other girl to the ground. Laughing, Frost flipped them over so she was on top before wrapping her arms around Izuku's neck and hugging her tightly. "Frost," Izuku complained, squirming as her other half nuzzled against her neck like a puppy. When the white-haired girl refused to move, Izuku gave up. Laying still, she allowed herself to become a pillow. "Entrance exams are today," Frost whispered. Izuku nodded. The UA entrance exams were something they'd been working together toward for the last 10 months. They were stronger than they were before meeting All Might. Much stronger. One for All had also settled now, and they had partial control over it. Although Frost was much better at using it than she was, Izuku still couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something. A month ago, Toshi had deemed them ready for his quirk and passed it on. It was an experience she never wanted to have again. Seriously, who shoves their hair in a person's face and orders them to eat it? Putting her teacher's weirdness aside, having the man around had been a boon. Frost had even reluctantly admitted that he was Pack. Of course, there was the chance that One for All would enhance their own quirk. At the moment she hadn't really noticed anything. Closing her eyes, Izuku relaxed against her other half. Her mom would be coming to wake her up soon. Taking the time to rest wasn't something she'd been able to do lately. They would get into UA and become a hero. Nothing would change that. Yet she was also afraid of how her classmates would respond to Frost. Having a dual personality was rare among Quirk users. Hours later she was standing outside her house waiting. Frost was still snoozing. The black jacket she was wearing was different than her usual style. She wore it for her other half, seeing as how they would have to fight. She wanted Frost to be comfortable. The sleeveless light blue shirt was more her speed through the black pants, and dark green boots were all Frost. Hearing footsteps she turned. Katsuki was walking toward her, his eyes meeting hers for a second. The fiery determination in them made her smile. "Ready?" she asked when he walked by her. He never stopped or asked her to wait for him, but she doubted he had any issues with her following. If he did, then the street would be nothing more than scorched rubble. "I didn't dare anyone to get in my way," he said, a dark smirk crossing his lips. Glancing at the girl who'd fallen into step beside him, the golden wings embroidered on the back of her jacket glinting in the early morning light, gaining his attention. They'd spent the last month training together. The truth of One for All was something she'd shared with him. For that he was grateful. Especially since the quirk gave her the added ability to fight against him. What did make him curious was the bag slung over her shoulder. It was a small messenger bag, and if it carried what he thought it did, then he couldn't wait to see her fight. Walking through the gates to the school, she marveled at the sight of it. Yue was amazing to look at. Beside her, Bakugo seemed almost annoyed with all the people surging around them. Narrowing his eyes, he considered snapping at them when someone turned in their direction. Scoffing, he turned his attention to Izuku when she almost bounced in place. The reserved girl's eyes were wide with excitement. Watching her look around, he rolled his eyes. Tapping her shoulder, he motioned for her to follow. He didn't want to waste time at the gate. Blinking out of her stupor, she followed after him, letting an amused smile spread across her face. The speech they had to listen to from President Mike after entering the building told them about the entrance exams. Hearing about the robots, she couldn't help but hum in interest. Touching the bag on her shoulder, she didn't notice Katsuki's amusement. It was a shame the two of them wouldn't be able to fight together. "You brought that, didn't you?" he asked, causing her to jolt. The words weren't loud but enough to get the attention of several people around them, including the dark red eyes of the boy sitting directly behind them. "Yeah," she whispered. Tugging on her connection with Frost, she smiled when her quirk jolted awake. "I'm awake," Frost announced, although she still sounded sleepy. Izuku giggled. Hearing it, Katsuki knew Frost was talking. When a boy in the front stood up, it drew their attention. Izuku didn't care much about what he was saying. The boy seemed stiff and out of place at the moment, which Izuku thought was more due to nervousness than anything else. Tilting her head, she shifted her eyes to Mike when the man explained about the 0-point robots. "And would the two in the back stop talking so loudly?" the boy said. His tone sounded scolding. Listening to him point out them having a conversation set Katsuki off. Growling, he wanted to blast the glasses off the boy's face. Izuku winced, drawing in on herself in a way he hated. Looking down at her hands, she let her face go blank. An old defense mechanism from when they were kids. Admittedly, he'd caused her to develop it. When they stood to go get changed and head to the exams, her face turned scarlet. She'd forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Wincing, she looked over at Katsuki, who was watching her in amusement. "Forget your change of clothes?" he asked, resisting the urge to laugh. She nodded slowly. She'd been so busy thinking about her quirk this morning that she hadn't thought to get a change of clothes. "I'll fight in this," she said softly. The outfit would still allow her to fight. When the boy from before walked past, she flinched. Looking at the floor, she leaned away from him. If only for a moment his attitude had reminded her of the bullies she'd had to deal with. Katsuki sighed, starting to leave. He couldn't help but pat her shoulder. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make her eyes brighten again. Still, he wanted to punch the glasses-wearing boy in the face. Izuku wasn't good with people at all. Most of them judged her based on her quirkless status, something that wasn't true. Others, however, went after her because of her attitude and small stature. Those that did nothing to help her were sometimes worse, since they just watched. Standing outside the closed gates, she tugged off her bag, pulling out the short rod of metal from within. Holding the bag in her hand, she wondered what she should do with it. The bag still held her phone and a roll of bandages. Leaving it lying around would be foolish. Plus, she hadn't brought any clothes to change into, so leaving it in the locker room would be weird. Pondering what to do, she glanced toward the pro hero standing on top of the gate. Taking a deep breath, she tried to immolate Frost, who at the moment was thinking over schemes for the robots. Walking forward, she ignored the boy who'd called her out completely when he tried to talk to her. Keeping her back straight, she held back the nervousness that haunted her steps. "Present, Mike," she called, gaining both his attention and that of the students around her. Surprised that her voice didn't shake, she blinked when the man stepped off the gate. Stepping back, she put distance between the two of them when he landed easily. Leaning down to face her, he grinned in a way that reminded her of Kakin. "What's up, little listener?" he asked brightly. It was refreshing to meet a prospective student that wasn't afraid of him. Heart beating rapidly at how close he was to her, she reddened. "I was wondering if you could hold on to this for me," she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Grinning, he nodded, taking the bag from her hand. Catching sight of the metal in her other hand, he wondered what it was for. There was nothing against the students bringing in support items or weapons. "Sure, kid," he said. Smiling, she blinked as he moved away before she could thank him. Looking toward the gates, she ignored the whispers around her in favor for the one in her head. "Good job, Izu. You managed to talk to someone who isn't an explosive idiot," Frost cheered. Izuku ignored the teasing tone, instead choosing to look down at the weapon in her hand. "Think this will be good?" "Enough?" she asked, referring to the quality of metal. Buying one offline meant it might not be as durable as ones made by Hero Support. Frost hummed, her own skepticism showing. It might not be good enough to use for long, but all they had to do was make it count. "They're robots, so use the blades," Frost ordered. Nodding silently, Izuku flinched when the announcement to begin sounded. Green lightning from One for All arched over her body as she shot forward. Clicking a button, the rod, she felt it extend, becoming a thick 6-foot-long staff. A sharp metal spearhead rested at the end. "Frost, cut loose," she ordered, switching with her other half. Eyes glowing gold, a wicked grin stretched across her lips. Her speed was her greatest weapon. Ducking under one of the robots, she twisted her spear, cutting through the metal and wires underneath. She didn't bother to keep score in her head, knowing that Izu would do it for her. In fact, she could hear her other half counting already. Spinning around another robot, she lashed out her leg, breaking the metal and sending it flying. She was having fun. Being let out to play like this was exhilarating. Izu almost never let her out to play. Unless it was sparring with Bakugo, but then their spars dissolved into taunting matches. Tracking another robot that was ganging up on another examine, she changed her grip on her spear. Throwing the weapon with the force of a train and the speed of a bullet, she wasn't surprised when it shattered the metal, being no match for her throw. Shrugging with disinterest, she watched the robot fall back, a hole in its torso. Leaping forward, she moved her palm into another's back, watching it crumble as she broke it. These things were almost too weak for her to actually play with. One for All helped their fighting a lot, the Quirk giving them enough power to tear through the robots. Still, as she scented the air after catching the hint of blood, she frowned. Almost too much power not to get drunk on it. Reining in her bloodlust, she glanced around, trying to find the scent. Ignoring the mock villain appearing behind her, she bolted. The first thing she noticed was screaming. The examines running away from the giant 0-point robot. The brown-haired girl stuck in the rubble was more of a concern, however. Shooting past the others, Frost kicked off the ground. Trying to save the girl wouldn't do any good if they were both crushed. So taking out the robot was the best option. Her eyes glowed a mixture of green and gold as she slammed her fist into the robot. It shattered. Falling, she planned on stopping her fall at the last minute, but something felt wrong. Looking at her hand, she was shocked to see a bone sticking out from her arm. Body sparking green, she twisted, trying to spin so that her feet were near the ground. But it wasn't working. Closing her eyes, she winced when something impacted her cheek. Blinking, she realized that she'd stopped falling. The brown-haired girl was panting as she stopped her savior's descent. Palms slightly red, the girl smiled in victory before quickly covering her mouth. Blood still ran down her cheek from the small cut on her face. Quirk no longer working, she dropped the green-haired girl. Landing in a crouch, Frost glanced at her arm while the girl took a moment to throw up beside some rubble. The adrenaline would be wearing off soon and she really didn't want to deal with the pain. Frowning, she switched out with Izuku frowned as her other half went to take a nap. Her arm hurt and she knew Katsuki would be angry she got hurt. Then he would proceed to growl while she healed. Like an angry puppy who wouldn't be able to go for a walk. "I can't believe you're leaving me to deal with this," Izuku snapped. Frost winced, covering her ears. Holding back a whine at the pain, she shut her eyes, trying to think of happier things, like cats. God, she was going to have to quit her job, wasn't she? The thought causing her to wince. She liked her job. Something wet touched her cheek before the pain she was in vanished, leaving her exhausted. Opening her eyes slowly, she jolted, flinching back so far that she bumped into someone's legs. The old lady standing in front of her just chuckled, amused with the child. Still, such an extreme reaction couldn't be a good thing. Getting over her initial fear, Izuku said a small thanks to the woman, already knowing who she was. Recovery girl smiled, walking away to treat more injuries as Izuku stood up. Running a hand over her arm, she was glad not to be injured anymore. Now Katsuki would never know. Smirking at the thought, she wondered if he had finished his test yet. Hearing the announcement to head home, she moved toward the gate quickly. Vanishing into the crowd, she didn't hear the brown-haired girl's cry of thanks. Taking her bag back from present Mike, she smiled. "Thanks for doing this," she said softly. There wouldn't be much time until Katsuki tracked her down. Slinging it back over her shoulder, she covered a yawn with her hand. She was exhausted. Even Frost was choosing to turn in for a nap. Blinking, she wondered if she would even be able to get home before falling asleep. "No problem," he said, ruffling her hair. The action caused her to freeze for a moment. Blinking, she tried to pat down her hair as Frost burst into laughter. The shocked look on her face vanished when she heard Katsuki calling for her. So strange, when usually she was the one finding him. "Yo, finish your test, Deku," Katsuki called, his voice cutting over the noise of the exiting students. Pushing through the crowd rudely, he came to stand at her side. There were cuts along his arms, most likely since he wouldn't have allowed anyone to heal them. The pro hero frowned at the boy's actions. The rudeness not sitting well with him. Plus the nickname grated on his nerves. "You're hurt," she said, grabbing his hand gently. He calmed slightly, allowing her to inspect the injuries for herself. "That's what happens when you explode a FING robot," he said, grinning. Pride lit up his face and she couldn't help but smile back. Staying still, he allowed her to wrap the bandages around his arms without a fight. She was the only one he would allow to touch him. Seeing the pro's look, he growled, asking, "What the F is your FND deal?" "Kaken," Izuku scolded, tightening the bandage just a little too much. Wincing as it rubbed against one of the cuts, he scowled, not at all buying the innocent look she plastered on her face. Glaring at the pro hero, he held back his growls as the man laughed at him. Scoffing, he looked away, turning his attention to Izuku as she finished tying his bandages. Giving the two kids one last amused glance, Mike headed off toward the faculty room. He was eager to see the recordings of the exam. "Are you injured?" he asked, looking her over silently. Although she was covered in dirt, she didn't seem to have any physical injuries. Shaking her head, Izuku quickly covered her mouth to hide another yawn. Raising an eyebrow, he tapped her on the head, a smirk appearing on his face when her eyes changed to gold. Frost growled at him, her eyes on the finger he'd used to tap her with. The threatening look on her face was nothing to him. Looking her in the eyes, he said, "So victory dinner at my place or yours when we get in?" "Mine, no offense to your mom, but she can't cook," Frost said, matching his smirk with her own. Izuku sighed as the two dissolved into bickering as they walked home. The cat ear headband on her head tilted as she pushed open the kitchen door into the rest of the cafe. The cat-themed cafe was filled with bickering patrons. Izuku set down the slice of cake in front of one of them with a smile before reaching up to straighten her headband with a pout. Gliding between the tables with grace, she went back to the kitchen. The place was usually slower in the middle of the day, meaning that she would be able to relax in about an hour and take a break. Adjusting the belt on her dark red skirt, she frowned. Despite its flaws, she loved her job. It was calming to have something that she could do. Although it did tend to get stressful at times. She'd been teased about her job before by her bullies. Something that she hated with a passion. Leaning against the wall, she watched the chef dance across the kitchen. This was something she'd chose to do, and having them come here and mock her for it had been horrible. Even though she hadn't done anything she'd wanted to. In the end, letting them get away with it had been the easier thing to do. Well, on her end, Frost had been furious. Katsuki had actually attacked them. Taking off her cat ears, she rubbed the soft fake fur between her fingers. So much was happening so fast. UA would be starting in less 2 days. She would have to be in a room full of strangers. Which was for the best considering all her other classmates were SDSTS. Stupid SDSTS at that. It was surprising they'd known how to tie their shoes with how little intelligence was between them. Aizu, I'm bored, Frost said, gaining her attention. She wanted to take Aizu's mind off of UA for a bit. Her other half has been stressing about their first day for the last week, and she was getting tired of trying to calm her down. We're working, Izuku said, placing the cat ears back on her head and ignoring Frost's slightly insulted growl. Why we won't have time to soon, she pointed out, trying to resist taking control and destroying the offending headband. That's why this is our last day, Aizu said. Forcing a smile, she took the plate from the chief. The worried look he sent her didn't really help her at all. Passing one of the other servers, she ignored the way the older woman's eyes lit up with worry. Still, Frost complained. Do you want money to buy that dagger set or not? Aizu snapped, cutting off her other half before the girl could say another word. Fine, Frost said, the pouting tone giving her away. She liked pointy things more than she probably should. Retreating into Aizu's mind, she kept one eye on their connection. The field of flowers she'd met Aizu in hadn't changed much over the years. The once sunny sky was permanently encased in twilight, leaving an eternal sunset to shine over the white and green roses that had taken over the place. Every so often a bright yellow or red rose would spring up. Stalking forward, she bypassed the flower field, heading toward the darkened forest surrounding it. While Aizu was the light, Frost was the dark. The dark towering trees represented Frost perfectly, while the twilight sky represented her other half. Each tree represented a connection to her, just like every flower did the same with Aizu. Sadly, there were only 4 trees engraved with names. Stopping, she ran her fingers over Katsuki's name. She knew they were getting close to materialization, but something was missing. Like a wall keeping them trapped inside. If they could break down that wall, then she knew they would be able to become a great hero. She felt like she was failing Aizu. The girl tried so hard to keep a smile, but she could feel the disappointment through their connection. A quirk was supposed to be useful, but the only thing she'd done was make her wielder feel useless. She wanted to get stronger to support Aizu, and she'd thought one for all might be the way to accomplish that, yet the only thing that happened was them gaining strength. It was as if she couldn't do anything right. Sighing, she sank to the ground, her back leaning against the tree as she brought her knees up to her chest. The white wolf ears on her head dropped down as she hid her face. They had to get stronger. Her instincts were screaming at her that they weren't good enough yet. Closing her eyes, she tried to get some sleep. Izuku shed the cafe uniform in favor of a pair of gray shorts and a black tank top. Zipping up her green hoodie, she bounced in place for a moment. The fluffy wolf ears on the hood made her feel closer to Frost. Her last paycheck was hidden in the pocket of her shorts as she slipped on her shoes and started to leave. Waving goodbye to her boss for the last time, she vanished out the side door. The sky was darkening already, and she had to hurry if she wanted to get home before dinner. Hearing a thud, she froze, her eyes widening. Quieting her footsteps, she peeked around the corner. Light yellow hair almost glowed in the dark of the alleyway. A boy was shoved against the brick wall by another. His hair was darker than Kakin's, but the way he stood tall against 4 bigger assailants reminded her of him. Even though she could see his shoulders shaking, he was trying to be brave. Frowning, Izuku reached out to Frost, waking her other half up. Bumping into us was a mistake, you little brat, when I dash. What, talk more, because that would be horrifying, the boy asked, trying to bluff his way out of this. Shifting his eyes nervously to the side, he cursed his mouth for leading him into this situation. Why couldn't he just apologize and leave it at that? The rage lighting up the bully's eyes was all the warning he got before the boy raised his hand. Tensing, the blonde braced himself, the lightning in his blood surging as he raised his hand to defend himself. "You little sure." Eyes widening, the boy leaned back on instinct when a black-shoed foot impacted the bully's face. The taller boy yelped while his 3 minions blinked in shock. Landing easily, Frost smirked amusement in her eyes as they watched her warily, all her frustrations coming to the surface as she almost bounced in place, excitement flashing through her eyes. "I thought I said not to cause a scene," Aizawa said. The exasperated tone did nothing to stop Frost from picking her next target. Ignoring Aizawa completely, her other half rushed forward. Yellow eyes tracked her movements as she danced around the taller boys. It was easy for her to outmaneuver them, and it was obvious that they didn't have any formal training. Grabbing the wrist of the black-haired boy about to punch her, she twisted her foot, impacting his knee and sending him to the ground. Kneeling, he could do nothing to stop her elbow from ramming into his temple. "Wow. I'm Denki Kaminari, that was amazing," the boy said. Carefully stepping over the body of one of the fallen thugs, he noticed her golden eyes fade to green as her face heated up. Looking down at the ground, she didn't see the first thug Frost had kicked in the face start to stand. Launching off the ground, the thug flicked his wrist, revealing the knife in his hand as he aimed at her back. Eyes widening, Kaminari reached out his hand, grabbing her wrist and pulling her behind him as he kicked the guy in the chest. Releasing her wrist, he followed the kick with an electrified punch that caused the thug to screech. Aizawa stared as the thug fell to the ground groaning, while Frost raged in her mind, her other half wanting nothing more than to take control and kick the guy around some more. He tried to stab her, a 15-year-old girl, just because she'd beaten him in a fight. Frankly, at the moment, she was almost willing to allow Frost free rein to deal with him. "Dude, trying to kill a pretty girl, what the hell, man?" Kaminari snapped, stepping away from the unconscious thug. Despite the situation, Izuku couldn't stop her face from warming again. Frost calmed immediately, an amused scoff sounding in her mind. Tilting her head, Izuku couldn't help but almost laugh. "You didn't have to do that," she said, gaining his attention. The blonde rubbed his neck nervously, his lips spreading into a wide smile. "Well, you saved me, so it was only fair," he said. Nodding slowly, Izuku tilted her head while Frost giggled softly. Playing with the black streak in his hair, he watched her nervously. Izuku smiled slightly. He was nothing like Katsuki. Less aggressive, that was for sure. Smiling, he said, "Besides, as a future student of UA's hero course, I couldn't let a pretty girl get hurt." He thinks that we would have gotten hurt," Frost cooed. Feeling her lips twitch, Izuku knew that he'd gained Frost's approval. "Frost, be nice," Aizawa scolded. The playful tone made Frost smirk. "I am being nice, you're the one ignoring him." "Seriously, you haven't even given the boy your name yet?" Frost teased, amusement in her voice. "Want me to introduce you too?" Aizawa asked softly. Frost frowned. While the boy had gained her approval slightly, if he was going to UA, then she didn't want him to know about her yet. Secret weapons were supposed to remain a secret after all. "No," she said. Aizawa wasn't surprised at the answer. Her other half was thinking tactically instead of emotionally. Besides, this boy wasn't Katsuki, and no matter how much he'd amused them, she wasn't going to trust him so easily. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you," she said, offering him her hand. Shaking her hand, the boy beamed at her. She honestly thought the expression was adorable in the cute puppy way. Hearing Frost laugh in her mind, she doubted the boy would have much fun once her other half decided to introduce herself to him. The teasing he would go through at her expense would most likely never end. It was nice that her other half accepted him so easily despite being so guarded around new people. "How does your quirk work?" she asked, tilting her head slightly, curiosity driving away her usual need to distance herself from people. If Frost liked him, then he couldn't be too bad. "I shock people with electricity," he said, although the excitement from before was sort of dimmed when he said it. Shaking his head to drive away the nervousness, he asked, "So what's yours?" "I know your eyes changed colors, but that can't be all right." "Keep me a secret. I want to see the look on his face when we finally manage materialization," Frost ordered. Resisting the urge to roll her eyes, Izuku smiled as a teasing edge entered her eyes. You'll have to wait and see, she said, mischief lighting up her face. When his eyebrows furrowed in confusion, she said, You're going to UA, right? We might be in the same class and I'd hate to give you an advantage. Kaminari twitched, his eyes narrowing for a moment as he processed her words. So she would be at UA too, and probably the hero course if she was unwilling to tell him her quirk. He could let it go, especially since she was cute. Opening his mouth, he was about to speak when her expression changed. Feeling her phone buzz in her pocket, Izuku stilled her eyes, widening. Was she late? Kaminari blinked as the girl pulled out her phone, staring at the message she'd received for a moment. There was panic in her eyes. Sorry, I've got to go. My mom wanted me home for family dinner tonight and I might be late, she said, a smile passing by her face before her eyes flashed gold. Rushing off, she didn't notice the disappointment in his eyes. Frost sighed at her other half's actions. Izuku got reckless when she was flustered. Katsuki rolled his eyes as Izuku rushed into the house, nearly knocking over his mother as the woman sent a quick curse over her shoulder. Scoffing, he watched his mom roll her eyes before sitting the plate he'd been carrying on the table. Their congratulatory dinner was about to start, and she'd almost been late. If he'd been forced to deal with his parents alone, he might have run away screaming. He hated dealing with his parents alone. Watching Toshinari stumble around his aunt, he snorted before turning away to follow Izuku to her room. Staring out her window, she held the acceptance letter to UA in her hands. They were both going to high school together, just as they'd went to the same school since they were born. Saying nothing, he leaned against the doorway. Izuku knew this was all she'd wanted for so long, and she was happy about finally being able to go to her dream school. Yet what if she wasn't good enough? During the exam, she'd overused one for all and broken her arm. There was still so much that she didn't know. What if she wasn't able to learn fast enough? Her fighting style needed work too. Materialization was a slow-moving snail, and fighting Kakin only led her to learning his style of fighting. Although the number of times she'd been blown up did give her a high pain tolerance, which she wasn't going to tell her mom about. Then there was the issue of classmates. Kaminari aside, she didn't know how they would react to Frost. Would they accept her or hate her? If you tear up the letter, it might make you feel better, Katsuki said. The white paper in her hands had been crumpled in her grasp. It was already threatening to be torn apart by her nails. Blinking, she dropped the letter back onto the desk and sat on her bed. Sitting down beside her, he relaxed when she leaned against him. I still can't materialize Frost, she said. The soft words filled with annoyance and a little desperation. Something was missing, like a blank space in a math problem. Every time they tried, it was as if they were skipping something. Thank God, he mumbled. Hearing him, she twitched, annoyance flashing through her eyes at the same time that Frost growled at him. Poking him hard in the stomach, she didn't feel the least bit guilty when he growled at her. Glaring at the green-haired girl beside him, he thought about snapping at her but rolled his eyes instead. Something's missing. Whenever I try to materialize Frost, it's like we hit a wall we can't break through, she whispered, deciding to ignore his comment. Katsuki frowned. He knew the two had been working on materialization for almost a month now. Frost wanted to be able to act independently of Izuku, while Izuku wanted Frost to have more freedom. Personally, he didn't know how he'd deal with Frost having her own body. He already knew it would be hell, but he wanted to fight her without the fear of injuring Izuku in the process. Plus, if he was able to smack the smug look of the wolf's face, then he'd be happy. Try to find the missing thing before going further with materialization, or you'll hurt yourself, he said. Humming, she considered his advice. It would be hard to find what's missing if she doesn't even know what she's looking for. As if sensing her confused frustration, he said, If all else fails, I could just throw explosions at you until Popsicle decides to come out and play. Sighing, Izuku retreated to her mindscape while Frost took control. She would have to trust the two not to destroy her room. F you, Frost growled, her golden eyes glaring up at him. Sneering, he ruffled her hair, knowing it would annoy her. The flash of anger in her eyes was all the warning he got before she was lunging for his neck. Hearing a thump from upstairs, the adults shared an exasperated look. Inko sighed, leaning back against the couch as she simply listened to the growls coming from upstairs. Seeing Toshi fiddle nervously, she patted his shoulder, trying to reassure him. They're fine, she said softly, a smile forming on her face. When he still looked worried, she said, "Play fighting isn't something we've ever been able to break them out of. At the worst, all they'll have are some minor bruises and scrapes." He probably said something to annoy Frost. Toshi nodded, but the worried look never left his face. He just hoped they didn't start play fighting at UA. Although the mental image of them rolling around on the floor of their homeroom class like puppies did make him smile. Hesitation marred her face as she touched the large door in front of her. It was warm to the touch, but she couldn't fight down the nervousness she could feel. Even her other half was nervous. This wasn't the same as fighting Katsuki on the beach or holding her tongue when her classmates called her a fool. This was the first step to the rest of her life. For the life of her, she couldn't think of anything more than her fear. Feeling Katsuki's hand come down on her shoulder gently, she startled. Glancing up at him, she noted the worry in his eyes that only she could see. Nodding slowly, she stepped to the side, allowing him to lead the way into their new classroom. For the most part, it was empty. A boy with white and red hair sat in the back, and a girl with black hair stood at the front, her eyes nervously watching the door. Izuku noticed her look down quickly when they entered. Stalking to his seat, Katsuki took note of the other two but ignored them soon after. Sitting down behind him, Izuku stifled a yawn. Dropping her bag onto the desk, she used it as a pillow. The sensation of someone poking her on the head drew her attention to Katsuki, who was looking down at her with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. It was a strange expression. Sighing, she rolled her eyes as he began petting her hair. The action causing Frost to make a contented sound as they worked together to take in the scents around them. There was an Arctic scent coming from the back that reminded her of frozen blackberries, while a peach scent came from the girl up front. Frost memorized them slowly, making sure that she wouldn't forget either of them. Smelling something that reminded her of engine exhaust, she opened her eyes slowly. The boy who yelled at them before the practical exam. Sitting up, she tensed as he made his way toward them. Seeing her stiffen, Katsuki followed her gaze. The growl that left his lips startled the people around him. The girl up front twitched, surprise coloring her eyes, while the multicolored boy narrowed his eyes. The tall boy came to an abrupt stop. "Kaken," Izuku said. Her soft scolding gained everyone's attention. Stilling, the blonde glanced at her before nodding. Leaning back in his seat, he put his feet on the desk and tried to relax. Frost chuckled her amusement, causing Izuku to smile softly. Standing, she offered the taller boy her hand, saying, "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is Katsuki Bakugo. You can call me Izuku." "I am Tenya Ida. You may call me Ida," he said. Shaking her hand, he felt the blonde boy watching him closely. Frowning slightly at the rush of guilt he felt, he said, "I'm sorry about what I said before. It was unfair of me to single you out like I did, and I feel truly dash." "Okay," she said, cutting him off. Yanking her hand from his, she leaned away from him. The entire time he'd been speaking, the boy had been getting closer to her. It wasn't something she appreciated. Hearing a snarl, Ida tensed, his eyes flickering to Katsuki, who glared right back at him. For a second, the boy reminded him of a guard dog. This time, Izuku didn't even try to stop her friend as he started a pointless argument with the taller boy. She knew he was taking the attention off of her, and she appreciated it greatly. Frost was ranting about personal space in the back of her mind, and she'd already classified Ida as someone who was not pack. Sighing, she stood, tapping her fingers 3 times against her desk to let Katsuki know she was going to get some air. Stepping out of the classroom, she leaned against the door, her eyes closing. They were finally here. The thought was enough to bring a small smile to her face. After years of biting her tongue, they could finally show the world what they could do. The only issue was dealing with classmates who didn't hate her. It was strange to be in a room with people without dealing with animosity. Hearing Ida begin yelling at Katsuki, she walked back into the classroom. Her friend was clearly teasing the taller boy. Katsuki had a habit of finding the most uptight person in the class and starting fights with them. Straightening, she walked down the hall, her eyes studying the amazing view given to her by the wall of windows. She wasn't nervous about having to fight, it was socializing that drove her insane. Katsuki's rabid attitude was more social than her anxiety issues. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she sighed. There was so much she had to work on. A smell like green tea caught her attention as a blonde boy bumped into her back. Jolting Izuku stumbled forward as the boy took a step back, the stack of textbooks he was holding threatening to topple to the ground. "I'm so sorry," she said, the words coming out in a rush as she hurried to help balance the stack of books. Sending her a small smile, he shook his head slightly. "It's fine," he said. Peering at her over the top of the books, he wondered what class she was in. This was the hall for Hero Corps students, so she had to be an aspiring hero, not to mention she was a first-year student like him. A charming smile spread across his face as he said, "I'm Nito Manoma, feel free to call me Manoma. I would shake your hand but I'm unable to at the moment." "I'm Izuku Midoriya, you can call me either of those," she said softly. The amused glow in his eyes didn't fade as she spoke. Just as she was about to offer to help, she heard an explosion. It was Katsuki, she knew it was. Quickly giving him a polite goodbye, she rushed to save the poor fool who'd drawn her packmate's ire. Re-entering the classroom, she didn't see the way his eyes darkened. Katsuki had his feet on the desk arguing with Ida, who seemed unable to understand the explosive boy was toying with him. Noting the new faces in the class, she felt a little happy when she saw Kaminari watching the chaos with a grin. She was glad the boy was in her class. Walking over, she stopped just in front of Katsuki, accidentally drawing Kaminari's attention to her. "Oh hey, you're the pretty girl that saved me," Kaminari said, drawing the attention of everyone in the class. Katsuki frowned at the words. Narrowing his eyes, he almost dared the boy to step closer to her. Staring at the boy, it didn't take long for Katsuki to decide that he didn't like him, not just for his stupid hair either. The nickname he'd picked for Aizawa grated on Katsuki's nerves. It sent every protective instinct he had into overdrive. He didn't want playboys around his little sister, especially when she decided to let Frost remain hidden. "And you saved me at the practical exam," the brown-haired girl said. Shrugging her shoulders, Izuku shifted uncomfortably as the two began peppering her with questions. Twitching slightly, Katsuki growled, gaining their attention. Aizawa had never been very good when she was faced with being the center of attention. "Calm the F down, you effing idiots," he snapped, taking their attention from his friend. He knew that she hated being crowded. Unaware to all of them, a short boy with grape-like hair was reaching out his hand, aiming for her unprotected backside. Both of them turned to him with arguments on their lips when Aizawa yelped. Jolting forward, she almost ran into Kaminari, her face turning bright red as snickers came from where she was standing a second ago. Kaminari stiffened as she almost completely hid behind him. It took Katsuki less than a second to figure out what happened as he looked between the girl and the perverted grin on the grape-haired boy's face. Eyes narrowing dangerously, he leaned forward, his body preparing to pounce. Stopping in place, he stared past the commotion at the man watching them from a yellow sleeping bag of all things. "You little foo dash. Popsicle," Katsuki snapped, cutting her off before she could begin her rant. Enraged golden eyes turned on him, and he flickered his eyes behind her to the man laying on the floor. Forcing herself to calm, Frost threw one last glare at the boy before taking her place behind Katsuki. While she would love to pound the little brat into the floor, she wanted to make a good impression on the teachers. Allowing Aizawa to regain her control, she decided the boy had made an enemy today. "If you're here to make friends, you're in the wrong place," Aizawa said, the warning in his voice catching them all off guard. Frost bristled, a low growl echoing through their connection. She didn't like his tone. Even though he couldn't hear it, Katsuki tensed, sensing the change in his friend. It took all his self-restraint not to look behind him to see what color her eyes were right now. Stepping out of his yellow sleeping bag, which Aizawa personally thought looked like a banana, he ordered them to change into their gym outfits. Standing slowly, Aizawa sighed. She had no idea why Frost didn't like their new teacher, but she guessed it had more to do with him showing up right after the grape kid decided to get handsy. Unlike her, Frost could be vengeful, and she doubted her other half was very happy about not being able to pound the brat into the floor or punt him out one of the many windows. Following the other girls to the locker room, she caught the scent of peaches when the tall black-haired girl from earlier brushed past her. This time, however, she was able to smell the subtle hints of cocoa that intertwined with it. Frost calmed slightly, leaving Aizawa to roll her eyes in amusement. It didn't take long for them all to change into their gym outfits. Aizawa was mostly happy to get rid of the skirt that went with the uniform. "Hey, it's Izuku, right?" the brown-haired girl from earlier asked, drawing everyone's attention. Yeah, she said softly. I'm Achiko Uraraka, she said, holding out her hand for Aizu to shake. Blinking, the green-haired girl shook her hand. The introduction somehow opened a floodgate as the girls all scrambled to introduce themselves to each other. Keeping a hold on Aizu's hand, Uraraka pulled the smaller girl into the group with a smile. Katsuki growled at nearly everyone that came close to him, the glare on his face tightening even more as he stomped his way over to the grape-haired insect that had dared to touch his sister. As if sensing him coming, the boy paled considerably. Shuffling from side to side, he looked for somewhere to hide. Seeing Kaminari, the boy hid behind him, redirecting just a little of Katsuki's rage to the other blonde. If either of you ever touches her, I'll break every bone in your FING body before turning you into shrapnel, he threatened. Kaminari winced, trying to step back as the grape-haired boy shoved him forward. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Katsuki turned his head with a growl. Red eyes filled with apprehension and concern stared back at him. It caused him to pause. The red-haired boy simply stared at him for a long moment. The hand on his shoulder felt warm, and for a second it caused him to relax. His instincts were telling him that this boy was the same as Frost and Aizu. Plus, he was good to look at, so that was something he liked. I think they get the message, the redhead said. Unable to hide the smirk creeping across his face, Katsuki moved away from the two pale boys. Subtly running his eyes over the redhead's chest, he offered his hand. Katsuki Bakugo, he said. It took everything in him not to let out a purring growl when the boy grinned at him. Ijiro Kirishima, he said. Taking the blonde's hand, he didn't notice the intensity in the boy's gaze or the two shuffling out of the boy's line of sight. Walking away, he pulled on his shirt before motioning to the door, asking, "Ready to go then, Bakugo?" Nodding, he walked out the door, feeling the boy fall into step behind him. Izuku was waiting outside the locker room, trying to tie her hair back. Amusement lit up his eyes as he snatched the hairband from her hand before quickly braiding her hair. The girl sighed in relief. Touching her hair, she sent him a small smile. Her eyes were already filled with exhaustion. Deep in his mind, he knew her issues with making friends was his fault. The other kids they grew up with had only followed his lead in abusing her. Even if he'd stopped, it had already been too late to change anything. Seeing her here trying to make friends without allowing herself to run away made him hate his 4-year-old self. Smiling, he patted her head. There was no way he would let her know how he actually felt. Hearing the boy behind him shift, he turned his head, pinning the redhead with his gaze. The boy froze, staring between the two in front of him. Turning back to Izuku, he pointed at the boy. "Aizu, this is Kirishima," he said. Izuku blinked, glancing at Kirishima as he scratched the back of his neck nervously. Katsuki had called him by name. Her packmate didn't do that unless a person impressed him or he was fond of them. She had to wonder which of the two this boy fell under. Shrugging, she decided it didn't matter. If Katsuki trusted him, then she would too. "Nice to meet you, Kirishima," she said. Offering him her hand, she sent him a calming smile. The boy grinned at her. Katsuki felt his lips twitch upward as he led the two away from the locker rooms. He wanted to know what their new teacher had in store for them. The fact the man had managed to enter the classroom so quietly that not even Frost had noticed worried him. It meant the man was a stealth hero, someone that Izuku hadn't studied. Frost was impatient. Her entire form was tense as she paced Izuku's mindscape. She knew who their teacher was, and she was worried. Eraserhead, the man who could erase quirks. They had two, and while it wouldn't be so bad if one for all was erased for a moment, she was an integral part of who Izuku was. She was connected to everyone they'd claimed as pack. If she was erased, it wouldn't be pretty. Even now, just within range of smelling that man, she wanted to either attack or run away. Izuku was nervous too, even if Bakugo's new pet was distracting her. Huffing, she stopped pacing. Standing still, she let her form ripple until she was standing as a human instead of a wolf. She would not allow that man to erase her. She would never leave Aizu. If he tried, then she would tear him apart. "Are you okay?" Aizu asked softly. The words caused Frost to growl. No, she wasn't okay. Sealing away her emotions from Aizu, she forced herself to calm down. Taking out her anger on her other half wouldn't help either of them. When Frost didn't answer, Aizu frowned. She was worried about Frost. The other girl hadn't been the same since their teacher arrived earlier. Frost had never been this angry before and it worried her. Even with her closing off part of their connection, she could tell her other half was afraid. Still, there was nothing she could do to make Frost feel safe. She wasn't strong enough for that. Feeling Katsuki pat her shoulder, she came back to reality as their teacher called the class to attention. The makeshift obstacle course they were standing on made her feel slightly lost. Staying close to him, she felt Kirishima step into place on her other side. Here's how this is going to go. You'll all do the tests and the one who gets the lowest score will be expelled from the hero course, their teacher stated. The outraged shouts that followed his announcement contrasted with the vicious glee that lit up Katsuki's face. He loved a challenge and their teacher had just issued one that made his whole body ache with anticipation. Some like Kaminari and the grape-haired boy paled. Tapping her finger against her arm, Momo narrowed her eyes. This was obviously some kind of incentive for them to work harder. Surely UA wouldn't employ a teacher who would expel a student on the first day. Catching Todoroki's eyes from where she was standing, she followed his gaze to the shaking Bakugo. For a moment she thought it was fear until the girl beside him rolled her eyes. "Bring it the hell on, I'll ace every test you throw at me," Katsuki shouted, drawing the attention of everyone in the class. Stepping forward, he met their teacher's unimpressed stare with his own. There was no way he would back down when he was so close. He would win and be the best. Izuku smiled, the tension in her shoulders falling away as she watched her packmate accept the challenge their teacher had thrown at them with open arms. Reaching out to her other half, she asked, "Do you want to help with the tests?" "Not really," Frost said. She didn't want anything to do with their teacher. "Lazy," Izu teased as she followed Katsuki to the first test. "Izu, if you let me out right now, I'll commit murder," Frost said. "Right?" Izuku whispered. Letting the matter drop, she turned her attention to the trials in front of her. Without Frost to control one, for all she had to do it herself. The next 2 hours were filled with her having to constantly make sure she didn't go over her limit while also staying ahead of some of the others. Every so often she'd feel eyes glaring into her back. Ignoring everyone completely, she focused on passing these tests. She wouldn't fall behind the others. Crashing down to the ground after the long jump, she panted, her eyes closing for a moment. Feeling something cold touch her nose, she jolted, her eyes shooting open. Kaminari grinned down at her as he shook the cold water bottle in her face. Returning his grin with a small smile, she took the water bottle and let him pull her out of the way. Sitting beside him, she waited for the others to finish as she emptied the water bottle. Aizawa ran his eyes over the students in his class. Most of them had potential, and from what he'd read of their files before class, they all had the grades academically to at least enter the general studies course if he expelled them. Most of the students didn't realize the little loophole in his speech. They were all so focused on becoming heroes they didn't realize he said the course and not the school. Even if he expelled them here, they would only fall to the general studies and have to work their way back up. There were some who he found himself unable to even think of expelling. Katsuki Bakugo, despite the foul temper and attitude, was clearly talented. His quirk would be useful for fights but not so much for rescue operations. The boy would have to curb his temper if he even hoped of advancing in his chosen career. No one would trust him when all he did was growl at people. The 2 recommendation students were also safe from expulsion. Endeavor would burn down the school, literally, if his son didn't get in, and Momo Yaoyorozo quirk had too many uses. Both had unbelievable potential, and even Tenya Ida didn't compare to the multitude of uses the 2 brought to the table. In all honesty, most of this class had the potential to be great heroes. Except for 2. Minetta's quirk wasn't very useful unless he became an infiltration hero, and his longing for fame wasn't something Aizawa was willing to indulge for too long. Plus, if what he'd seen during his time spying on his class was brought into effect, the boy was a complete pervert. The other was more complicated. Despite how well Izuku Midoriya did on the practical, her quirk still caused self-harm. He wasn't willing to stand by and watch his students throw themselves into a fire without caring if they got burnt. Recklessness got heroes killed. He didn't want to watch his students die. No, both Mineta and Midoriya would be expelled today. The girl could drop into the general studies class and have time to master her quirk. The only issue was how well she was doing today. Unless he baited her into doing something foolish, he couldn't see a way to make her drop this course. Pushing his hair back from his face, he told the students to lie up for the final test. He would cut his hair, but if he did, his lover would kill him. Watching the girl come to a stop beside Bakugo, he tossed the softball in his hands to the blonde boy. Katsuki raised an eyebrow as he caught the tossed ball. Stalking forward, he listened to their teacher explain the test with only half his attention. The only important part was how far his quirk could make the ball fly. Using full power, it would go pretty far, but he didn't want to risk messing up his arms so early in the year. So about 90% should be enough. Watching Katsuki scream die at the top of his lungs, Aizu couldn't hide an exasperated sigh while Frost began laughing. Most of the class simply watched him in shock as the ball vanished into the atmosphere. The expression of pride on her packmate's face did nothing to hide his annoyance at not being able to use his full power. His arms just wouldn't hold up against the kind of strain it would require, especially not since he'd used his quirk almost constantly today during the other tests. "I think your friend might be insane," Kaminari whispered as he leaned closer to her. Scoffing, she quietly thought he had no idea. Katsuki was a battle fanatic, a show-off, and most importantly an attention-getter. He loved proving he was better than anyone else. This was just him announcing he was aiming to be the best in the class. Sending Kaminari a smile, she watched as the rest of their class take their turns. As Katsuki shifted beside her when Uraraka got an infinite score. He couldn't hide the interest in his eyes when he watched the brunette return to the group. Stalking forward to take her turn, she closed her eyes, letting Frost take over. Looking down at the softball in her hand, Frost smirked, time to see if she was better than her packmate at something. Pulling back her arm, she threw. Her eyes stuttered to green as the ball left her hand. He'd always been worried about how docile Izuku was compared to her other half. As her brother, it was always his job to look out for her, even if he'd forgotten that for a while. Frost he'd never worried about because of her ferocity, it almost matched his, but Izuku was different. While he could argue with Frost all day long and the girl wouldn't back down, Aizawa would. She wasn't very good at conflict, usually relying on Frost to fight her battles. That's why the hollow feeling in his chest hurt so much right now. When Frost had claimed him as pack, she'd made a connection between them that couldn't be severed, but it was gone. Even if only for an instant, and it hurt. Seeing Aizu fall to her knees gasping, he snarled, the sound echoing around him in the sudden silence. The only thing holding him back was the look in her eyes. Sure, he'd seen Izuku mad before, but it was always golden eyes that glared. Frost was the one who thrived in aggressive situations, not Izuku. So then why was the look in her eyes so similar to her other half? "Deku, stop ignoring me already," he shouted. Banging on her door, he frowned. His mom had sent him to get her for dinner. Pouting, although he would never admit it, he pushed down his worry. Rocking on his feet, the 6-year-old knocked on her door again. Narrowing his eyes, the boy opened the door without caring what state she would be in. He was hungry. Deku was standing near her open window, staring out at the street below as if she'd never seen it before now. Sneering, he stalked forward, his hand reaching for her shoulder when she turned. Golden eyes stared back at him with a fury that she'd never had. Stumbling back, he didn't even realize he was moving until his back hit the door, causing it to slam shut. Jolting, he barely had time to blink before her hand was curled around his collar. Snarling, Frost ignored Aiza's pleas for her to stand down in favor of keeping him pinned to the door. He'd hurt her every day. He'd treated Aizu like she was nothing. The rage she felt was visible in her golden eyes. "Where's Deku?" he snapped as his fear turned to anger. Grabbing her wrist with his hand, he glared at her, unwilling to look away. He was worried. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he cared about her Aizu. Katsuki Bakugo cared about Izuku Midoriya, she could see it in his eyes. Releasing him, she covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Still holding onto her hand, he stared at her before realizing that he was being laughed at. Snarling, he lunged at her. Without her paying attention, it was easy to tackle the girl to the ground. A surprised yelp left her lips. Landing roughly on the floor, she blinked. The rage-filled eye glowing down at her caused her other half to flinch back, but Frost only smirked. Gripping his shoulders, she flipped them over her fist, flying down at his face. Frost was the wild one who charged forward, and Aizu was the one who made every day brighter. So then why did she look so much like her other half? Shifting slightly, Katsuki didn't realize he was backing away until he'd put the two-colored boy in front of him like a shield. The confused expression on Half and Half's face did nothing to make his mood better. He wasn't a coward, but being around his mother had given him a healthy respect for scary females. Izuku felt hollow, like a part of her was gone. Clenching her hands, she knew what was missing, her other half. Barely noting her teacher's eyes widen in shock, she moved without thinking. Aizawa had been teaching a long time. As such, he'd dealt with angry students. The small hand that wrapped around his collar was unexpected, and it made him realize his quirk was still active. Wildfire green eyes glared at him with such hate that he almost forgot she was a child. "Give her back, Erasure," she hissed. It was hot hate that kept her there. Even despite the fear she felt at the moment. All the emotions she hadn't felt since she was 6 came rushing back, everything that Frost had kept her from feeling. The anger was so much that she felt like she was burning. Pain and hate intertwining so vividly that it took her breath away. Was this what Frost dealt with every day? Her other half had always kept the negative side of their emotions at bay. A dam so that she didn't have to feel it. Tisser. A mental quirk then. Most likely something like Tokoyami's. That meant she had two and he erased the wrong one. A mistake he would never apologize for. Closing his eyes, Aizawa deactivated his quirk and was surprised when he felt a foot stomp down on his own. Twitching, he ignored the girl completely as she stalked past him to stand beside her blonde friend. Just this once he would allow that because he was the one to mess up. He would talk to her after class. Pointedly, he hoped that news of this wouldn't reach his lover. As embarrassing as it was to have his foot stomped on by a little girl, he knew it would be worse once his loudmouth boyfriend learned of this. Liquid gold was the color of her eyes, and Katsuki felt more relieved than he ever had, especially since the hollow feeling was gone. Frost may be annoying, but she was still his sister. Crossing her arms, the girl showed disinterest despite the fact he could see lingering fear in her eyes. What he didn't know was that she wasn't afraid of Aizawa, not anymore. She was afraid of what Aizu would say now that she knew the truth. She'd been hiding every negative emotion they felt from her other half. All the pain and anger was buried behind a wall that had broken down when she'd been erased for a moment. Although Aizu hadn't said anything, she knew it was only a matter of time until her other half brought it up. Frost didn't want Aizu to hate her. The testing was over quickly, but Frost never let her other half take back control, and Aizu was all too happy to let her take the reins. Staying near Katsuki, Frost ignored almost everyone else. Although she did send small smiles to Kaminari when the boy decided to try and cheer her up. He still reminded her of a puppy, and at that moment she decided that he would become Pack. Once she let Aizu tell the others about her, right now she would watch and learn. They would most likely think her eyes were the product of using her quirk. "You all pass and no one gets expelled," Aizawa announced. He was just done for today. Going home to cuddle with his cats was now his top priority, even if one of them was a blonde human. Frost sighed, her eyes closing in relief even as her classmates broke into cheers. She was glad they weren't going to be expelled from the class. Feeling Katsuki's hand squeeze her shoulder, she resisted the urge to sigh. "I'm all right," she said, opening her eyes. Nodding, the blonde released her and returned his attention to Kirishima. She really was all right, but Mineta wouldn't be if he kept watching her like that. Narrowing her eyes at the boy, she wondered if their teacher would notice a flying grape-haired brat if she kicked him. As if sensing her intentions, the boy paled and moved slightly away from her. "Midoriya, stay behind," Aizawa ordered when his class began heading toward the locker rooms. Stiffening, Frost turned slowly, barely holding back a growl when she met his eyes. Unlike before when she'd looked at him, instead of irritation there was intrigue. Tilting his head, he smirked, saying, "You have two quirks just like Todoroki. I'm taking a guess that one of them is mental. Probably a split personality too, if those eyes are any clue." "Yes," she said, simply ignoring the way Aizu tensed. She would not back down. Tilting her head, she stared into his eyes without hesitation. "Work on controlling your strength. If I see another broken arm, I'll expel you from this class," he stated. It was a warning and an apology. Nodding slowly, she walked away from him. It didn't take her long to get changed into her uniform. Cursing the skirt once again, she walked to the gate to wait for Katsuki. All she wanted to do now was go home, curl up, and sleep. Reaching out for Aizu, she frowned when she felt the confusion from her other half. They would have to talk about everything tonight. Popsicle, where's Aizu? Katsuki asked. Stopping beside her, he waited for an answer. When she looked away from him, he growled. He hated being ignored. Especially by her. She's hiding, Frost said. Glancing at him, she noted the worry in his eyes. Scoffing, he began walking. Staying beside him, she didn't bother to try starting a conversation. She wasn't in the mood to start an argument with him. Not when she didn't know if Aizu would forgive her or not. Do you remember the day we met? Katsuki asked suddenly. Clenching her fist, Frost frowned slightly. Of course, she did. So did her mother. They'd destroyed Aizu's room. Please don't bring that up, she said, a whining tone to her voice. They'd had to clean the entire house after their fight, and her mother had grounded her for a week. It wasn't that bad, he said. Twitching, she struggled not to punch him. You threatened me, she said. They both knew she was trying to guilt trip him. Rolling his eyes, he ruffled her hair. We threatened each other, he said. When she growled at him, he smirked, saying, Besides, you hated me. I hated how you treated Aizu, she corrected. Even then she hadn't hated him. Katsuki was special to her and Aizu. He was their best friend, the only person in the world she trusted with her other half. As much as they fought, she would never hate him. Stopping, Katsuki frowned. How he treated Aizu. He'd been a bully and a jerk. Aizu had been alone and quirkless, but he'd never stepped in to help her. She'd needed him and he'd left her behind. Hell, he'd helped them hurt her. After all these years, he knew he didn't deserve the trust they placed in him. Aizu had never been angry with him, ever, but he would never forgive himself for hurting her. I never apologized for that, did I? He asked. Frost froze. If he started talking about feelings, she would punch him. She wasn't good at emotions. Raising his head, Katsuki smiled, saying, I won't apologize until I've made up for everything. Kaken. Stumbling, Katsuki caught her on instinct. Hugging him tightly, Izuku bit her lip. Hearing Frost sigh in her mind, she tightened her grip. She never blamed him. They were kids and all children made mistakes. She just wished he'd stop blaming himself. Feeling his hand brush through her hair, she closed her eyes. He could hear her whispering that it was all right, but he couldn't believe her. There was so much that he had to make up for. Frost looked away. Letting Aizu take care of Katsuki, she cut herself off from the world outside Aizu's mind. Stalking through the dense trees, she paused at the opposite edge to Izuku's domain. She tried so hard to never let Izuku feel any pain. When she was first created, Aizu had been in so much pain that she was suffering every single day. She'd stopped that and took it all away without her other half knowing. This was what she was supposed to do. She would suffer for years to keep Aizu safe, but she'd failed. Aizu had felt everything she was hiding from her. The pain, hate, and anger. Kneeling, Frost touched the dark cellar door. It looked so out of place, hidden by the trees and fallen leaves. The silver lock was untouched. Even without her, the defenses on Aizu's mind had been held in place. Narrowing her eyes, she stood. That memory would never escape. She would burn the entire world to ashes before she allowed Izuku to see what she'd hidden. It would break her. Turning on her heel, she walked away from the trees behind her, shifting to conceal the door once again. Switching to her wolf form, she lay down slowly, her exhaustion finally catching up with her. Watching the leaves drift in the wind, she closed her eyes slowly. She still had a few hours until Izuku arrived. Turning off the light to her room, Izuku looked out the window. Bright stars lit up the sky above her. Today was nice and she liked her classmates. She could even learn to tolerate Mineta, as long as he stayed away from her. Laying down slowly, she closed her eyes. The sensation of falling captured her senses before she was landing in a field of flowers. Standing slowly, she glanced around. She didn't see Frost anywhere. Izuku had always known that Frost was keeping things from her. She'd never entered the forest that served as her other half's domain, but now standing at its edge, she could feel the pain radiating from it. Taking a step inside, she felt like crying. Frost felt this every day and never complained. How could she feel this and say nothing? Crying out, Izuku stumbled forward. Her heart was being torn apart. Cold hands touched her shoulders, pulling her away from the trees. Gasping, she leaned back, her fingers clenching the fabric of her shirt as she struggled to breathe. Sinking to her knees, she didn't notice the gentle fingers running through her hair or the humming she could hear in her ear. A frown marred Frost's face as she held her other half tightly. Sending a cold glare to the forest, she wasn't surprised when the forest shivered and drew back a little. "What were you thinking?" she asked. It was a question for both Aizu and their emotions. The shadows between the trees sank back, leaving the two of them in peace as she nuzzled her face against Aizu's neck. "You feel like that every day," Aizu whispered. Tensing, Frost shook her head but didn't disagree. Anything to protect her, she would do anything to keep Izuku from feeling pain. Closing her eyes, Frost whined slowly. She could feel Aizu shaking and knew the girl was crying. Instead of allowing herself to fall apart, Izuku twisted in her other half's arms. Narrowing her burning eyes, she said, "Let me take some of it." "No," Frost stated. The quickness of the word almost gave Izuku whiplash. "Why not?" she asked. Frost had never denied her anything. Her quirk had always given her what she wanted. "I will protect you," she said, her golden eyes closing. Even if Izuku didn't understand why she would do this. "It's my pain too," Aizu said. Reaching out, she gripped Frost's arms, a small smile on her face. She shouldn't have to do this alone. Pulling her close, she whispered, "Frost, you don't have to do this alone. You've been protecting me all this time, let me help. Please, I don't want you to hurt anyone. I can handle it." Returning the hug, Frost said nothing. There were some things that Aizu wouldn't be able to handle, and this was one of them. She kept the pain hidden for a reason, and letting Izuku feel even a little bit of it was not something she was willing to allow ever again. Humming softly, Frost ran her fingers through the other girl's hair. She didn't let go until she was sure that Aizu was asleep. Keeping her eyes on the trees, she didn't get much sleep that night. Katsuki knew something was wrong between the two when Aizu was pouting the next day during class. As a personal rule, she never allowed her emotions to show so blatantly on her face. For her to do so told him that she and Frost were having issues. Letting his lips twitch into a frown, he turned his attention back to the front. After spending an entire day doing ordinary classes, he was glad to know their next class would be practical. Maybe a physical lesson would allow the two to work out some frustration. If he got to fight against Frost, then he'd be happy. Watching the door slam open and All Might enter with a shout, he rolled his eyes. Knowing about One for All really took the amazement out of the man's entrances. Although in contrast, the knowledge the man was dating his aunt made it a lot more fun to play around with him. Especially since Aunt Inko couldn't scold him during school hours. Picking up her costume case, Aizu allowed Frost to take over. It wasn't as if she would be needed for this anyway. Compared to her other half, she was useless during a fight. The thought made her frown. Frost was the one handling the pain she didn't even know about. Why couldn't she do anything to help? Weren't they supposed to help each other? Katsuki smirked when he noted the golden eyes running over their assembled classmates. It seemed like Aizu designed her costume with Frost in mind too, if the dark color scheme was anything to go by. She'd always looked good in black. Blinking away the thought, he returned his attention to All Might to see the man analyzing her just as he had been. Picking at the dark green fingerless gloves on her hands, Frost sent Mineta a wordless warning when he managed to get too close to her. Paling, likely remembering the last time her eyes were gold, he returned his attention to someone less likely to punt him across a track field. She'd wanted her costume to be loose, but it seemed the design team had decided that clingy was the way to go. At least they'd gotten the weapon right. She would have rather the entire outfit be black, not only the pants and vest, but she supposed Aizu had to have some design input. "We are not a stealth hero, all your clothing doesn't have to be black," Aizu cut in. The irritation in her voice was easy to hear, and despite herself, Frost felt her hackles rising. She knew the anger in Aizu was caused by her and her refusal to allow her other half to take on any of their negative emotions. "Yes, it does," she said, barely holding back her snap. She hated when Aizu was mad at her, but she wouldn't apologize for protecting her. No it doesn't, Aizu argued. Biting her lip, Frost held back a snarl. Instead of allowing her anger at being challenged to overwhelm her, she stayed calm. Look, you got your green gloves and blue top, you could have at least let me have the boots, she said. She would be the one fighting anyway. Unless Aizu suddenly gained an aptitude for martial arts, she would be the one on the battlefield. A wave of pure annoyance washed over her and she blinked. Was this really affecting Aizu that much? Just pay attention, class is about to start, Izuku snapped. Turning her attention back to their teacher, Frost sighed. She hated fighting with Aizu. Bakugo's team are the villains and Midoriya's team are the heroes, All Might announced as all the others turned to look at them. Katsuki and Ito were going to fight against Uraraka and Frost. All Might narrowed his eyes as the two stared each other down. He doubted either of them actually cared about the objective of this training when they could fight each other. They were way too similar to each other to give away a chance to play. Playing with the zipper of her black vest, Frost kept her face blank. It was her against Katsuki, something All Might was currently frowning about. All four of them knew that once the fighting started there was no way the building would stay in one piece. Tapping her dark green boot-clad feet against the ground, she raised a challenging eyebrow as their classmates backed away from the murderous intent emanating from her blonde packmate. Feeling exasperation from Aizu, she tilted her head. This was going to be fun. Uraraka shifted as she watched her partner and opponent smirk at one another. Standing behind the emerald-haired girl, she noticed the golden wings on the back of her black vest. It was the same as her jacket from the entrance exam. It reminded her of the moment this girl saved her and caused her to feel warm. Smiling slightly, she shrugged when Ida sent her a strange look. She didn't think that Midoriya would let her get hurt here even if her partner was rolling in battle lust. I said start fighting once the exercise started, not before, All Might scolded. Laying a hand on each of their shoulders, he kept them from attacking one another. Pouting, Frost allowed him to push her back toward Uraraka. Watching Katsuki vanish into the training building, she didn't even glance over as All Might led their classmates to the waiting area. So you know Bakugo then? Uraraka asked once they were alone. Frost raised an eyebrow but nodded slowly. During middle school, she hadn't actually interacted with most of their classmates. Feeling slightly uneasy, she bit her lip. It's okay to talk to her, Aizu said. She was still mad about Frost's refusal to allow her to help, but she knew that this was a big moment for her other half. Putting aside her anger for Frost was something she could do right now. That did not, however, mean she would be letting this go for good. They would be talking about this later. We've known each other our whole lives, our parents went to school together, Frost said. Seeing understanding light up the other girl's eyes, she assumed the girl would ignore her now. Instead, Uraraka leaned toward her. Why do your eyes turn gold? She asked. Frost shifted in discomfort but didn't back away. Quirk side effect, she said. Nodding, the brunette moved back, a wide smile on her face. Well, I think it's pretty, she said. Eyes widening, Frost looked away as her face heated up. How did Aizu talk to people all day? Falling into silence, the two girls waited for the exercise to start. Frost knew that Katsuki would come for her first, mainly since she'd challenged him earlier. Stealing a glance at the brunette, Frost frowned slightly. The girl would be in her way when she fought. Ignoring the disappointing feeling she got from Aizu, Frost turned away again. Hearing the timer to start, both girls entered the building. The dark hallway was way too quiet, and Frost could almost feel the anxiety coming from her partner. She didn't hear Katsuki coming toward her, but she knew he would find her or that he was already on his way. To ensure that their fight didn't damage the objective, he would send his partner to one of the above floors where the pseudo-bomb would be safe. Alright, Katsuki will be coming for me, so when he does, sneak past and search the higher floors, Frost ordered. Seeing Uraraka nod, she led the girl up the steps to the second floor. They'd barely gotten 2 feet in before something rolled toward them. The light pink ball impacted her feet before exploding in a puff of smoke. All she could smell was cotton candy. Eye twitching, she resisted the urge to curse as her advantage was taken away. Hearing Uraraka cough beside her, she gritted her teeth. He would pay for this. She wouldn't be able to get the smell out of her hair for a week. Seeing a flash of yellow, she stiffened. Taking a step toward him, she smirked. Uraraka, Aizawa screamed. If Katsuki attacked, then the brunette would get hurt. Letting a curse fall from her lips, Frost switched targets. Grabbing the choking brunette by the collar, she activated One for All. Jumping out of the way, she held the other girl tightly as the ground where they'd been standing exploded. Katsuki raised an eyebrow as he waved away the smoke created from both his presumptive attack and his explosion. Frost snarled, kneeling in front of Uraraka as the girl blinked in surprise. It was amusing to him how protective she was acting about her partner. As much as she claimed not to care, it was in her nature to protect those around her. Seeing her reach for the metal weapon attached to her black pants, he lunged. "Go!" Frost ordered, snapping Uraraka out of her shock. Sidestepping his punch, she unhooked the rod from her pants before pressing a button. As the staff extended, she used it to knock his hand to the side and redirect his explosion to the wall instead of herself. Hearing Uraraka run off, she sighed in relief. "Should have let the extra take the hit," he said. The coldness of the statement shaking her for a moment as she backed away. In a way, he was right. Letting Uraraka take the attack would have been the perfect distraction to attack him. But she wasn't about to start sacrificing her teammates just to get a hit in. Uraraka had trusted her and she couldn't let the girl get hurt for it. Narrowing her eyes, she tilted her head back, causing him to smirk. Dancing away from him, she avoided the explosion he sent in her direction before twisting out of his way and slamming her staff into his shoulder. This one was made out of tungsten, meaning his explosions couldn't damage it. To say she'd learned her lesson after he broke 6 of them was an understatement. Left, a jump, then an explosion to put distance, Izuku predicted. Smirking, Frost lunged as Katsuki took a step to the left. Seeing her actions, he matched her expression. Both of them knew what the other would do, so fighting like this would be more of a chore than anything else. Still, neither of them was willing to give up without a fight. Plus, this was fun, and they didn't have to hold back. That was a lie. Katsuki would always hold back when it came to fighting against Izuku. Even if he knew it was Frost in control of her body. It would be Izuku who got hurt. Gritting his teeth, he stumbled back when her staff impacted his chest. The fire-filled look on her face was enough to make him smirk. Deciding to put aside his fears about hurting her, he lashed out, sending an explosion toward her face. Kaminari winced as he watched the two fight. Reconciling the fact they were supposed to be friends with their viciousness in battle was hard. He was worried for Izuku, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the girl fighting wasn't actually Izuku. The golden eyes, narrowed in such frustration, were nothing like the soft ones he'd seen on her earlier. He would not, however, admit his surprise or suspicions. "They do know this is training, right?" Mineta whined. The complaint causing an almost unanimous eye roll. No one wanted to agree with the annoying boy, but they all did on some level. Crossing her arms, Momo frowned slightly. While true it was supposed to be practice, the level these two showed let them know not to underestimate either of them. Not only were they good at battle, but the smiles showed they were enjoying themselves. She already knew that despite her versatile quirk, she wouldn't stand a chance against them at a physical battle. Someone like her was nothing but a burden if caught in a fight like this. Tightening the grip she had on her arms, she frowned slightly. It was all too much for her to think about at this moment. "I doubt they care very much," Tokoyami said. "They're stupid," Dark Shadow commented. Kaminari raised an eyebrow, his instincts trying to tell him something. Frowning, he bit his lip as the windows on the right side of the building exploded. He had to wonder how Tokoyami dealt with having another personality when he had only one body. Dual personality quirks weren't that common, but they were always shown on the outside somehow. "Two," he whispered, realization sparking in his eyes. Gold and green, 2 every different eye colors for 2 personalities. Or 2 different people. The anger she held for Aizawa during the quirk assessment test suddenly made sense if he erased her other personality. Knowing this, he had to wonder which one of them had chosen to save him that day, or did they both? No, it didn't really matter. She'd helped him, so he would keep her secret until she was ready to tell everyone. All Might clenched his teeth when Frost knocked Katsuki's gauntlet upward. The explosion tearing through the ceiling above them and continuing. He was going to lecture the two about recklessness later, but for now, the heroes' team had won. Announcing it, he moved toward the door. He had 2 little children to scold for their behavior, Not that either of them cared very much to listen to him. They would listen to Inko once he told her how they destroyed almost an entire building. Would enjoy seeing them get in trouble. Frost sighed, reaching up to touch the burned skin of her arm as Katsuki leaned against the wall beside her. She might have won, but they'd almost completely destroyed the building. Something that she knew All Might was going to lecture them for. Wincing at the pain, she frowned slightly. During their battle, he'd pulled his punches. He redirected his attacks on purpose so he wouldn't hurt Izuku more than necessary. His loyalty to her other half was impressive, especially since she knew that once upon a time he wouldn't have even cared a little bit about her. "You held back," she said. The words sounding childish even to her, but she wanted a fight that would be challenging. When he simply grunted and motioned toward the stairs, she rolled her eyes. He never did like admitting when he held back. Their partners were chatting as they descended, mainly with Ida complimenting Uraraka. Katsuki pushed away from the wall as All Might came into view. Destruction was supposed to be kept to a minimum, he scolded. He knew that neither of them cared, and that showed when Katsuki shrugged before moving toward the exit. Rubbing his forehead, the man sent Frost an annoyed glance. Grinning at him without regret, the girl walked to Uraraka's side. "I see you managed to touch the bomb," Frost said. The wide smile that crossed the other girl's face was mildly amusing. It was nice being able to interact with her classmates for once. Although it would be better if they knew it was her instead of Aizu. Following All Might back to the viewing area, Frost paled a little when Kaminari slung his arm over her shoulders. Not even the annoying glare Katsuki sent the boys' way caused him to release her. She'd never had her personal space invaded like this, and it felt weird. Not in a bad way, it was almost warm. Kaminari himself felt warm like a heater. Confused, she sent a glance to Katsuki, who tilted his head in her direction before shrugging and turning his attention to their teacher. "Well, that was no help at all." "Having fun?" Aizu asked, the teasing tone causing her other half to roll her eyes. They both knew how uncomfortable this made her. Watching the next team enter an undestroyed building, she leaned against Kaminari's side slightly. "Not really, you want to be in control?" she asked. Being this close to another person who wasn't Katsuki was weird. Very weird, but it didn't feel bad, just strange. "Sure," she said. Kaminari knew the instant the girl in his hold changed. Discreetly watching her face, he noticed her eyes change from gold to green, her face soften, and her body relaxes from its battle-ready stance. Smiling softly, he turned his attention back to the monitor. He mentally congratulated himself for learning the truth before his eyes widened slightly. The entire building and hallway were frozen solid. Aizu gasped, her own eyes glued to the screen as Todoroki walked through the iced-over building like it was completely normal. He was definitely strong, much stronger than she'd thought he was. From the growl, Katsuki let out he was either looking forward to fighting him or just surprised that someone that strong was in their class. She honestly thought it was the former, just from how much he loved fighting. He would also love to prove that he was the strongest student in their class. The only thing she could see was the saddened look in his mismatched eyes. Todoroki seemed truly sad at the moment, and she wondered why. It reminded her of the looks she would see in the mirror during middle school. Looking away from him, she watched Katsuki clench his fists. She could almost feel the battle lust oozing off his body. Rolling her eyes, she knew he would have pent-up aggression for the next few hours. "Are you still mad at me?" Frost asked, the insecurity in her voice drawing Aizu's attention. In truth, she hadn't actually been angry in the first place. Annoyed and a little bit sad, but never angry. She would never be angry with Frost. Although she did wish her other half would trust her. "I was never mad, Frost, just disappointed," she said. The pang of annoyance she felt coming from Frost was amusing. "Now you sound like our mom," Frost complained. The words were enough that she bit her lip to hold back laughter. Getting to the school an hour early meant she would have time to talk to the support team about her hero costume. At least that was her plan. Unfortunately, the literal herd of reporters blocking the gate was ruining it. She now had a healthy hate for reporters. Hearing Katsuki growl beside her, she winced a little. He definitely had no respect for the media. "We could always go up," Frost said. Glancing at the top of the gate and then back at the herd of reporters, Izuku frowned. "Didn't UA have defenses against that sort of thing?" Still, she would rather brave the defenses than deal with the media? Maybe Katsuki could distract them. Flickering her eyes to Katsuki, she gave him a small nod at the questioning look. Smirking, he stepped forward, drawing the attention away from her. Giving him a thankful nod, she slipped through the crowd. Waiting beyond the gate, she smiled when Katsuki started cursing the reporters for getting in his way. Amusement shining in her eyes as he shoved forcefully through the crowd. He didn't even hesitate to growl and snarl his way through. She'd always envied his courage, if nothing else. Seeing the amused smile on her face, he rolled his eyes as he stepped into place beside her. "What?" he asked. The gruff question didn't hide his matching amusement. "The media is an important part of being a hero," she said. The scoff that left his lips caused her lips to curl into a smile. "That's why you'll hide from them," he said. The statement causing Frost to collapse into a fit of giggles. Pouting, Izuku glared at him. "I do not hide," she said. Seeing her expression, he snorted. She reminded him of a puppy when she looked like that. "Right, and I'm not a complete BSTRD," he said. The words catching her off guard for a moment. One of the passing students raised an eyebrow but scurried away when he growled in their direction. "You're not?" she asked. The mock surprised expression she gave him was completely teasing, and he knew it. Rolling his eyes, he smirked at her. "Not to the people I care about," he admitted just loud enough she could hear him. The words causing her lips to tilt into a bright smile. "True, so Kirishima, huh?" she teased quietly. Freezing for a moment, ignoring the way his face heated up, he scowled at her. "Don't you have somewhere to be?" he snapped. Grinning, she nodded and headed for the support team. Shaking his head, Katsuki entered their classroom. Meeting the twin-colored eyes of Todoroki, he suppressed the urge to shout for the other boy to fight him. He wanted to know which of them was stronger. And he hated the disinterested stare on the boy's face. Izuku had never been very social, so making friends wasn't something she was good at. As such, she couldn't see the malicious intent in Manoma's eyes when he waved to her from the door to Class 1B. The cold glow in his eyes was hidden from her as he stepped into the hallway. She was his only link to Class 1A, and he wasn't about to let her get away. The knowing glance Kendo sent at his back was nothing that he didn't expect. She didn't trust that his attention toward the green-haired girl was honorable. In truth, it wasn't. He would enter her circle of friends, and she, in turn, would tell him everything about Class 1A. Then at the sports festival, he would show her just what trusting him cost. The thought made it hard to hide the wicked smirk threatening to show on his face. He should have been in the best class. He would make their lives hell for taking his spot away. Everyone in Class 1A had to pay for getting in his way. "Midoriya, thanks for the offer of help the other day," he said, sending a charming smile toward the girl. When her face turned a lovely shade of red, he knew his plan was working. She looked away from him shyly, and Manoma could have sworn he felt shivers go down his spine. Peeking over his shoulder, he stiffened at the glare on Kendo's face. It was full of malicious intent. Quickly turning around, he made a mental note not to go near his classmate for a while. "It was no issue," she said. Reaching up to play with her hair, she heard Frost growl. "Still, it was a lovely thing to do, and I feel indebted to you, right up until I stab you in the back," he said. The unspoken second half was running through his mind as he watched her fidget nervously. How was someone so naive supposed to become a hero? It made his blood boil that she got into the elite class while he was stuck with the leftovers. "Aizu will be late," Frost said. She didn't like him or trust him. Something about him reminded her of their father, and she wasn't about to let her other half be tricked by this boy who smelled like a rat. Keeping the thoughts to herself, she watched as Aizu politely excused herself. When he showed his true colors, she would deal with him herself. Heading to support team building, Izuku didn't give herself time to think over her other half's hostile tone. There were just some people that Frost didn't like, and it looked like Manoma was one of them. Usually, she was right about people, but Izuku wanted to give them chances to prove her wrong. Knowing that Frost didn't like him, however, made her uncomfortable. She hated being in the crossfire when Frost decided to act up. Entering the building, she blinked when she was assaulted by a blur of pink. The sound of Frost growling was the only thing she could hear as she was literally dragged into a classroom. Opening her eyes, she tilted her head as the pink-haired kidnapper introduced herself. Meeting Hatsum Mei was one of the strangest experiences in her life. The pink-haired girl was energetic, almost too much so. The girl reminded her of a puppy, and Izuku was oddly amused by the way her face lit up. Still, every time the other girl came near her, Izuku was tempted to run away. It didn't help that the second she was able to, Mei started raining down questions so quickly that Izuku couldn't really keep up. Feeling slightly dizzy, she pouted as Frost began laughing at her. Knowing that the eager girl wasn't a threat was enough for the wolf as she settled in to watch Aizawa get verbally assaulted by the girl. It was entertaining to watch her other half become so flustered. Katsuki. Sitting in the classroom, he immediately wanted to leave by jumping out the window. It wasn't Kaminari flirting with Earphone Girl or the grape-haired runt mouthing off and trying to peek under Momo's skirt. It was the bright red eyes currently shinning 2 feet to his left. Kirishima smiled and his heart melted just a bit. Ikatsuki Bakugo had a crush and it was driving him insane. The urge to slam his head onto his desk until the feeling vanished was almost overwhelming. He wasn't supposed to have a crush on the cute redhead, he was supposed to beat boys away from his little sister or laugh while Frost did it for him. Deciding that he would just ignore it, he turned his head away and tried to ignore the entire world. 20 minutes remained until class started and he could forget the feeling for that long. All he had to do was keep his distance and he would be fine. Smelling raspberries, he froze when Kirishima brushed past him to talk to Tape Boy. Cursing, he shifted slightly, his eyes trained on the boy's back. He smelled like raspberries. What the hell was he supposed to do when the boy he kind of liked smelled like his favorite fruit? Cursing internally, he resisted the urge to scream as Kirishima smiled. He was as bad as Mineta. Laying his head down on the table, he tried to think of anything other than how much he liked the red color of Kirishima's eyes. He'd never noticed someone's eye color before now, especially since most people were useless. Lemons were literally his most hated fruit, and it still didn't take his mind off the male standing a few feet away. Kirishima tensed, feeling intense eyes on his back. Glancing behind him, he paled a little at the expression on Katsuki's face and tried to think of anything he'd done in the last 2 days to result in such a glare. Coming up with nothing, he shifted nervously and tried to continue his conversation with Zero. Ferrets, vile rat-like creatures. Yet looking at the way Kirishima's hair just barely touched the back of his neck, he could forget all about them. His mom's cooking that he almost choked to death on 2 days ago. Honestly, the woman was a terrible cook. It was why he cooked his own meals when he wasn't over at Aunt Inko's house. Knowing that it wouldn't work when the other boy sent him a hesitant smile, he almost felt his soul leave his body. Frost being Frost, jolting a little, he resumed his position of laying across his desk like a lifeless starfish. Why couldn't he just ignore the redhead and pretend he didn't exist as he did for almost everyone else? The smile. It was the smile that reminded him of Aizawa's when he left her at the age of 4 to go hang out with the cool kids, and the one Frost gave him after she beat him half to death the first time they met. All of them meant acceptance. Biting his lip, he resisted the urge to laugh. The first person to find out his sexuality was a hyperactive mutt with anger issues. Feeling someone slide into the seat beside him, he raised his head. Speak of the devil and she shall appear. The traumatized look on Izuku's face was only outclassed by the golden eyes shining back at him. Horror and regret were the only emotions he could see. So dash. One word and I stab you, she hissed just loud enough he could hear her. The dam holding back his laughter broke. Pouting as he laughed at her, Frost rolled her eyes. Never again would she go near Mei, well, at least not for another few weeks. She still wanted those knife sheaths on her boots, and maybe the girl wouldn't be around when she tried again. Hearing Aizawa whine, she winced a little. Mei's ranting had been amusing at first, then it turned completely personal and invasive. Did you at least ask about getting knife sheaths on your boots? He asked once he calmed down. Hearing her head impact the desk as mumbled cursed left her mouth, he chuckled. Glancing up, he made the mistake of meeting Kirishima's curious red eyes and his heart rate skyrocketed. Feeling his lips curve into a smirk, he only turned away when her elbow slammed into his side. Flinching, he sent her a glare as she stuck out her tongue to mock him. Hearing Aizawa enter the room, she tensed when his gaze landed on her. Curiosity and idle amusement glittered in his eyes. She didn't want to be the focus of his attention, especially not when she didn't have any sharp objects around. While Aizu was both slightly frightened and angry at him, Frost felt something very different. Heart-stopping terror. He'd erased her and left Aizu at the mercy of their mind and memories, something that both she and Inko thought should stay buried. Unlike her, Aizu was pure and innocent. She didn't remember the way his hands had wrapped around their neck or how much it hurt to be slammed against the wall. And if Frost had her way, the girl never would. The darkness resting in their mind would never touch her. It was something she'd promised herself the first time they'd met. She would protect Aizu from everything, including their own blood. Holding Aizawa's gaze, she dared him to say anything about the fact her eyes were gold or that she was slightly more feral than her other half. "Today we will be doing something very important," he said as he moved toward the board at the front of the class. Holding back a shiver once his gaze left her, she reached out to Aizu only to find her half asleep. "Come on, Aizu, please don't make me hang out with your classmates," she said. The complaint sounded more childish than she'd meant it to. She didn't want to be around Mineta today, or Ida for that matter. Logically, she knew he hadn't meant to scare Aizu, but emotionally she wanted to beat him into the dirt. "Go away," Aizu mumbled. Curling up in the flowers, she tried to hide away from her other half and the trees that suddenly seemed haunting. "Aizu," Frost hissed. The warning tone was enough to make Aizu open her eyes and sit up. Blinking away the sleep, she pouted. "I'm tired, and maybe this way you'll find a mate or something like you wanted," she said. Frost blinked at the sarcastic tone before wincing a little. Aizu sounded mad. Had she done something to offend her? The insecurity she'd been harboring since their minor disagreement came back to the surface like a spear running through her heart. "Are you still mad at me?" she asked. The soft vulnerability in the question caused Aizu to freeze. Flinching slightly, she frowned and thought over her words. She had sounded angry. Sighing slightly, she considered what to say before the nightmare from last night came rushing back, and she decided to go with the truth. "No, I'm just tired. Last night was horrible and Kakin wasn't there to chase away the nightmares," she said. The phantom feeling of sludge brushing against her skin caused her to shiver, and she curled up more as the flowers around her turned a sickening black. Frost snarled the sound, driving their demons back into the cages. She locked them in. Running her hand through Aizu's hair, she frowned. Why was she so weak that she couldn't protect her? Protecting Aizu was the entire reason she existed. "It was the living slime again, wasn't it?" she asked. That one moment had been her greatest failure. She was the strong one. Letting this happen made her nothing but a failure. How was she supposed to protect her if she was trapped in here when disaster decided to strike? No, materialization was the only answer, and she wouldn't let it slip through her fingers. "Sorry," Aizu whispered. She could feel the anger simmering in her other half and felt responsible. Stifling her anger, Frost sighed. "Don't ever apologize to me, it's not your fault," she said. The assurance doing nothing to help Aizu. The guilt in her heart was eating her alive. She wanted to help Frost and Kakin. He'd had it worse than her that day. The villain had held him longer than it had her. Burying her face in her hands, she whimpered. Why did she always have to be so useless? Frost frowned at the self-resentment she could feel from her other half. They could talk to Toshi about the nightmares. As a pro, he had to have some of his own, yet talking to a man they admired about something that hurt them so deeply was a horrifying thought. That left either their mom, who to be honest wouldn't know how to help, or Katsuki. He would help. Despite everything, he was still their best friend and brother. He wouldn't allow Aizu to suffer through these alone if he could help her. He gets them too, Frost said softly, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. Katsuki's nightmares were an unspoken taboo amongst the three of them. She knew he hated being weak, and they made him just that. Pulling her hands away from her face, Aizu glanced up at her other half. The fierce expression Frost wore for the world was gone, leaving behind what she was to Aizu and those she loved. A scared, lonely girl trying her best to be strong. The nightmares? Aizu asked without actually needing to. She'd helped him through enough nightmares to know that he had won almost every night. She couldn't talk to him about that. He didn't need to be reminded of his weakness. Yeah, his are probably worse though, Frost said. Seeing the guarded expression flicker across Aiza's face, she knew she'd overstepped. Drawing the girl into a hug, she stood slowly saying, "You could try talking to him about it." "Maybe," Aiza said. "She would at least think about it." Giving her other half a weak smile, Frost nodded and let her consciousness flow toward the world outside their mindscape. "Get some sleep, I'll deal with school," she said. Seeing her eyes flicker open, Katsuki tilted his head. It was only when he saw the gold he understood. For some reason, Aiza didn't want to come out and Frost wouldn't force her. Sitting up straight as Kaminari passed out paper slips, she turned her questioning eyes to Katsuki. Quickly explaining what was happening, he blinked as a wicked gleam entered her golden eyes. Looking down at the paper in her hand, Frost wrote down the one name she knew everyone would balk at, Katsuki's. Putting it in the hat Yaoyorozu had provided, she let an innocent smile grace her face that Katsuki saw through immediately. Watching her closely, he felt minutely amused as Kaminari broke her act in less than 10 seconds by draping his arm over her shoulder. Holding back a snarl, she sent him a warning look over her shoulder, one that he ignored completely. "So how's it going?" he asked. The gold told him that the aggressive half was in control, so he made sure to bare his neck. Recognizing the action for what it was, she didn't know whether to be amused or slightly insulted. On one hand, he could clearly tell that she was different than usual, but on the other he was warm. A heated pillow for her to lay on. Katsuki didn't let her cuddle nearly enough, but was that really a good enough reason to let Kaminari touch her? Sending a quick glance to Katsuki, she noticed the amusement in his gaze. Deciding to ignore it, she frowned slightly. "What do you want, Kami dash?" "Denki," he corrected. Seeing the glare she threw at him, he smiled softly, saying, "The girl who saved me gets to call me Denki." For once he wasn't trying to flirt. Not because of the blonde glaring at him either, he was honestly grateful that she helped him. For a moment it seemed she would toss him across the room and let Bakugo have what was left of him before she sighed. Leaning against him, she turned her attention to Katsuki. "Zappy stays," she said. Kaminari gaped as Katsuki began laughing. He didn't know if he should be glad for the nickname. When she looked up at him, he could see the test in her eyes. Would he stay or leave? Accept or challenge? Smirking, he ruffled her hair, causing her eyes to widen. The shock in her golden gaze was enough to make him join Katsuki in laughter. She hadn't expected him to want to be around her after she gave him the nickname. "Winner, Katsuki Bakugo with 3 votes, Yaoyorozu announced, drawing their attention. For a tense moment, no one moved. The shocked look on Katsuki's face was enough that he didn't think about very much until he caught Frost's gaze. Her entire form radiated smugness. He rolled his eyes. She wanted to play with their classmates. Shrugging, he stood and decided to ignore the eyes on him as he walked to stand beside the raven-haired girl who offered him a small smile. Scoffing, he turned his attention to the class. He wouldn't be a pawn in her game, not when there was nothing in it for him. Shifting his gaze over his classmates, he zeroed in on Ida, who was actually about to cry since he wasn't chosen. The boy was responsible enough to be the class representative, and it would annoy Frost. "No thanks, the idiot with the robot legs can have it," he said. Stalking past the shocked Yaoyorozu, he sank back down into his seat and crossed his arms, but not before he gave Frost a knowing smirk. Her pouting expression didn't fade even as Ida rushed to the front and began giving a speech about how happy he was to take the position. Annoyed that her plan for entertainment didn't work, she leaned against Kaminari's side. He wasn't mate material, she knew that. After all, whether he knew it or not, he'd already submitted to her, and she would only choose someone who was strong enough to protect Aizu. Despite his cuddly qualities, Kaminari was no protector. He was a jester though, and she would love having him in her court. Plus, anyone who could serve as a pillow was welcome. Feeling her eyes get heavy, she sighed. Closing her eyes, she barely paid attention to Ida's speech. It wasn't that important anyway. She didn't realize she was dozing until she felt Kaminari run his fingers through her hair. Hearing her let out a soft growl that sounded like a purr, Katsuki chuckled, wondering if she even knew what she was doing. Cooing, Uraraka leaned back in her chair to get a closer look, a wide smile appearing on her face. Despite her current position, Frost could still feel those around her. It was the reason she was able to catch Minetta's wrist before he could touch the hem of her skirt. Opening one eye slowly, she glanced down at him with enough hate to make him whimper. Tightening her grip, she considered breaking every bone in his arm to teach him a lesson. Sure, Aizu wouldn't approve, but Katsuki would. Midoriya, release Mineta and stay. The rest of you are dismissed for lunch, Aizawa said. Meeting the man's eyes, she considered his order. It was the gentle fingers brushing against her own that stopped her from going through with her plan. Glancing at Uraraka, she faltered at the pleading gaze directed at her from the other girl. Releasing Mineta slowly, she huffed at her, moved away from her. Too bad he couldn't stay on his side of the room and leave her alone. Feeling Kaminari ruffle her hair one last time, she pouted as her classmates filed out of the room, leaving her alone with their teacher. Sending a pulse out in their mindscape, she felt relieved when she realized Aizu was still asleep. Standing, she walked until she was only 2 feet away from him. The distrust in her eyes gaining his attention. Kaminari. Honestly, when he met Midoriya, he hadn't been thinking of anything but making it out alive. After all, as a UA student, he couldn't use his quirk to electrocute the thugs mugging him. It was a little unfair. Now, however, he could tell the difference between the Midoriya with green eyes and the one with gold. It was a little strange that he noticed first, given the fact Yaoyorozu was much smarter than him and Todoroki was more observant, but he was willing to bet that they didn't notice because they didn't care. Not in the they would let her get hurt way, but in the they don't know what to look for way. So when Bakugo pinned him with a glare and motioned for him to sit down at the table he was occupying, he didn't know what to do. He did realize that the blonde and Midoriya were a package deal since they were almost inseparable. Knowing that, he sat down slowly and wasn't very surprised when Uraraka sent him a worried look. Giving her a reassuring smile, he paled when Bakugo growled just loud enough for him to hear it. Briefly, he considered looking for Kirishima since the redhead could literally calm the devil that was his classmate, but decided not to when Bakugo rolled his eyes. You do realize she just adopted you, right? He asked. The tone of the question took his attention away from the actual words, so it took a moment for Kaminari to realize what he said. The confusion caused him to frown. I don't can dash. Frost, which is her name, since you haven't asked even after figuring it out, has just made you an unofficial member of our pack. Katsuki started cutting him off. He wasn't an idiot, and he had noticed the way Kaminari could tell the difference between his 2 sisters. It wasn't very hard to do once someone figured out the real reason her eyes changed colors. Frost, however, wouldn't care enough about the specifics to tell Kaminari how it worked, and Aizu was out of commission at the moment, so it fell to him. It was irritating to be the one cleaning up messes for a change. Watching the lightning bug mouth her name for a moment, he rolled his eyes again. Pack, Kaminari asked once he was done memorizing her name. Crossing his arms on the table, he leaned forward to hear about his favorite person. She made you family, dumbass. Now rules: 1 mandatory dinners are every other Friday. I'll text you the address. 2 you're our responsibility. If you need help, don't be a d about it. 3 never hurt Izuku. If you do, I'll kill you. Any questions? Katsuki explained, trying to be polite. All right, polite was a bit strong, but at least he hadn't cursed every other word. The stunned and slightly terrified look on the other boy's face did make him a little happier, though. Seeing red, he looked up and paled as Kirishima sat down beside Kaminari. Blinking, Katsuki growled before escaping the table to enter the lunch line, but not before he sent the redhead a taunting smirk that got a vibrant smile in return. Frost. Your dual quirk is interesting, Aizawa admitted, his eyes meeting her own. The man's red eyes glowing with interest. Twitching, Frost narrowed her eyes at him for a moment. She was still angry about him erasing her. Studying her, he smirked, asking, which one is in control right now? No, don't answer, I think I've figured it out. Midoriya has green eyes and you have gold. You're the offensive one, but what does she amount to other than a pretty little skin suit? He saw the moment she snapped since he was pushing her toward it. Stepping back, he dodged the kick she sent at his chest. Rage made her eyes liquid gold as she lunged at him like a wild animal. There was none of the refinement she'd had during her battle with Katsuki. Catching her wrist, he made no move to erase her even as she snarled at him like an animal. Even if she was a wild beast, she was his student and he would not hurt her. Frost wanted to cut him to pieces until he begged her to stop. She wasn't the heroic one. She didn't care about saving people unless they were pack. This man was nothing to her, but standing here in his hold she wanted to kill him for the threat he posed to Aizu. The memories were held back for a reason, and if he erased her again she didn't know if her bindings would hold. He would take her away from Aizu. He was her greatest fear. "I won't do it," he said softly. The steadily growing fear in her eyes made him feel slightly guilty. Freezing in his hold, she stared at him for a long moment until she nodded. Releasing her, he stepped back, giving her room to breathe. "Everyone hurts her. I won't let you tear her away from me," she warned, her liquid gold eyes never leaving his. "You're stifling her by fighting her battles," he said. The tone was one of a person who believed they were right. "I'm protecting it more than anyone has ever done besides our mom," she snapped, but did not move to attack him. Katsuki was Pac, but he didn't know what that man did. He was her brother, but she would never burden him with their demons. "And if you vanish," he asked, "would Izuku be able to fight without her?" Seeing her about to snarl, he sighed, saying, "If you're the sword, Midoriya should become the shield. Offense and defense are needed to become a hero." "Sword and shield?" she asked. Her aggression was fading slightly, but not enough that he felt he could let his guard down. "Which of you saved Uraraka in training?" he asked. From the way her eyes lit up in realization, he knew the point was made. Nodding, he turned to his desk. The silent dismissal was clear enough that she understood very well. Instead of leaving, she frowned. "My name is Frost," she said. Glancing at her, he noticed that her eyes had settled before an alarm rang out in the building. Cursing, he grabbed her shoulder, pushing her behind him as the door to the classroom opened with a bang. "Aizawa, it's horrible. Smelly reporters have broken onto campus," Mike shouted with the subtlety of a freight train. Frost, for all her emotional control, couldn't stop herself from collapsing into laughter at the annoyed expression on Aizawa's face. Holding her sides tightly, she ignored the glare he sent in her direction. Katsuki groaned, the sound causing Izuku to snicker as he contemplated slamming his head against the seat of the bus. Why did he make Ida the class rep again? Considering how the boy was now screaming for Aoyama to sit down despite the fact he was standing was not a vote in his favor. Katsuki was torn between tossing him out the window while they were moving and simply attacking him. Glancing at Aizu, he smirked when he saw her giggling. He still hadn't told her about Kaminari knowing about Frost, something he would do eventually. Although letting her find out on her own would be funny. He could imagine how upset she would be that her secret was discovered by what amounted to a Pikachu. "Your quick is a lot like All Might's, isn't it?" Azui asked, gaining Izuku's attention. For a second she almost panicked before shrugging slowly. Hearing Azui address Izuku, Kaminari frowned, his eyes taking in the way she hunched in on herself. He didn't like it at all. "Your quirk isn't very flashy," Kaminari said, taking the attention away from her. Winking in Azui's direction, he said, "Not that frogs aren't cute. Anything is better than what I have," Kirishima stated, his tone bordering on pouting. He already knew that when it came to flashy quirks he wasn't even in the running. Compared to Katsuki or even Aoyama, he wasn't even in the same league. No one would notice him if he was standing beside them. "Not true," Aizu said, her voice cutting through the thoughts plaguing him. Meeting the boy's red eyes, she smiled, saying, "Something like your quirk is amazing. It can help so many people." Watching her assure their classmate, Katsuki smirked. Kirishima's quirk would help him as a hero. As his classmates dissolved into laughter and bickering, he turned his attention to the window. Today they were supposed to be training at an off-site facility. Something that he did not like the sound of. Especially since All Might was seen on the news this morning. He doubted Toshi would have enough energy to keep up his persona during the training. Hearing Kaminari verbally attack him, he growled and allowed himself to be dragged into the conversation. The annoyance on his face setting off Frost, who began laughing so loudly she was giving Izuku a headache. Leaning back, Aizu watched Katsuki snap at the others. It was nice that he was actually having fun for once. While she could tell he didn't really care for some of their classmates, he did seem to like them enough to joke around with them. Not that some of them could tell he was joking. Todoroki tilted his head in confusion as his classmates bickered. He didn't really understand how they were having fun when this was supposed to be a school. Weren't they concerned with how their teacher would see them? Aizawa was literally only a few feet away and they were acting like children. Frowning, he looked away and locked his eyes on the girl sitting beside Bakugo. There was something strange between her and the boy. Their closeness wasn't something he'd ever seen before. It wasn't romantic. He'd known that the moment the boy didn't attack Kaminari for getting close to her. He supposed he and his siblings could have had that if not for his father, and he couldn't hide the jealousy he felt. Feeling the bus roll to a stop, he stood with the others and frowned slightly when someone was shoved into him. Frost held back a growl. She's been glaring at Kaminari before the boy had decided to distract her by shoving Zero, who accidentally shoved her. Catching the girl, he stilled when darkened golden eyes flashed up at him. Weren't her eyes green? Letting her go, he looked down at his hands in mild confusion as she exited the bus slowly. Catching sight of Kaminari hiding behind Uraraka, Frost huffed before deciding to let it go. Izuku winced as she regained control. Why did Kaminari insist on annoying Frost? She knew that he had no idea what he was truly doing, but somehow, he managed to push every button to annoy her other half. Stepping into place beside Uraraka, she smiled as the girl fawned over 13. While Aizu also thought the heroes, Quirk was amazing she had learned her lesson about drawing attention. She also didn't want to accidentally admit to having at least 4 different ways to kill the pro hero. Hearing Frost snicker, she bit her lip. Most heroes didn't appreciate her habit of analyzing them for weaknesses, although Katsuki loved it. He thought it was hilarious even if she's created ways to neutralize his quick too. Seeing Aizawa step aside to talk to the rescue hero, she frowned. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? I bet he used up his time, Frost said. The amusement in her tone causing Izuku's lips to tilt into a smirk. Toshi did have a bad habit of forgetting to check his watch. He'd used up his time while training before and pouted for an hour afterward. Uraraka tapped Izuku on the shoulder and smiled when the girl jolted. It was fun to startle the girl, especially when she zoned out. Sighing, Izuku allowed herself to be drawn into a conversation as 13 returned. Paying only half attention to the hero, she stiffened when a portal appeared. Hearing Frost snarl, she reached back, her fingers closing around the metal rod she used as a weapon. Frost knew the moment the black portal appeared that it wasn't a good thing. In fact, the slew of curses she let flow from her mouth was enough to make Izuku both blush and pale at the same time. Gritting her teeth, she snarled as her golden eyes marred Aiza's face. Hearing her classmates exclaim about villains, she scoffed. Of course, the people coming through the spooky black portal weren't villains. They were pastry chefs coming to make little cakes out of their internal organs. This is no time to be sarcastic, Aizu snapped. The panic flowing over their connection was rampant. At least I didn't say it out loud, Frost teased. Her eyes scanning the assembled villains with irritation. She could feel the tension rising in her classmates, and even Katsuki seemed to be afraid. Taking a step back, she pushed Uraraka further behind her. While she had no doubt the girl could fight, she wasn't about to take chances with prospective pack members. You are literally not helping at all, Aizu said. Her panic was bleeding through their connection and making it hard to focus. Taking a deep breath, Frost glanced at Katsuki, who was sticking close to Kirishima. The excitement on his face didn't mask the fear. What, you want me to punch Mr. Hand F each in the face for you? She asked, turning her attention to the blue-haired man with a hand attached to his face. Frost waited for her other half to process the statement. Izuku paused. She had a feeling that the man had made very bad choices in life, especially his outfit design. Deciding to ignore it, she sighed. Don't get snappy with me. Unless you've failed to notice, we're both in this situation, she said. When Aizawa lunged forward, Izuku felt a rampant bout of fear. He was a stealth hero, there was no way he could beat all of them. Aizawa can handle it, Frost said. She was trying to reassure both of them. From the almost heartbreaking shriek Izuku let out, it wasn't working. He's a stealth hero, Aizu shouted. You are not helping, Frost hissed. Smelling something bitter, she twisted, shoving Uraraka behind her as she locked eyes on the smoke-like villain standing, or was he floating, behind them? His smoke matched the portal. Hearing Aizu whisper something about him being the warp gate, Frost glanced at Katsuki. He wouldn't stand by if he saw a chance to attack. When he lunged, it wasn't just him rushing toward the villain, Kirishima went with him. Stiffening, Frost barely managed to take a step forward before the world beneath her vanished. Eyes bleeding green, she lost her hold, and Izuku was the one that crashed into the water. Her entire body felt heavy as she struggled to find her way to the surface. Seeing a man with shark-like qualities coming toward her, she sped up. If it hadn't been for Azui appearing, Izuku knew that she most likely wouldn't have made it out of the water. Making a mental note to have Toshi teach them how to fight underwater, she tried to ignore Minetta's leering. Her staff wouldn't work in the water, and in battle, Frost wouldn't be able to stay in control for long. The amount of time she had was dependent on the amount of energy she spent. Standing slowly, she reached out and gripped the railing. They were surrounded. "We're separated from the others," Frost said, her tone bordering on annoyed. She would rather be with someone she could work with, but fate put her with Mineta, the most useless person in their class. "There's still Azui," Aizu said softly. There was something odd about how they'd been separated. Frowning, she gripped the rail harder, whispering, "Why did they put us here?" "Azui's quirk is frog," Frost said. "Why would they put a person with a water-based animal quirk near water?" It didn't make much sense if they were hoping to separate them into places where they would be weak. It would make more sense to send her to the burning city or any place without water. "And they put her near the water," Izuku said. Eyes widening, she shot a glance back down toward the villains, a dark smirk crossing Frost's face. Both knew the answer, but Aizu was the one who whispered, "They don't know our quirks." "We can tear them apart," Frost said, the growl in her tone causing a feral smirk to rise on Izuku's face. They weren't good at much, but right now they could fight and survive. "Azui, how far can you jump?" she asked. Seeing the other girl's confusion, she started explaining her plan. Katsuki. He could honestly say once he stopped thinking about the fact these people were out to kill him, it was fun to beat them into the ground. They were so slow he could beat them without really trying. It was strange fighting alongside Kirishima, but he found himself not really minding. The other boy could look after himself, so holding his hand wasn't something he had to do. In any other situation he would have loved to, though. Somehow life and death situations didn't seem like the time to confess his feelings. Frowning, Katsuki kicked the legs out from under the villain in front of him before blasting the man to make sure he stayed down. Glancing at Kirishima, he watched the other boy fight off his own adversary. He could sense another villain somewhere but couldn't pinpoint it. They must have been invisible. Instead of thinking about it, he growled. "I'm going after that warp gate villain," he said tightly. If he knew Frost, she would push Aiza back toward the others. That meant she would be going toward the warp gate, or if she was really annoyed, she might go after the villain himself. "Shouldn't we try to find the others?" Kirishima asked. Feeling the villain move closer, Katsuki tensed. The motion too subtle for the other boy to notice. "No. Taking out their escape route is more important," he said. The confused tilt of the other boy's head was making him look like a puppy. Frowning, Katsuki shifted onto his dominant side before saying, "It's not like the others are weak little sheets who need their hands held." "So, you're saying that you believe in our classmates?" Kirishima asked. The sly grin that crossed his face fell when Katsuki twisted to the right. Evading the sneak attack, he slammed the center of his palm onto the man's back and activated his quirk. The wicked smirk that lit up his face caused Kirishima to take a step back. Straightening, Katsuki sent the other boy an amused glance before starting toward the door. Silence is pretty much an admission, so he didn't see a reason to verbally answer. Hearing Kirishima start walking behind him, he frowned. The dense feeling of dread he was suddenly experiencing wasn't his. He knew that it belonged to his sister. Quickening his steps, he sneered. "Izuku." Swimming was becoming a priority once they got out of this. Her arms felt like lead as she pulled herself out of the water near the main plaza. The sounds of battle masking her actions as she panted. After escaping the water-based villains, they'd made their way here hoping to gain an understanding of the situation. Kneeling, she offered her hand to Azui before pulling the other girl out of the water slowly. Her eyes shifted to the form of her teacher fighting against the white-haired villain, and she heard Frost growl. She could feel her other half's anxiety from simply being this close to the man. Her eyes landing on Aizawa's crumbling elbow caused her to wince. What should she do? A black mass of muscle appeared behind their teacher and Frost snarled. The sound filled with more fear than anything else. Something about the thing set off every flight instinct she had. Reaching out, Izuku grabbed Mineta from the water and pushed him behind her. This was bad. Glancing at Azui, she maneuvered Mineta closer to the other girl. It was a sickening crack that pulled her attention away from Azui and Mineta to the image of her teacher laying in a puddle of blood. Stilling, Izuku couldn't stop herself from shaking as Frost whimpered. The sound wasn't something she'd ever heard from her other half before, and she found herself never wanting to hear it again. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and she felt sick as the thing slammed Aizawa's head into the ground, creating a small crater. Izuku felt herself shaking as the blue-haired villain turned to talk to the warp gate who appeared beside him. Her eyes never left the body of her teacher even as they mentioned All Might. Part of her was screaming for her teacher. She wanted Toshi to come and save them. Anyone to come and save them. Aizawa, we need to go now. He was bleeding out on the ground for them. Aizawa was going to die for them, and she was doing nothing. Useless. She was useless. Feeling Azui's hand wrap around her arm, she was stiff as the other girl tried to drag her away. Always protected by everyone but never the one they relied on. Even Katsuki thought she was useless in a fight. Aizu. It had never bothered her to be second best. Frost was stronger and faster. She was just better at everything. So long as her pack was safe, she never cared about being useless little Aizu. Feeling her fingers slide over metal, she realized she was holding her weapon. Frost wanted to run away. Her instincts were screaming to do the same. She knew without a doubt that beating that thing wasn't something she could do. Yet, Aizawa was bleeding out on the ground and she was doing nothing. It made her sick. Don't. It made her angry. Rage burning through her blood and causing her green eyes to narrow as the blue-haired villain turned in her direction. His crazed red eyes meeting hers for only an instant before he moved. Instinct had her reaching out her hand, grabbing Azui's and throwing the girl a few feet to the left before she ducked to avoid his hand. Rolling away, she reached out her hand, barely grazing Mineta's leg. He slipped through her fingers. Dread clamped down on her body so quickly that she couldn't breathe as Mineta screamed, the sound joining with the villain's cackle to create a symphony that turned her blood to ice. Anguish glowed in Mineta's eyes as his neck disintegrated and his head fell to the ground with a dull thud. Her green eyes were wide and filled with tears as she stared at Mineta's head without really seeing him. It was her fault he was dead. If she'd been faster or stronger, he would still be alive. She could hear Frost and Azui screaming her name but didn't care. All of this was her fault. Feeling the world come back into focus, she stiffened as the villain's hand reached for her neck. She wouldn't be able to move in time. She was going to die. Shaking, shivering, her small body pressed against the wall as her father screamed in her face. Tears leaking from her mother's eyes as the woman desperately tried to pull him away. Frost snarling like a wild animal as she lashed out her nails, creating long bloody lines down his face. No! The metal of her staff unfolded as she moved, the end opening seamlessly to reveal a sharpened spearhead that she swung upward. Cutting through muscle and bone, the weapon felt like a feather in her hand. Blood splattered to the ground. Twirling the spear in her hand, Izuku watched with indifferent eyes as the creature screeched. Tilting her head, she shook the blood off her weapon. It should have been the villain's severed arm on the ground. Pawing the area where its arm had been, the thing glared at her with hate even as its arm regenerated. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow before motioning for Kurogiri to stand down. He wanted to see what this girl could do. Besides, it had been a while since someone had genuinely tried to kill him. Allowing her lips to tilt up into a cold smirk, Izuku moved. One for all surging through her body as she appeared behind it, the sharpened spearhead aiming for the villain's neck. Killing him was the only thing that mattered. She wouldn't allow him to hurt anyone else. Twisting, Izuku dodged the black hand that would have broken her neck. Dropping to her knees, she lashed out the blade of her weapon, slicing through the creature's legs like butter. Stabbing her blade into the ground, she used it to balance herself before kicking the thing away. Tamura Shigaraki stumbled back, his red eyes widening as the small girl snarled at him. Bloodlust oozing off her, reminding him of a rampaging wolf. The swirling mix of gold and green in her eyes was unsettling as she lunged at him. Leaning back, he avoided the spear before kicking at her chest. Grabbing his leg, she matched his attack. her foot heading toward his face. His hand grazed her boot before she was gone, her entire body jolting to the side as his Nomu grabbed her wrist and tossed her. Twisting in midair, she stabbed her spear into the ground before spinning. Green lightning arched off her body as she changed direction and slammed both her feet into the Nomu's chest. Eyes widening, Shigaraki stiffened as the beast flew past him and skipped across the water like a stone. Behind his hand mask, a dark smirk crossed his lips. Rushing toward the girl, he didn't even try to dodge the sharpened spearhead. Agony tore through his shoulder as the blade cut through his skin, but that didn't stop him from reaching for her throat. Grabbing his wrist, Izuku snarled as he loomed over her. Her back pressing against the concrete, she flickered her eyes to his. She would tear him apart. Twirling her spear in her hand, she drove it down toward his back. Her hand stopped, the silver blade grazing the back of his shirt. The chuckle that left his lips caused her heart to drop. "What's wrong?" he asked, feigning sympathy. Izuku almost didn't hear him. Her hand was shaking as she tried to force the blade through his unprotected back. Shigaraki watched her eyes flash between gold and green as she tried to kill him. "I'm sorry," Frost whispered. She was barely holding her other half back from murdering the man. Letting Aizawa become a killer wasn't something she was willing to do. "Damn it, Frost, let go," Aizawa snarled. She wanted this. Wanted him dead and bleeding at her feet. Chuckling, Shigaraki pressed his hand closer to her throat. The enraged wildfire green that snapped to him. He could see she wanted to rip him to shreds. "What a wild little thing you are," he said, the tone causing her skin to prickle. Both paused as the doors to the U.S.J slammed open. Reacting faster than he could, she moved. Her head tilting to the side as she forced his hand to impact the floor under her. Dropping her spear, she kicked upward, sending him flying away from her. Rolling to the side, she looked up, the hardened blue eyes of her teacher meeting hers. Toshinari Yagi was many things, but most of all he was human. The sight of his successor's eyes filled with anguish and pain was enough to make him feel weak. Izuku was a happy girl who didn't allow people to see her weaknesses. Even when she was being bullied, the girl had never complained. Frost had made sure that her other half was safe, but right now he didn't see anything other than a scared little girl. Flickering his eyes to Aizawa, he could feel his knees wanting to crumble. His fellow teacher looked horrible. If only he'd been here when he was supposed to, then none of this would have happened. Instead, his students were hurt. When he saw the lifeless eyes of his student, something inside him roared. Anger and rage burning in his blood and driving away the self-hating sorrow he could feel trying to eat him alive. Moving, he grabbed Aizawa before picking up Izuku. Getting them out of danger, he glared at Shigaraki as the Nomu slowly pulled itself out of the water. "Take Aizawa to the entrance and stay there," he ordered. For a moment he thought Izuku would refuse his orders before she gave a slow nod. Watching Aizawa rush to Izuku's side, he felt his heart drop as she stumbled slightly. Her hand latching around Aizawa's arm to keep herself standing. The adrenaline leaving her system as she finally realized she was safe. Giving Aizawa a grateful look, she reached down and laced Aizawa's arm around her shoulder. Lifting him up, she bit her lip to hold back a whine as Aizawa did the same. The slumped form of their teacher was heavier than she thought he'd be. Once he was sure the two were following his order, Toshi lunged forward. The rage burning through his blood showing in his blue eyes. Izuku watched as her teacher fought the Nomu and found herself feeling dread. He wouldn't be able to win, there just wasn't enough time. He'd already passed his limit and wouldn't be able to hold his form for long. The instant he slammed the creature into the ground, she knew something was wrong. Her entire body was screaming at her to move. Flickering her eyes to her dropped spear, she allowed her eyes to burn gold. Frost would be able to handle everything better than she would. "Aizawa, take Aizawa," she ordered before moving. Cutting her eyes to her classmate, Aizawa noted the golden eyes and the coldness dripping from her voice. It was different than the burning rage that had overtaken her earlier. Giving a short nod, the girl held her teacher tightly and watched the other girl rush toward the battle. Green lightning arched around her as she bent, grabbing her spear off the ground before jumping. Her body twisting in midair as she aimed for the metal around the arm holding Toshi. If she could sever that arm, he would be able to get free. She would be able to save him. Black filled her vision as the warp gate appeared in front of her. Eyes widening, she knew that moving in time wasn't something she would be able to do. "Move, Frost," Katsuki shouted, his voice followed by his actions. His hand crashing onto the armor around Kurogiri's neck and pinning him to the ground. He'd felt her rage and pain through their connection. Landing harshly, Frost rolled to a stop, the solid metal of her spear digging into the ground as she cut her eyes to Shigaraki. She was sure that with both the Nomu and warp gate distracted, she would be able to take him out. Hearing Katsuki's snarl, she cut her eyes to his. Glancing at her, he scowled at the coldness in her eyes as Todoroki froze the Nomu in place. Sneering, he turned his attention back to the villain, a warning look on his face as Kurogiri tried to move. He didn't care how it made him look, blowing up the warp gate would be worth it. Hearing Kirishima complain about messing up, he tightened his grip just a bit. "Move and I'll blow you to hell," he threatened. The words coming out as little more than a growl as Kirishima moved to guard his back. Frost faltered, her eyes going to Shigaraki as he scratched his neck. She could feel Izuku snarling for vengeance for Mineta. In truth, she understood why her other half wanted him dead, and part of her agreed. Yet, she wouldn't become a murderer just for revenge. It wasn't who she wanted to be. If this gained her Izuku's ire, then so be it. Tightening her grip on the spear, she stiffened her body, moving to guard Todoroki as the Nomu moved. "Careful, it can regenerate," she announced. Feeling eyes on her, she pursed her lips. The Nomu stood slowly as it stood beside Shigaraki. "I'll kill him," Aizawa hissed, the words filling Frost with dread. She didn't know how much of the memory Izuku had seen, and she was hoping that the girl would forget it. Most would think that Frost was the dangerous one, but Izuku was the one who lost control. Izuku was the dangerous wild animal who howled with rage when injured. Spinning her spear in her hand, Frost snarled, her eyes widening as the Nomu lunged for Katsuki. Kicking off the ground, she tried to get to him first. She didn't get far before the boy was slamming into her, sending them both crashing to the ground. For a moment she just laid there, her eyes locked on his, before she heard something that made her blood boil. It was the sound of All Might slamming into the wall. Gritting her teeth, she shoved Katsuki off her before standing slowly, the ache in her body slowing her movements. The boy grunted before joining her. She knew he was concerned, but they didn't have time to deal with anything emotional right now. Not when All Might was struggling to remain standing. Katsuki was honestly somewhere between concerned and enraged. On one hand, he knew Frost was actively repressing Izuku so she could stay in control, which almost never happened. He knew that something was wrong, very wrong. On the other hand, he could feel Izuku's rage simmering and powering his own. She was ready to kill someone, most likely the one who'd turned Mineta into a corpse. "Shigaraki is mine," Frost whispered just loud enough he could hear her. Sending her a quick look of worry, he stiffed and looked ready to attack. There was fear in her voice, something that he'd heard from Izuku but never Frost. The wolf was strong and stubborn, but right now she was holding on by a thread, and that worried him more than anything else. Shigaraki was more concerned with the girl than killing All Might. Her rage had been beautiful, and he wanted to see it consume everything around her. Perhaps he should kill another of her friends. The blonde boy seemed close to her. It would be easy to break her if he slaughtered the people she cared for. His grin was hidden by the hands on his face as he thought over his options. He wanted to see her rage like a wounded animal again. Having her pinned beneath him as she struggled to kill him had been the most amusing thing to happen this month, not counting the number of times his lover had run into the wall in the middle of the night. He had to wonder how she would react if he killed someone closer to her than the boy. Would she rage or break into pieces? Scratching at his neck, he tore his eyes away from the girl as All Might stumbled out of the wall. He was weaker now, which meant he already passed on his power, as Master had hinted too. It would be all too easy to kill him and let the world see how weak their hero really was. "How dare you try to kill my students?" All Might hissed, the tone causing Shigaraki to raise an eyebrow. Looking behind him, he pointed to the slightly warm corpse he'd created just in case the man hadn't noticed. "Kind of late to be worried about that now," he said, his mocking tone earning a low chuckle from Kurogiri, who seemed amused by the entire situation. The The snarl that appeared on All Might's face would have been intimidating if not for the fact the man looked like a strong breeze. Could blow him over. Glancing over at the girl, he let a laugh fall through his lips saying, "Besides, that girl was doing the same to me. Why shouldn't I repay the favor?" He would preach about the violence of hero society, but his time was almost up. Flickering his gaze toward the entrance, he frowned. Just a little more time until this farce would be over. Ordering the Nomu to attack, he subtly signaled for Kurogiri to get ready. Crossing his arms, Shigaraki watched the battle between All Might and the Nomu with only half attention. Instead, he focused on the movements of the blonde hero. He was slower now than he was years ago. They could use that against him. Hearing the ceiling break as the Nomu was sent flying, he shrugged. Watching the man stumble, he let a smirk curve across his lips. Today had gone exactly as planned. Now he just had to finish his act and possibly kill another child. "Well now, someone seems slower than before," he said, stepping forward. Gritting his teeth, All Might said nothing as the villain mocked him. Something about this man reminded him of All for One, and the similarity was eating at his mind. The villain couldn't have survived their last meeting. There was no way that he'd failed, yet every time Shigaraki spoke he could see another in the man's place. "Time to end this," Shigaraki stated. Rushing forward, he cut his eyes to the side as a blur of green rushed to intercept him. Feeling Kurogiri appear beside him, he reacted. Making sure to keep only 4 fingers against her skin, he grabbed the girl's wrist and tugged her through the portal to his side. Looping an arm around her neck, he turned to the entrance as the doors blew off. Frost stilled as his fingers danced across the skin of her wrist in a silent command. Dropping her spear, she was stunned to see the other teachers frozen at the top of the stairs. Feeling a rumble across her back, she heard Shigaraki laugh. A nauseous feeling filled her. He wasn't surprised at all. It was almost like he'd expected all of this. "Let her go," All Might ordered, the rage in his voice audible to everyone around them. "Oh, and if I don't," Shigaraki teased. Glancing at Kurogiri, he chuckled when the man nodded. It was time to leave. Watching All Might threaten and roar at him, the blue-haired man simply wasn't impressed. All it would take was one touch and he could kill the hero, but he didn't want that. He wanted All Might on his knees in shame as his reputation crumbled to dust. Death was a mercy compared to what he planned for the hero. Pulling the girl closer to him, he smirked when she shivered. Noting her golden eyes, he whispered, "See you soon." Frost yelped as she was shoved forward, her body impacting All Might's. Feeling the man wrap a protective arm around her shoulder, she heard Shigaraki laugh. Sending the hero one last mocking wave, Shigaraki sunk into the portal that opened under him as a bullet impacted the floor where he'd stood a second before. Appearing in the bar, he threw his head back and laughed. "I take it you had fun?" Master asked. The distorted voice coming through the screen was accompanied by the man's blurry image. "All Might is weak now, and he's already passed off his powers. Discrediting him and tearing his reputation to shreds will be all too easy," he said. The words causing his mentor to chuckle. Moving to the bar, Shigaraki pulled on the black gloves laying on top of it. They were made of a fabric that would neutralize his quirk. Looking over at the screen, he asked, "Did you look into the recruit files I sent?" "Of course, although you'll need to do a lot more than attack children to get them on your side." The words were said slowly. Laughing, Shigaraki gave one last nod as the connection broke, leaving an empty screen. Abruptly cutting off his laughter, Shigaraki turned to Kurogiri. Only one person would have had the foresight to leave out his gloves, and it wasn't the warp gate. Before the man could ask, Kurogiri was creating another portal to the only person Shigaraki cared enough about to see. Stepping into the sunset orange room, he let his eyes trail over the blackened windows and spotless floors to rest on the mirrors decorating the ceiling. Dropping all his masks and facades, the man walked forward to the single bed sitting in the center of the room. Dark orange hair trailed down Kira's neck as he stared upward with unseeing butterscotch eyes. His pupils dating from side to side as he memorized something only he could see. Sitting down slowly, he traced his hands over the 3 delicate marks on the other man's wrist. Eyes clearing, the other man glanced over at him in exasperation, saying, "What if I'd been seeing something important?" "Then you'd tell me about it?" he said softly. Hearing the tone, Kira rolled his eyes and sat up. Looking over his blue-haired lover, he sighed and pointed to the bathroom door. "Go get changed while I write down what I saw," he ordered. Chuckling, Shigaraki moved to do what the other man said without fuss. Frost. Stirring the darkened powder into the milk, Frost stared down at the cup with cloudy eyes. Sitting in the kitchen in the darkened corner with only a candle, she refused to allow her emotions to get the better of her. Aizu was deep in their mind, asleep after crying for at least 2 hours. Letting go of her spoon, she rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache beginning to appear. The tears on her mother's face when she'd walked through the door had been nothing compared to the scream Minetta's mother had let out when she learned the news of her son's death. The self-hate and blame coming from Aizu when the woman had cursed the school was enough to make her shake in rage. Everything had gone wrong so quickly that she didn't know how to control herself anymore. Aizawa was apparently still in surgery for internal injuries and Mike hadn't left his side. Glancing at the phone sitting on the table, she sighed again. Exhaustion marring her face. Everything she did was to protect her other half, yet she'd failed. Aizu was injured emotionally and she couldn't do anything to help. Katsuki hadn't even gotten a chance to talk to them before he was dragged away by his mother. At least secluding Aizu in their mindscape meant she would be able to keep the nightmares away. Yet it wouldn't keep the pain from eating at her mind. It was all her fault. Watching something drop down onto the table, she was confused before the stinging in her eyes registered in her mind. "Izuku," her mother said. Entering the room, the woman only saw the hunched form of her daughter. Sitting at the table, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she froze when her daughter turned. The golden eyes filled with tears. Stumbling, she barely had time to realize what was happening before her strongest child was hugging her. Returning the gesture, she ran a hand through her daughter's hair gently. Feeling something soak her shirt, she frowned. A week was all they were given to mourn the loss of their classmate, a loss that most of them didn't know how to deal with. Mineta had been a perverted little brat and almost everyone agreed they'd wanted him gone, yet none of them had wanted him dead. The funeral had been worse with the wailing of his mother stabbing into their hearts, and standing here now Izuku couldn't stop herself from clinging to Katsuki's sleeve like a child. Her guilt was almost oozing off her body as she pressed herself against the blonde boy who had taken to snarling at everyone who glanced in their direction. The entire class was standing in a group as the casket was lowered into the ground. She'd been useless. The self-blame was eating her alive and keeping her from noticing the dark emotions Frost was emitting. Katsuki wasn't much better. He'd only came because of his mother's orders, hence why his lips were pulled back into a snarl. Not even Kirishima's presence could keep him from gritting his teeth every time someone cried. It didn't help that Aizu was currently too lost in her own self-doubt and guilt that she wasn't able to calm him down. Flickering his eyes to the rest of his class, he noticed that none of them were crying. Instead, they looked down with saddened eyes. It was likely they were simply here to make UA look good after the backlash from the media. The headlines were making the school look incompetent no matter the fact that the villains had used the media's trespass to enter the school grounds. No one wanted to talk about that. The only thing they cared about was the dead student in the hero course. Scoffing, he narrowed his gaze on the boy's mother and found himself disgusted. She should be happy her son died fighting villains, or at the very least respect him enough not to turn this into a farce. He could understand that she had lost her only child, yet the way she'd been staring at the class for the last few minutes before breaking into tears was annoying. Leaning closer to Aizu, he felt relieved when the ceremony was over. Reaching down, he took her hand before leading her toward the other girls. He could see their heavily bandaged homeroom teacher talking to Mike over in the corner but didn't dwell on it as he reached the others. Passing her off to Uraraka, he watched the brunette pull his sister into a hug before noticing the other boys form a protective ring around their class. It seemed he wasn't the only one to feel the tension hanging in the air. Frowning, he considered going to get their teacher when Kirishima patted his shoulder. Glancing up, he followed the other boys, pointing finger to the grieving couple. Mineta's mother, a thin woman, was glaring at Aizawa and Mike from her spot wrapped in her husband's arms. The look on her face spelled trouble and he growled. His low sound gaining everyone's attention and alerting them to what could be a possible threat. Feeling Aizu brush against him to see what was happening, he stepped to the side, letting her out of the protective wall. Aizu flickered her eyes between the grieving mother and her homeroom teacher, as the woman shrugged off her husband's hands and started stalking toward him. The tightness in the woman's hands increased as she walked along with the anger burning in her gaze. Frozen Aizu found herself unable to move as the woman slid to a stop, her hand lashing out to strike the wounded teacher. Mike caught the woman's hand before it could touch the other man, his eyes darkening as he talked to her in a quiet voice too low for Aizu to hear. She knew the woman was blaming Aizawa for Mineta's death, but it wasn't his fault. He'd already been knocked out before Shigaraki had moved toward them. None of this was his fault, it was hers. She and Shigaraki were the only ones to blame for what happened to Mineta. All of this was her fault, and as the media hurried to photograph the argument between the teacher and parent, she found it hard to breathe. Aizawa would let it happen, and even if he didn't, the media would blame him anyway since he was their teacher. They'd been his responsibility in the eyes of the public at least. No one knew what happened in the U.S.J except the teachers and Class 1. The media was blowing this out of proportion just to take a jab at an innocent man. She didn't realize she was moving until Katsuki's hand closed around her wrist. Turning her head to look at him, she felt chills as a camera flashed, capturing the scene between the two adults. His eyes weren't angry, just questioning as he looked down at her, silently asking if this was what she really wanted to do. Giving him a small nod, she felt his hand drop from her wrist as he returned the action. Beside him, Kirishima raised an eyebrow at the silent exchange. "I believe it's best for you to take a step back," Mike stated, trying to be civil with the woman even after she tried to strike his lover. The sneer on the woman's face didn't vanish as she tugged her hand out of his grip, almost hissing at him in the process. "You people allowed my son to die," she snarled, looking more like a feral animal than a human. Scoffing, he opened his mouth to snap at her, only to bite his lip when Aizawa coughed. Turning his back to the woman and almost dismissing her entirely, he ran a worried gaze over his boyfriend's form. It really wasn't good for Aizawa to be out here. Even with the work recovery girl had done, he was still too injured to be standing. It didn't help that the man had only agreed to use crutches after Nizu threatened to put him in a wheelchair. Hearing another camera go off, Mike wanted to scream at the reporters until their ears bled and they were writhing on the ground in agony. Instead, he let Aizawa lean on him, trying to take some of the pressure off the other man's body. Although it hadn't been his legs that got injured, the black-haired man had at least 2 cracked ribs that had been broken before recovery girl healed him. He knew Aizawa was stubborn, but he hated seeing his lover in this kind of pain. "Honey, my son would still be alive if you heroes hadn't filled his head with promises of fame," the woman shouted. Shoving away her husband who had been dragging her away, she stepped forward, her hand lashing out. To slap at them again. Eyes almost glowing, Mike turned around to give the woman a piece of his mind when someone shoved him back. Blinking as the smacking sound echoed in the area, he reacted quickly, catching the tiny girl by her shoulders before she could fall. Hearing a snarl, he watched Bakugu storm forward, rage simmering in the boy's eyes before Aizawa stuck one of his crutches, holding the boy back. The savage glare the blonde gave to the older man wasn't even tempered by Kirishima placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Watching the rest of Class 1A surround them, he was almost grateful that they were blocking the reporters. Frost snarled, her anger simmering under Aizu's skin as the girl shrank in on herself. Feeling Mike tighten his grip on her shoulders, she almost cried, her hand coming up to touch her face. She knew the blow would bruise, and part of her thought she deserved it for allowing Mineta to die. If she hadn't been so slow, he would still be alive. Hearing Katsuki begin yelling at the woman, she dropped her hand to her side. The tears burning the corners of her eyes made her feel sick, even as the woman narrowed her gaze and opened her mouth to begin shouting back at the boy. "It was my fault," she whispered, the words barely being heard by the man holding her. Stiffening, the teacher realized her intentions, his eyes finding Aizawa's as he tried to portray just how horrible this would end, only to see the man glowering. Right? It seemed that seeing one of his students get hit hadn't increased the stealth hero's empathy for the grieving woman. Class 1A was out, seeing as how half of them were ready to slaughter the woman while the other half were busy holding back Katsuki from slaughtering the woman. Oh, dear Lord, were those knives that Momo was making? Knowing that he was the only sane person here was really not what he wanted to find out today. He was in a great position at the moment to experience all the chaos. Unfortunately, They'd been ordered by Nizu to not cause any trouble. Yeah, that was one job they'd failed horribly. That's enough, Frost roared, her voice causing Aizu to freeze. For a moment she stood there stiffly before she fell back, her world darkening as the panicked voices of her classmates and teachers filled the air. Catching the girl as she slumped to the ground, Mike felt nothing but confusion staring down at his passed-out student. You stupid little brat, do you have any idea what you just did? Frost snarled, her golden eyes pinning Aizu with a glare as the girl matched her expression with teary eyes. This was the first time her other half had pulled her into their inner world, something she hadn't even thought possible, but here she was suffering under the hardened glare of her other half. You can't just pull me in here, she said, her voice bordering on panic. Watching the other girl's golden eyes darken, she shivered slightly. Oh, can't I? She teased, the dark tone matching her eyes. Circling her other half, she kept a close watch on the shadows of the trees around them as she noted the girl's reaction. She hated this animosity between them, but it was the only way to make Aiza listen to her. Being nice hadn't worked, and now she had to do something much more direct than simply talking. For days she'd watched Aizu fall apart silently, and she was done sitting on the sidelines. Frost. The wary tone in Aiza's voice hurt, but as she slid to a stop in front of her other half she didn't show her emotions. You didn't care about Mineta, she said calmly. It hurt the way Aiza's eyes widened, and she seemed to come crashing in on herself. Her pain at the words was almost palpable on her face, and Frost felt horrible. She wanted to take it back, rewind time and make it so this never happened, yet this needed to happen. Wallowing in guilt and self-hate wasn't good for either of them or their inner world. Curling her hands into fists, she pushed back the pain at having those wide green eyes look at her like she was a monster before saying, Mineta was a spineless fool who froze and left you to save him. He was useless, not you. The only reason you felt so bad this week is because you couldn't stop thinking about having to see someone you love die. You don't care that the purple waste of space died. That's not true. The whisper was accompanied by her guilty green eyes, and Frost scoffed. You feel bad because you weren't good enough to save a classmate. You're terrified because next time it could be Katsuki, but you don't give a DMN about Min Dash. Stop it. No. Do you see this? The flowers are in black, Aizu. Your emotions are tearing us the F apart, and if I have to seal away your memories again I will. She snapped the words, leaving her mouth without her considering them. Aizu froze, her eyes widening as the words registered. Again, Frost had sealed away her memories before. She felt sick knowing that someone she trusted without hesitation would take away a part of her. Seeing the dawning realization in those golden eyes, she stepped back, hurt and shock on her face. Why? She started before stopping. Taking a deep breath, she could see the emotions drain from the other girl's face as she asked, What memories did you seal away? That's none of your concern, she stated without hesitation. If Aizu was angry with her, then she wouldn't wallow in despair. Anger could make her other half stronger, even if it did tear Frost apart in the process. For a moment Aizu looked shocked that she would deny her access to their own memories, then she scowled, her green eyes darkening. They're my memories, she hissed, her tone cold. Frost hated that she felt relieved by the rage in Aizu's eyes. Staying silent, she felt her heart break when Aizu turned away from her and started walking toward the darkened trees. Panicking, she rushed forward, her body moving between Aizu and the trees. She couldn't go there. Aizu was the nice one. She was the one who lit up the world. Cloaking her other half in shadows wasn't something she was willing to even consider, even if it was what Aizu herself wanted. Move, the order was cold. Shaking her head, Frost considered her options. Aizu was angry and wanted to know what she was hiding. The only place for her to hide something from Aizu was inside the forest. A forest full of their demons that would tear the girl apart. Some small part of her noted that Aizu had already been darkened by their sorrows, if the black flowers were any indication. Of course, she shoved that part of her back until it was nothing more than a whisper. Frost, move now. Aizu would be in pain if she viewed the memories. It would hurt both of them beyond belief. She wouldn't allow Aizu to feel that pain, not if she could help it, not when the only thing keeping her on her feet was the knowledge that Aizu could be happy. Katsuki would be able to deal with Aizu's anger when she got out. He would put her back together again as many times as it took. Right now all Frost had to do was stand here and let Aizawa be worked into a frenzy. Alright then, stay there. In fact, why don't you stay in here forever? Aizawa snapped, her hands lashing out to grab the other girl's collar. Her words were full of anger as she said, I don't need you. I hate you. It hurt so much that Frost couldn't breathe. Her mind stopped working as she stood there, her eyes blank. Repeating Aizawa's words over and over in her head, she felt like she was falling, her body numb. Staring into Aizawa's blazing eyes, she reached up gently and pulled the other girl's hands away from her collar. If that's what you want, she said softly. For just an instant Aizawa's eyes widened before Frost turned away from her and vanished into the trees. Aizawa had a pretty good idea of what happened to his sort of favorite student, but Mick's constant worrying was annoying. Which was why he'd kicked the other male out of the nurse's office along with Recovery Girl. He had no doubt, however, that her fainting would be on the front page of every news article in less than a day. He really hated seeing his students so vulnerable. He hated even more that Nizu had ordered them to attend that boy's funeral. Grumpily sitting in the chair beside her bed and hoping that Recovery Girl didn't force him into one of the beds beside it, he frowned a little when he looked to the left. Almost the entire class was sitting in a huddle at the foot of her bed. After the U.S.J incident, they hadn't spent more than a day without someone with them. It wasn't like he stalked his class, but he was pretty sure they all went over to Momo's for a joint sleepover last night. Even Bakugo, who was leaning against the wall, seemed more relaxed when the others were in sight. He knew that after today none of them would allow Izuku out of their sight, so another sleepover was probably going to happen. Seeing Todoroki twitch from his place beside Azui as she leaned over to whisper something in his ear, Aizawa frowned slightly. It wasn't a twitch of discomfort but of pain, and he didn't see the boy get hurt at the U.S.J. Mineta's death was a failure for him personally. Even if he had been beaten and almost dead, the media were painting him as incompetent. At this point, he wanted to throw every reporter in a room with the captured Nomu and watch them scream, but sadly that idea had already been vetoed. Tearing his eyes away from his softly whispering students to the one laying in the bed, he wondered what color her eyes would be when she woke up. Seeing her fingers twitch, he watched her wake up slowly, her green eyes opening. Before she could even try to sit up, Katsuki was across the room. Standing at her bedside, he forgot about everyone and pulled her into a hug. What happened? He whispered. Wrapping her arms around him, she returned the gesture, her eyes closing for a moment. Just an argument, she said, her voice soft enough only he could hear her. Nodding against her shoulder, he pulled away and allowed Uraraka to take his place. The brunette's body impacting Aizawa's roughly as she tackled the girl back down onto the bed. Listening to the girls scold Aizawa for scaring them, he turned away, meeting Todoroki's eyes. The boy seemed confused about something but didn't ask as he stood slowly, pain flashing in his eyes as he straightened. Katsuki felt his eyes narrow. Todoroki hadn't been injured at the U.S.J, which meant he was hurt afterward. Keeping his suspicion to himself, he looked over at Momo as she patted his shoulder. Now that she's awake, we can all head back to my house, she said brightly. By house she meant mansion, and he nodded slowly. Watching Recovery Girl shoo the others away from Aizawa, he went to call his aunt and let her know about their plans. The only issue was that he didn't know why Aizawa would be arguing with Frost. They almost never argued, and just by looking in her eyes he could tell that something was seriously wrong. If he was remembering right, it started when he was 4. That had been the first day that she'd walked into class as if she was falling apart. He knew now that she'd found out about her supposed quirkless status, something that wasn't true at all. She'd looked lifeless for about a month, and him, being the horrible child he'd been, bullied her relentlessly when she finally got the courage to punch him in the face and tell him off. Some part of him had known it was wrong, but at the time he hadn't cared. She had been the only one willing to stand up to him, and he craved her attention, even if it was selfish. He'd tormented her for 2 years, both of which she'd fought back against him. While everyone else groveled before him, she'd snapped back at him. Even a mouse will attack when backed into a corner. He'd been impressed with how harsh she was. Then he'd met Frost and realized that she was just like him. They were fighters, who only respected the strong. Yet Izuku was different from both. The softness in her had worried him. She broke easily, he'd known that, yet he'd wanted to push her to the breaking point. He wanted to know how strong she was without Frost, That was why he'd tormented her and drove her into corners where she had no choice but to attack him. To be honest, it had been his favorite part of their interactions. Still, she hadn't been as important to him as she was now. At most she'd been a fun pastime, then she'd come to school wearing a yellow and green scarf. While it wouldn't have been too hard to write it off, she'd worn it in the middle of summer. He'd been confused, so he'd confronted her about it, meaning he'd snatched it off her neck. At that moment his entire world had shifted, and he could still feel the protective rage simmering in his blood. The only one allowed to hurt her was him, a thought process that Frost had beaten out of his head. It was a month after that when she'd seemed to brighten, her memories of the scarf incident vanishing as if they'd never existed. While confused, he hadn't brought the incident up ever again. If she hadn't wanted to talk about it, then he wouldn't either. From there they'd become almost siblings and worked to repair the relationship he'd ruined. That was why he was currently glaring at Kaminari as the lightning bug talked to her. He could tell something was wrong. Frost hadn't appeared in hours. While the wolf was lazy, she did have a fondness for Kaminari, and he doubted she'd miss the chance to talk to him. The two girls hardly ever argued, usually knowing when not to push one another or fight about anything. Frost had always kept her frustrations away from Izuku. Lately, however, there had been a tension between the two, and he'd known it was only a matter of time until it erupted. Things had been changing since they arrived at U.S.J. Frost was pushing Izuku harder than she ever had. He was worried, not that he would admit it, he didn't want either of them to get hurt. Minata's death had hurt her far more than he thought it should have. He knew why. She was putting all the blame on herself since she was within inches of the boy when he died. He doubted she cared about the boy at all. He knew he didn't, but he cared about Kirishima and the others in their class. That was why he was sitting on an armchair in Momo's large living room watching his class talk. Sighing, he stood noting the way Todoroki winced as the boy walked to the kitchen for more snacks on Momo's request. It was so subtle that he wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't already been watching for it. He was watching all of them like a guard dog as they chatted. It wasn't on purpose, but the U.S.J. had left his nerves on edge. Every part of his body was tense even now. He doubted he would relax anytime soon. Shifting slightly, he watched Aizawa smile and knew it was fake. Standing, he didn't even hesitate to walk to the kitchen. He wanted to know what was wrong with Todoroki, and he wanted to know now. Walking into the area, he raised an eyebrow as the other boys stacked little cakes onto a plate. He knew most of those would be eaten by Momo. Her sweet tooth was almost as bad as Aizawa's own. "Do you need something?" Todoroki asked, the stoic tone snapping Katsuki out of his musings. Frowning slightly, he realized he'd been staring at the other boy for almost a full minute. "Why the hell are you flinching every time you FNG move?" he asked, making sure to speak low enough his voice wouldn't carry into the other room. The question struck Todoroki into silence as he stared at the blonde. "I have no reason to answer that question," he stated. The tone was hollow, and he knew without a doubt that something was seriously wrong with the other boy. Katsuki couldn't stop his eye from twitching as he glared at the other boy in frustration. The finality in Todoroki's voice meant the boy wouldn't answer anything he asked. "Why the f not?" he snapped. His words were said more out of habit than anything else. Todoroki simply raised an eyebrow before shoving past him back into the room where the others waited. Snarling, Katsuki didn't bother to follow him. Instead, he leaned against the counter. Telling himself that he didn't actually care, he glared at the wall. Why did he care? Turning on his heel, he walked back into the living room, his eyes finding Kirishima as the redhead helped Mina set up a large pallet in the center of the room. When Shiro reached out to help them, Katsuki sat down beside Izuku on the couch. The girl smiled brightly at him, although it didn't quite reach her eyes. Cutting his gaze away from her, and tensed when he noticed Uraraka carrying an empty glass bottle. The wicked glow in the girl's eyes was almost intimidating, but he couldn't stop the amusement he felt at the fact she could make such a face. Feeling his lips twitch upward, he watched her whisper to Momo. The delight that crossed the taller girl's face was hard to ignore. Rolling his eyes, he turned his attention back to Kirishima. The dark blue shirt was hugging his frame as he moved, the smile on his face seeming to catch the light. Running a hand over his face, Katsuki could admit he had a small crush on the other boy. Feeling Aizawa nudge his side, he glanced at her, amused at the knowing look she had. It was the first true emotion he'd seen on her face since her fight with Frost. He was glad she was finally letting go of the anger she'd been holding since she woke up. Hearing footsteps, he looked up just in time to see Uraraka stand in front of them. It took all his willpower not to smirk when Aizu noticed the vicious grin on the brunette's face. Hearing her say something about truth and dare, he scoffed, amusement hidden in his eyes. Seeing her grab Aizu's wrist, he raised an eyebrow. He only realized that the girl intended for him to play as well when she grabbed his wrist. Tensing, he barely stopped himself from attacking her as she tried to pull him off the couch. The almost inaudible growl he gave in warning was met by determined eyes. "Come on, Bakugu," she ordered. It would have been easy to snatch his wrist from her grip, but he hesitated. She'd touched him without worrying about him hurting her. His middle school classmates had been terrified of him. Narrowing his eyes, he studied her. There wasn't an ounce of fear in her eyes, just determination as she dug her heels into the floor. Standing suddenly, he smirked, allowing his amusement to show as she stumbled backward. Grabbing her wrist, he kept her from falling, ignoring the questioning glance Izuku sent him. He supposed that she decided to ignore the strangeness of his actions when she started to help Uraraka pull him toward the now set-up pallet. The wide grin that stretched across the brunette's face was matched by Aizu's as the two girls led the way to what he guessed would be his doom. Sitting down between them, he glanced up, meeting Kirishima's eyes for just a moment. The smile sent to him by the redhead caused a warm feeling to bloom in his chest. It was almost torture to resist returning the expression. Instead, he sent the boy a smirk. His expression turned into a growl the second Kaminari threw his arm over Aizu's shoulder, pulling her closer to him. The protective surge killing the warm feeling. He wasn't even satisfied when the lightning bug gave a nervous chuckle and pulled away from her. Scoffing, he paled a little when he saw Mina snickering. "Me first," Siro shouted, reached for the bottle Uraraka had placed in the center of their circle. The amount of cursed that ran through his mind was nothing compared to the dull look that Jairu gave when it landed on her. He did not doubt that if Momo wasn't beside her, the girl would have strangled the boy. "Dare," she said blankly. Turning them out, Katsuki tilted his head slightly. All of this, the games, cakes, and laughter, was to forget about Mineta. A vain attempt to forget about their fallen classmate, yet he had no doubt that under the smiling and joking there was pain. Somehow the thought of anyone hurting them ticked him off. They were his classmates, every one of them belonged to him, and he would sooner destroy the world than allow them to be hurt. Frowning, he bit his lip. Was he angry? More than anything else. He wanted to tear about Shigaraki until the man was begging for mercy. Aizu had unfortunately called dibs on the villain. He wanted to storm their headquarters, then blow the place to hell, but he had no idea where to find them. Something that also ticked him off. Was he possessive? That was something he'd always known. Just like Frost, when someone earned a place beside him, they would always belong to him. Fighting and dying for those who had his loyalty was an easy choice, knowing that he couldn't find it in himself to let go of the rage burning in his blood. Mineta, while he personally didn't care for the boy, had been his classmate. For nothing other than that fact, he would allow Aizu to tear Shigaraki apart. Feeling the grip on his wrist tighten, he realized that while Aizu had let go the second he'd sat down, Uraraka was still holding onto him tightly. Glancing down, he noticed the bottle pointing at the brunette and the wicked grin on Mina's face. Frowning slightly, he quickly forced his face into a blank expression. "Well, Uraraka, you picked dare," the pink-skinned girl teased. Knowing that he'd missed something major, he flicked his gaze to the others, catching the panicked expression on Aiza's face as she shifted nervously. Suddenly, he had the urge to flatten the pink-haired girl into a pancake and create a crater in Momo's perfect living room. Instead, he tensed his as the hand on his wrist tightened again. Cutting his eyes back to Uraraka, he was surprised at the fire in her eyes. "Pick something else," she snapped. She didn't move or even twitch, but Mina flinched under the girl's glare. It was slightly impressive that he could feel the anger radiating off her from here. "Right?" Mina agreed, hoping to appease the angry girl. The gentle smile Uraraka sent her was somehow more intimidating to everyone but Katsuki, who found himself smirking. His interest in the girl skyrocketing as she loosened her grip on his wrist. When he chuckled, she stiffened her eyes, cutting to him as if realizing he was beside her. Seeing her eyes glance down at her hand, mirth filled his eyes as she released him quickly. Turning his attention away from her to Kirishima, he pretended not to see the way she stared at her hand. Tuning out again, he ignored them as he leaned over his head on Aizu's shoulder as he dozed lightly. He was slightly tired, and he knew Aizu wouldn't mind. It was some time later when he felt someone poke his cheek. Opening his eyes slowly, he glared at Aizu, who simply pointed down to the bottle. It was his turn apparently. Glancing around, he placed a snarl on his face when Azui waved at him half-heartedly. "Truth," he stated, the lazy growl in his voice relaxing the frog girl. Did she seriously think he would attack her for being unlucky enough to wake him up? Seeing Jair lean over and whisper something to the girl, he raised an eyebrow. His night was just getting better and better, wasn't it? "What's going on between you and Izuku?" she asked. The questioning tone caused the two pseudo-siblings to share a glance. He knew she would leave the decision of how much to tell them up to him, and part of him wanted to deny everything. Yet, they'd promised no more hiding once they got to UA. Sighing, he straightened and ran a hand through his messy hair. "Aizu has been my sister since we were 6, he said. It was said without growling at all, and he was amused by the looks they shared with each other. None of them knowing what to do with the confession, except for Kaminari, who had a smug expression on his face. It dulled his amusement when he noticed it. Deciding to just ignore the boy, he reached down for the bottle, his expression never changing as it landed on Todoroki. The boy simply gave it a dull look before picking truth with a dry voice. Katsuki, for only an instant, wanted to ask about the apparent injuries the boy had but chose not to. He had a feeling that the other boy would not appreciate the line of questioning. He wasn't a gossip either, so asking about Cruz's was out, although he doubted Mina would appreciate him ruining her chance to get information. He just wanted to go back to sleep. "Favorite color?" he asked reluctantly. It was the only question he could think of that the boy wouldn't freeze him for. Relief flashed through the other boy's eyes for just a moment before he said blue with little to no emotion. It was only 2 hours later that everyone else was asleep when Aizu told him about her fight with Frost in whispers. Her head laying on his lap as he ran a hand through her hair absently. Watching he fall asleep, he finally had time to think. He'd known something was going on with his girls, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. She'd had a fight with Frost over memories that the wolf had hidden away. Running his hand through the sleeping girl's hair, he thought over the situation. Frost was like him. As long as Aizu kept asking for the answers, she wouldn't give them. If he was right, the wolf was trying to force her into a corner. He had to wonder why she was making her move now. The only thing that had changed was their acceptance into UA. Eyes widening, his hand froze as he remembered the way Azui had described Aizu at the. Her eyes had been green when she fought. Knowing that he had a pretty good idea why Frost was pushing Izuku now rather than during their middle school years. Izuku had finally fought by herself without Frost there to guide her. It was something Izuku most likely didn't realize herself, but she no longer needed Frost to help her fight. She was strong enough on her own now. Leaning back against the couch, he closed his eyes. The ticking of the clock in the corner lulling him to sleep. When Aizawa announced the UA Sports Festival, he was met by silence instead of cheering. It was not at all the reaction he was expecting, but he internally smirked all the same. His students sharing a quite uncomfortable glacé before Ida took the lead in questioning him about the upcoming festival. Answering the questions calmly, he took a moment to study his kids. It was easy to see they were still shaken from the U.S.J. He hoped now they knew being a hero wasn't about sunshine and rainbows. It was work and pain, cardigan, longing. If they weren't strong enough, it would break them, and he would hate to see them broken by a profession they'd chosen. Izuku sighed, her chin resting on her palm as she listened to their teacher with only half her attention. It wasn't that she was uninterested in the sports festival, but she just felt like it was unimportant compared to everything else going on in their lives. Glancing up, she noticed Aizawa watching her and fought to keep from frowning. He looked worried, although that might have just been her imagination due to him still being covered by bandages. Looking away, she focused on the wall rather than on her teacher. Why couldn't she just be stronger already? It wasn't fair that she couldn't do anything to protect her classmates. Closing her eyes, she tried to ignore her teacher's gaze while being happy the man didn't bring up her lack of attention. She didn't even notice he'd stopped talking until Azui bumped her shoulder, gaining her attention. Glancing up at her classmate, she raised an eyebrow at the girl. "So, sports festival, what do you think?" Kaminari asked, his eyes brightening slightly as he tapped Izuku on the head. Rolling his eyes, Katsuki leaned back, amusement in his smirk. He met the lightning bug's eyes for a moment and was pleased to see the boy take half a step back. "I think we kick their butts. After all, we're going to win," Katsuki stated, dragging all attention to himself. Aizawa felt his lips twitch upward as he caught the phrasing of his problem child's words. The boy before the U.S.J would never have put himself in the same category as his classmates. Knowing that Katsuki believed in them enough to say they were strong was both a relief and a source for confusion. Watching the boy turn to Izuku with eager eyes, it was easy to make out his words as he asked, "What do you think, Aizu?" Stilling at his question, she seemed to think over her answer before she frowned. It wouldn't be easy to beat everyone else, especially without knowing what their abilities were. Fighting unknown quirk users was dangerous mainly due to the unknown variables. However, her class was strong, and with Mineta's death, they had chosen to watch each other's backs against threats. "I think you should announce your intent to win at the start," she said, letting the playful part of her take control. When he threw back his head, laughing along with some of their classmates, she knew she'd made the right choice. Especially when she noticed Todoroki's lips curve upward into a smirk before he could stop himself. "Dude, that would be awesome." Shiro gushed, his voice causing Izuku to collapse in a fit of giggles before she could stop herself. Pouting, the boy huffed, but there was a sense of pride in his eyes at making the girl laugh. The amused expression on Katsuki's face didn't change as Aizawa left the room. It was after all their last class of the day, and he wanted his kids to have time to process everything. He was just glad they were accepting of the upcoming events. In truth, he had no desire to lose the bets he'd placed on his students to the other teachers. Mike had already put bets on Class 1A as well. Gaze flickering up as their teacher walked out the door, Uraraka grinned before launching herself at Aizu. Eyes widening, the girl barely had time to realize what was happening as the brunette wrapped her in a hug. Ida sighed at the display but said nothing. He'd long since realized his class was unlikely to listen to him. Also, he was pretty sure Izuku was still holding a grudge from the entrance exam. She was wary of him but still treated him politely, which was far better than he'd expected after he embarrassed her in front of over 1,000 prospective students. Hearing a knock on the door, almost everyone froze. Exchanging glances, Katsuki and Todoroki moved to opposite sides of their classmates, making sure they were close enough to intervene. Shiro, however, was elected by Kaminari to open the door. Although if Jiru's smirk was any indication, the girl clearly had something to do with shoving him forward. Letting Momo take the diplomatic position at the front, Ida stood in front of Izuku along with Uraraka as the rest of their class filled in the space between them. They tried not to make it seem like they were ready to attack at any moment. Izuku was the only one that stayed seated, her eyes trained on the door as Momo motioned for Shiro to open it. After all, the green-haired girl was their secret weapon, for more reasons than just her strength. Izuku tensed, her eyes narrowing as Shiro opened the door to the classroom, revealing the large gathering of students in the hallway. She felt nervous as she took in the sight of the collective mob outside their door. There was something intimidating about the large group, even though she knew it would be easy for them to beat them all back. This was the part where Frost would usually cut in with a witty remark, but her other half was hiding. She did not miss Frost. Momo did remarkably well at fending off the other students with polite words. She easily charmed most of them so that they didn't notice the battle positions taken up by Class 1A or how every movement they made was followed by Todoroki as if the boy was daring them to try something. Katsuki, however, was far less subtle in his observations due to growling every time someone moved toward the doorway. It was amazing how easily he fell into the role of the class guard dog. Not that any of them would say that aloud. They may be reckless, but they weren't stupid. "It seems Class 1A is just as human as the rest of us," Manoma said as he started pushing his way to the front of the gathered group. He didn't see Izuku sitting in the corner or the way her eyes widened in shock. The mocking tone cutting through the chatter around them. Some of the other students sent him shocked looks, but Class 1A simply tensed. The purple-haired boy near the left side narrowed his eyes as he watched the blonde closely. The mocking smile on his face was extremely annoying to Katsuki, who was considering blowing him up and simply telling Aizawa it had been an accident. Their teacher would believe him, or at the very least simply shake his head and let it go. As long as he didn't kill the blonde boy, all would be forgiven. Sending a quick look to Momo, he frowned when she motioned for him to stand down. Huffing, he leaned back on his heels following her order, for the moment at least. In truth, Momo wasn't any better than him, given the way her hand was twitching. Anger brightened her eyes as she glared, the expression putting all of her classmates on edge, even Aoyama, who had elected to take a position near the back. I don't think they're a threat. After all, if you can't even protect your classmate, I doubt you'll be much of a threat, Manoma said. He could feel Kendo's hand on his arm trying to pull him back, but seeing the shocked, dejected faces, he felt thrilled. These people were too weak to be in the hero course. He should have been in Class 1A, not these weak rejects who couldn't even protect each other. They weren't hero material, and he would show the entire world that during the sports festival. His class was much more suited to being heroes, and he would prove it even if he had to bury these people to do it. Izuku flinched, pain lighting up her eyes as the words registered in her mind. Clenching her hands, the girl could hear Frost snarling in her mind for the first time since their argument. Katsuki couldn't hold himself back from snarling. See her eye drop to her desk as she dug her nails into her hand. He kept himself from attacking the smirking boy through willpower alone. He didn't want to make her day worse. Koda frowned, the expression out of place on the usually calm boy as he considered summoning a flock of bird to peck the other boy's eyes out. Bringing up Mineta was a low blow, one all of them felt and wanted blood for. They'd only been back at school for a day, and all of them were ready for a fight. It took everything in them not to attack him at that moment. Not to mention some of them are weak enough to be knocked out by grieving mothers. Manoma said, the mocking tone cutting through Izuku like a blade. Almost as one the class tensed. Todoroki frowned, Frost trailing up his arms as he took a step forward. It was Momo who stopped him from freezing the blonde as Kirishima blocked Katsuki from doing the same. Kaminari was sparking, his eyes narrowed in anger even as Ida tightened his grip on the desk beside him until the wood snapped. Breaking away from his redhead, Katsuki snarled, the sound gaining Aiza's attention as she moved from her seat to stop him from punching the blonde. Grabbing his arm, she didn't notice the moving brunette until Manoma yelped like a wounded dog. You don't know anything, Ubisudi. Uraraka was heaving her hands, shaking even as she held herself back from punching the blonde once again. When she'd shouted at him, her voice had hitched and she was sure there were tears in her eyes, both from the pain of losing her classmate and the ache in her hand. She could feel the stares of her classmates, but she didn't care. How dare he come here and judge them? He didn't know anything about them. Holding his nose, Manoma glared at the girl. Taking a step forward, he stilled as half her class closed ranks around her. This time it was Katsuki who held his hand up, his quirk lighting up the air around them as he dared the other boy to make a move. Not even Momo or Ida protested his actions as they glared at the boy. That's enough, Manoma, let's go, Kendo ordered as she began dragging him away. Shivering under the force of Katsuki's glare, she didn't look up until they were almost to the back of the group. Her eyes darting upward only for her heart to freeze as she noticed the green-haired girl standing behind the others. Turning away, she winced as the door to the classroom slammed shut. The very first thing that Katsuki did when the door shut was check on Uraraka. He was fairly sure that the girl hadn't used the correct form to throw a punch. The fact she'd broken a finger confirmed his theory. Taking her hand gently, his eyes cut to Kirishima, who had moved to stand beside him. Letting the redhead examine her hand, he turned his attention to scolding her. We are teaching you how to throw a punch, Katsuki snapped. Nodding slowly, the girl sent him a strange look before something metallic caught her attention. Blinking, she stared at the knife in Momo's hand. It was about the size of a throwing knife and the metal was tinged green. Holding the weapon tightly, the girl seemed about ready to stab someone. Really, Mo? Jaira asked once she'd noticed the brunette's gaze. Shrugging, the taller girl sighed before moving to put the knife in her bag with the others she'd made throughout the day. You know, if we taught Mo to throw the knives as she made them, it would be pretty awesome, Tokomi said, drawing all the attention to himself. The suddenly starry-eyed look on the girl's face made him wish he'd kept his silence. Blushing slightly, the boy stepped back, his eyes going to the floor while Dark Shadow teased him. Think we could get it done in time for the sports festival? Shoji asked softly. When Ida sent him a curious look, the boy scratched the back of his head asking, I mean we are going to train together, right? Of course, Azui said as the others threw in their own positive responses. Even Todoroki gave a slow nod of approval. Oh, I'll make us cakes, Sato said, causing Momo to smile brightly while Katsuki shot the boy a grateful look. His sweet tooth had become well known to his class during their week off. The nod sent to him by the other boy was enough to tell him he would have his favorite cookies to eat soon enough. Mo, why are there a bunch of knives in your bag? Izuku asked when she got a glimpse inside. The literal pile of blades was worrying, especially since she was sure they weren't in there this morning. Flushing Momo shifted nervously as all attention was drawn to her. I can't help it. I've just felt on edge all day, and when I get nervous, I make things, the girl admitted embarrassment in her voice. Any you couldn't make something less life-threatening? Aoyama asked without judgment. There was only curiosity in his voice, although the half-smile on his face did soften Momo's expression. Knives would help if we were attacked, she said, taking them all by surprise. Running a hand through her hair, she said, I don't know why, but I just don't want to let any of you out of my sight. It's because of my Netta, Todoroki stated without hesitation. Tensing, Izuku frowned but didn't argue. She knew that the death of their classroom was the reason they were all so tense. Each of them felt like the entire world was going to attack at any moment. What are we doing? Azui whispered, her voice carrying in the quiet room. Glancing at Izuku, she could still remember the horrified expression that had crossed the girl's face when Mineta died. If she hadn't frozen, then Izuku wouldn't have been forced to save her. She knew that Izuku had blamed herself for Mineta's death, but she wondered if the girl realized that she'd saved her too. If Izuku had chosen to save Mineta before her, then she would be dead instead. Let's be honest, none of us actually cared about Mineta. We're only afraid of what will happen the next time we're attacked, Katsuki stated. Despite his words, he didn't say it in a cruel tone. His voice was unusually soft as he looked at his classmates. The words causing most of them to flinch as the truth brought guilt onto their faces. Izuku stared at him, her eyes widening as she remembered Frost saying the exact same thing. Then she wasn't ready to accept it, but now she knew the words were true no matter how much she wished they were false. Knowing that, she clenched her fists before deflating. The truth was the truth no matter how much she didn't want it to exist. For a moment they were silent, each of them knowing that the words were true but none wanting to admit it. Momo sighed, her expression turning vulnerable as she sat down, her head dropping into her hands. Rubbing her back, Jiraiya sat on the desk beside her friend. It wasn't fair that the truth was something that hurt so much. Not even Todoroki seemed immune to the words, since a dark frown was on his face. He's right, Izuku said, drawing their attention. While most of the time she would balk at the attention and drawback, this time she stood straight, her eyes were flickering to gold as she stared straight at them. Katsuki smirked as she nodded at him before saying, It's okay to be on edge, I doubt that will end anytime soon. And while I agree that none of us knew Mineta enough to care about him, that doesn't mean we should forget him. Instead, we work toward protecting each other so that this never happens again. Kaminari tilted his head, studying her quietly. He'd missed Frost, and seeing her eyes turn to gold for a moment had made him feel better. Nodding in agreement to her words, he didn't notice Todoroki shifting nervously at the thought of them protecting each other. He didn't want his classmates to know about his father, but he knew when they found out it wouldn't end well. The vindictive part of him wondered just how far his father would be able to run before they caught him. So, I can keep making my knives? Momo asked, catching them all by surprise. The eager expression on her face causing them to break into laughter. Even Katsuki smirked, his expression softening. The hopeful look on her face caused Ida to look away before he could be in, but Azui wasn't so lucky. Yes, but please don't stab anyone, Azui said, giving in to the puppy eyes Momo sent her. The agreement startled all of them, but Momo only pouted. What if they start it? Momo asked, completely serious. Feeling Jiraiya's hand run through her hair, the girl tilted her head toward the sensation. We can't just shank people, Kaminari protested when he saw Ida considering it. Not even the class representative was immune to the overprotective urges he felt. What about Manoma? Aoyama asked, a malicious light in his eyes. Go wild, Ida said, catching them all off guard. Glancing at him in surprise, they noticed the darkened glow in his eyes. Shivering, Izuku stilled when she heard Frost chuckle. Making the choice to talk to her other half, she smiled, the peaceful expression out of place with the murderous intent drifting through the room. It was telling of how used she'd gotten to Toshi's presence in her house that she didn't even raise an eyebrow when she saw him talking to her mom in the kitchen. Almost skipping into the house, she grinned at them happily. Part of her knew she was supposed to be weirded out by her mother dating the top hero, but if they were both happy, then she couldn't complain. During her week-long sleepover at Momo's, the two had officially started dating, or at least that's what they told her. Personally, she was sure that they started dating 3 months ago when she first invited Toshi over to meet her mother, but she wasn't dumb enough to bring that up. Especially while watching her mother chop vegetables into tiny little pieces. "Hello, Aizu, how was school?" Inko asked, putting the knife down when she noticed her daughter. Toshi smiled widely as he moved to stir the broth on the stove. "Good," Aizu said. "Well, everything but the situation with Manoma was good." She did not, however, mention that to her overprotective mother. Not after the incident with Minetta's mother, who Inko had verbally torn apart for slapping her daughter. "That's nice, honey. Do you have a plan for the sports festival yet?" she asked. Seeing her daughter tilt her head in confusion of how she knew about that, Inko grinned, saying, "Toshi told me all about it. He even offered to get me a seat next to him in the stadium." "Really?" Aizu asked, excitement in her voice. "Unfortunately, I have some adult things to take care of during that time, but I will be watching on TV," Inko stated. Internally, she cursed the stack of documents she'd been hiding from her daughter. Still, if her appointment with her solicitor was that day, she couldn't put it off again. At least all the paperwork would finally be filed. Seeing Izuku pout, she said, "Why don't you go put your stuff away and get ready for dinner?" Nodding, Izuku tried to ignore the disappointment she felt. Walking to her room, she didn't notice the secretive look shared between the two. Tossing her backpack on her bed, Aizu sighed. She had no idea what her mother was up to, and usually this was when Frost would cut in with her theories. Sitting at her desk, Aizu ran a hand through her hair before she pulled out her notebook. If they had 2 weeks before the sports festival, then she might be able to strategize. Dinner that night was amusing. Toshi was still nervous about them eating his cooking, and due to the fact he could burn water, it was a proper reaction. Hiding the amusement behind her cup, Izuku giggled silently as he chatted with her mother. Both of them were naturally anxious people. It wasn't long before her mother was taking the plates back to the kitchen, leaving the two alone. "I have every confidence you'll do well at the sports festival," Toshi said softly. The words caused her face to heat up, only to pale when he said, "As my successor, you have every reason to succeed. I know you'll make me proud and announce your presence to the world." Yeah, that was no pressure or anything. Sitting in bed hours later, she couldn't get the words out of her head. How was she supposed to announce her presence to the world when she got frightened by simply talking? To new people? Falling back, she laid staring at the ceiling. Trying to think of happy things, her mind turned to her class. When she lay awake that night in her room, remembering how defensive her class was, she giggled. It was easy to realize that she wouldn't trade her class for anything. Not even Manoma's words hurt as much as they should. Closing her eyes, she let herself drift asleep, entering her mind with a singular purpose. Everything would be okay again. She wouldn't give up until it was. She didn't expect Frost to be waiting for her or for everything to look so dark. The trees seemed to have gotten closer to the clearing. Frowning at the black flowers beneath her feet, she turned her attention back to the white-haired girl standing right in front of her. Unlike usual, Frost wasn't smiling, instead she was emotionless. Spinning a spear in her hand, Frost studied the other girl. Unlike before, there was determination written on her other half's face, seeing that she knew it was almost time. Clenching her fists, Aizu tilted her head back, making sure to keep Frost in her sights. She could deal with the state of her inner world later. Right now there was something far more important for them to solve. "I want to see the memories," she said. The cold tone surprising Frost only a little. For a moment she had the same feeling that she got in the U.S.J. Letting a smirk drift across her face, the white-haired girl leaned on her spear. "I said no," she stated. Usually Aizu would start whining, but now the girl was glaring at her in annoyance. "I don't care," she said, a spear appearing in her hand. Unlike the white design flowing down Frost's weapon, Aiza's was green and covered in vines. Even if they tear you apart, Frost asked, her voice softening for just a moment. She'd known this day was going to happen for years. Ever since she'd first taken Aiza's memories, she'd been worried that her other half would hate her. However, choosing to take them hadn't been something she regretted. Even if Aiza chose to hate her forever, she wouldn't apologize for protecting her. I'm stronger than you think I am, Izuku snapped. Shifting into a battle stance, she tensed slightly. She didn't want to fight Frost, but she hated the secrets being kept from her. Secrets themselves were something she hated. Mirroring her movements, Frost kept the smirk from her face. Even if Aiza didn't win, her choice to fight meant she was ready to see the truth. Prove it, she said before lunging. Stumbling back, Aiza managed to block the downward arc of Frost's spear. She'd never been good at sharing her feelings. It was what separated her from Aizu. It was why she got along with Katsuki so well, since neither of them wanted to acknowledge that feelings existed in the first place. As she parried Izuku's attack, she hid a grin. U.S.J had made Izuku stronger. It was easy to see that she was no longer the girl who flinched every time she got attention. The villain attack had been the first time Frost had seen Izuku fight for something with enough determination to win without her help. She wanted that to continue. She wanted Izuku to be strong. Leaning back to allow a slash to fly over her head, Frost lashed out at Aiza's feet, causing her to stumble back. Stabbing the blade of her spear into the ground, she kicked out at Aiza's chest and was surprised when the girl sidestepped. Following Aizu with her eyes, Frost landed on the ground once again. She couldn't, however, stop what happened next. Twisting on her heel, Aizu slammed the pommel of her spear into Frost's stomach. Stumbling back, the white-haired girl didn't notice Aiza's spear heading for her face until it was touching her nose. Seeing the hesitation mark Aiza's face, Frost snarled as she grabbed the spear and tugged. The force of her action causing Aizu to fall forward right into the punch Frost sent at her face. Watching her other half sit on the ground with a hand pressed against her cheek, Frost couldn't stop her anger from bubbling. Why do you always hesitate? If I was an enemy, you would be dead now. Frost snapped. Her rage was almost sizzling from her skin. Aizu flinched at the tone as Frost began to pace. At that moment, she reminded Aizu of Katsuki when he was on the edge of breaking down. Frowning, she stood slowly so she wouldn't draw the other girl's attention and narrowed her gaze. Had Frost been testing her? It sounded like something her other half would do. Still, though, having Frost call herself the enemy was not a statement Aizu would leave unanswered. But you not. You're Frost and you would never be my enemy, Aizu shouted, drawing her attention. Grabbing her shoulders, Aizu resisted the urge to shake the other girl until she started listening. Seeing Frost look away, Izuku frowned, saying, Frost, no matter how angry I get at you, I will always love you. That's weakness, Frost snapped, although the words lacked any real anger. Shifting slightly, she glanced up at Aizu before looking away quickly. She would forever deny the fact that Aizu's words made her feel slightly better. Liar, Aizu said. She couldn't resist the teasing tone in her voice that caused Frost to relax. Sighing in defeat, Frost blinked before she nodded slowly. She knew what Izuku wanted now, and she knew the girl would hate her afterward. All right, Frost said softly. Shrugging off the other girl's hands, she ran a hand through her hair before turning toward the trees. Hesitating for a moment, Izuku stared after her. The last time she tried to enter the forest had led to the trees attacking her. Walking after her, she didn't expect the trees to part around her other half or for Frost to stop next to a locked cellar. Kneeling, Frost hesitated. She'd been protecting Aizu for so long that simply bringing her here felt as if she'd failed. Gathering her courage, she touched the lock, gently causing it to vanish. Standing, she clenched her fists before sighing, "There are 4 memories." Watching Aizu nod and move to open the cellar, Frost couldn't stop herself from wishing there could have been another way. Tensing, she moved just as Aizu collapsed the open cellar, seeming to taunt her as she caught her other half gently. Frost barely felt the trees around them shiver as she ran a hand through Aizu's hair. 2 months after Izuku's 6th birthday. Joy brightened her green eyes as she rushed down the stairs. She'd found her Quirk. Everything would be okay now and Mama could stop fighting with Papa. Her bright green eyes shined with hope as she stepped into the living room only to freeze. They weren't fighting, but instead her father was holding a pile of documents while her mother shouted at him in rage. She'd never seen her this angry before, and seeing it now scared her. Gripping the stair railing, she stilled her eyes flickering between the two. It was easy to move into the shadows so she wouldn't be seen. "You tried to sell our daughter," her mother roared, the volume almost shaking the walls. Shrinking in on herself, Izuku couldn't stop herself from biting her lip. She didn't really understand what her mother meant. "It will be the best thing for her," her father stated. It was strange that this was the first time he'd been home in 2 years. He was practically a stranger to her. Wincing at the condescending tone he was using, she looked at the ground when he said, "This new study might even tell us why she was born without a quirk." "She's our child, not a lab rat," her mother said. She wasn't yelling anymore, which was much scarier than when she shouted. Shivering, Izuku leaned back slightly. "She's useless," her father snapped. At the words, she felt like she was breaking into pieces. This was the man who was supposed to be her father. He was supposed to love her. "Get out," her mother said, the words barely reaching Izuku's ears. For a moment the entire world was quiet as Izuku stood there clinging to the railing like a lifeline. Legs shaking, she didn't realize she was barely standing. Inko ID dash. "Get out." 1 month before Izuku's 7th birthday. Entering her house quietly, Izuku could hear the yelling. Clutching the straps of her backpack, she was already shrinking in on herself. Her father was back again, and already he was fighting with her mother. With only a month until her 7th birthday, she didn't quite know what she should do about everything. What could one 6-year-old do against a man who could breathe fire? Nothing. "Inko, just listen to me. They're offering $500,000 dash." "No. I will not sell my daughter U.S.J, her mother snapped. They were fighting in the kitchen again. This had become almost a daily thing. She was almost ready to move in with Kakin. Shrugging off her backpack, she tossed it on the couch before heading toward the kitchen. "She's mine too," her father said. Watching from the doorway, Izuku could see the tension in his shoulders as he practically boiled with frustration. "Really? Last I checked you wanted a son with a quirk," her mother said. The mocking tone was something even Izuku could recognize. "Why does everything have to be a battle with you?" he asked. Frowning as if he was the victim, he sighed. He looked like her teacher when Kakin decided to be difficult, which was every day now. His next words, however, caused her to flinch. "You can't honestly love the brat." "I love my daughter. You're just the beast that wants to sell my child," her mother almost screamed, the words filling Izuku with warmth. For a long moment, her father was silent, his hands shaking at his sides. He reminded her of a boiling kettle about to blow. Shifting nervously, Izuku reached up her hands, gripping the door frame tightly. "Would you just listen to me, you beach?" Idly her mind noted that he spit when he shouted. Slamming his hands onto the counter, he snarled at her mother in rage. Kakin was nothing compared to the way he was looming over her mother. She saw his hand raise off the counter in almost slow motion, her mind registering the way her mother flinched back. "Stop shouting at Mama." She didn't know when she moved. All she knew was that she was between them, her arms outstretched to protect the one person in the world that meant everything to her. His hand had stopped just before it could touch her skin. Looming over her tiny body, he looked like a monster. Her mother's horrified whisper of her name broke the silence. There was a war being fought in his eyes before something seemed to snap in his gaze. Izuku screamed, the sound swallowed by the iron grip on her neck. The world had shifted so quickly that she almost didn't know where she was. Some part of her mind took in the current situation with deadly clarity. Shaking, shivering, her small body pressed against the wall as her father screamed in her face. Tears leaking from her mother's eyes as the woman desperately tried to pull him away. Frost snarling like a wild animal as she lashed out her nails, creating bloody lines down his face. Crashing to the ground, she was coughing and sputtering, her eyes fading back to rich, vibrant green. Later she would notice that this was the first time Frost materialized, but for now, she held her bruised neck tightly as her father howled in pain. Blood dripping onto the floor from his wounded face and smearing from her now blunt nails. One day after her father's departure for America, It was her first time meeting her mother. Staring at the woman almost 4 months after the incident in the kitchen, she didn't hesitate to keep her chin up. Her father had left yesterday. She just wished her nails had gotten his eyes rather than his cheek. Shifting nervously, she watched the woman closely, her golden eyes drinking in the sight of her mother. "You're not Izuku," the woman whispered. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and sitting across from her in the living room, Frost felt a bolt of uncertainty rush through her body. Would her mother reject her? "No, I'm Frost," she said bluntly. Raising an eyebrow, the woman smiled slightly at the words. It was almost as if she could see the hidden fear written on her soul. "But you're still my daughter," her mother said, the warm tone catching Frost off guard. Tilting her head slightly, she studied the older woman, her shoulders relaxing slightly. "You're Izuku's Quirk?" her mother asked softly. Nodding hesitantly, Frost saw shame enter the woman's eyes. Watching her mother look down, Frost almost couldn't breathe as the woman raised a hand to her face. There was bitter irony in her voice as she said, "Just when my daughter gets a quirk, she's too traumatized to leave the house." "That's not your fault," Frost said. Her voice was soft despite the discomfort she felt at the muffled sob she heard. Looking down at her hands, Frost wished she hadn't let Aizu talk her into this meeting. She would rather meet with Kakin. It would be far less uncomfortable than listening to her mother cry. "I just wish I could take it all away," her mother whispered. The words were so quiet that Frost wouldn't have heard them without her enhanced hearing. Hands clenching, she struggled not to say anything, but the woman's sobs made her feel increasingly guilty. Closing her eyes, she felt the sting of tears. "They can," she said, the words leaving her mouth without her permission. Looking down at floor, she couldn't stand to look up and see the shock in her mother's eyes. Why did she have to speak? "Frost," her mother asked, confusion in her voice. Gathering her courage, Frost glanced upward only to find hope in her mother's gaze. "I can take away the memories. It would be like it never happened in the first place," she said, the explanation making the hope grow. Somehow that was worse than anything else in the world. "Do it," her mother ordered, the words causing Frost's heart to crack. For a moment she thought of how Izuku would react. True, the memories may hurt now, but they belonged to Izuku. They were a part of her, and taking them away was wrong. She had to refuse. Frost, she refuses to even leave her room other than to go to school." Her mother spoke, the words coming out in a rush. There was desperation in her voice as the woman moved to grab Frost's hands in her own shaking grip. Tears flowed down her face as she pleaded, "If you can take away the pain, then do it. Please." 2 days later. It was raining, their inner world looking more like a swamp than a meadow. Looking up at the sky, Frost let the water pour down her face as she thought over her mother's demand. Would taking away the memories help Aizu? She hated this. The pain Aizu went through every single day was turning their inner world into a nightmare. Even now Izuku was curled among the black flowers sobbing. Moving closer, Frost winced when she heard the pleading words leaving Aizu's mouth. "It hurts so much." Of course it did. Her sorrow was turning their entire inner world black. Soon there would be nothing left but darkness. She didn't want that for Aizu. Her other half deserved all the light in the world. Hands shaking, she looked down, shivering as the cold rain ran over her skin. Why did he hate me? Because he was weak. He couldn't handle having a quirkless daughter and took everything out on Aizu. That was why she hated him more than anyone else in this world. What did I do wrong? Nothing. He was the one in the wrong. It wasn't Aizu's fault. If anything, it was hers. She should have protected her. She should have been better, stronger. Everything that happened was her fault. Protecting Aizu was her job, yet she couldn't even keep her safe from their father. She was worthless as a quirk. I should never have been born. It's all my fault. No. The scream caught Aizu off guard as Frost practically pounced on her. Hugging Aizu tightly, Frost held back her tears and sorrow. Gripping her other half as they sat there in the rain, she realized that Aizu was broken. The bright girl who turned the world into rainbows had drawn in the water that surrounded them. It was all her fault. Closing her eyes for just a moment, she wished that this wasn't happening. Stealing her resolve, she pulled away slightly but kept Aizu in her arms. I can take it away, she whispered softly. Aizu shook in her arms as tears ran down her face onto Frost's shirt. Please. The plea broke every reservation Frost had. Raising one hand to run through Aizu's hair, she focused for just a moment. Targeting every memory of their father from before Aizu's 6th birthday, Frost locked them away as her other half collapsed. Holding the sleeping girl gently, Frost finally allowed herself to break. Looking up at the sky, she hoped the rain would hide her tears. The sky above her was lit with brightly shining stars that seemed to shift into ever-changing patterns and designs. Cold water lapped at her skin as she floated in the lake that was once her flower meadow, but at least it wasn't filled with black flowers anymore. Instead, it was filled with crystal-clear water that rested atop a sea of iridescent stones ranging from light green to pale blue. Even the trees had changed, moving farther away from the lake. They were still dark and somewhat creepy, but at least they weren't within touching distance anymore. Her inner world was different now. The weight of the truth twisting her meadow into something it could never have been if she'd stayed in the dark. A part of her wished that she'd never pushed for those memories. Everything she thought she knew about her father was false, except apparently that he'd left. To make it worse, she'd actually asked for this. She'd wanted her memories sealed away, which was understandable seeing as how she'd almost been sold by her father. Who tries to sell their kid? Did he actually hate her that much, or was it simply the kind of man he was? Fathers were supposed to love their children, but she wasn't foolish enough to think they all did. That was an ideal, not a reality. Humans were complicated creatures and not all of them were kind. However, understanding that simple truth did not mean she forgave him in the least. There was a fury now drifting just under her skin, longing to lash out at him. She wanted him to see what she'd become without him. She wanted him to realize his mistake when he turned against her. She'd been so angry when she realized Frost was hiding away her memories. The initial betrayal had hurt more than she'd thought anything ever could. However, now that she knew, she didn't blame Frost for locking the memories away. Frost had always been the mature of the two of them, and at the time Aizu was in no position to cope with any of it. She knew it was common practice for parents to hide sensitive information from their children until they were old enough to handle the truth. What Frost had done wasn't wrong, but it was still slightly annoying. It didn't help that she was still tense from the sudden onslaught of bloodlust she'd felt when she learned the truth. She wanted to do something, anything, other than lay here and think about everything that happened. It didn't help that today was not only a school day but a training day as well. Rolling over, she frowned, her eyes opening to the sight of Frost laying beside her. She'd learned today how insecure her other half truly was. Was the constant fear of rejection something that Frost had always dealt with? If it was, then she hadn't noticed, and that made her feel like a complete failure. She'd had to spend over an hour assuring Frost that she didn't hate her, which was actually hard to do since her other half refused to speak to her for 20 minutes. She'd hid in the trees until Aizu had literally begged her to come out. Now she was actually asleep, letting Aizu see the darkened bags under her eyes. For her entire life, Aizu had been the one being protected. First by her mother and then by Frost. Even Kakin protected her from the world. It wasn't fair that they had to keep her safe. She shouldn't be so useless. Sitting up slowly, she reached out, brushing back Frost's hair before standing. Letting her spear materialize in hand, she moved away from her other half. The water rippled under her feet as she shifted her body, moving through the motions as she twirled the weapon in her hand. Soon she would be on national television, competing against her fellow students and fighting to win the sports festival. It was broadcasted all over the world. Her father might be watching. She didn't know why the thought filled her with so much rage. Todoroki. Poking the darkening bruise on his shoulder, he was glad that the school hours were over and that his father was on an extended business trip for the next few days. That meant zero training for him, and he really did need a break. On one hand, he was pretty sure that wanting to burn his father alive didn't make him a hero, but on the other, he couldn't find it in him to regret the urge. Running a hand through his hair, he frowned, remembering the gentle way Katsuki treated Aizu and wishing he had that type of relationship with his siblings. Instead, he was alone. His sister did try, but right now he just couldn't accept her help. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he scowled, the dark scar on his face the only thing he could see. Resisting the urge to smash the mirror, he forced his face into a blank mask before grabbing his bag of the floor. his shoulder protesting the movement. Exiting the bathroom, he froze when he noticed his two classmates stalking down the hallway. Midoriya looked more alive than she had in days. Her green eyes shining brightly, and he was surprised that she hadn't noticed him yet, but most of her attention was on Bakugo, who was looking down at her with worry. He didn't know why, but he didn't speak up when they got closer, choosing instead to listen to their conversation. "Kakin, I'm fine," she said, her voice soft as she assured him. Todoroki had noticed that she'd been more tense than usual and attributed it to Mineta's death, although he didn't mourn for the boy nearly as much as he should have given that they were classmates. He supposed it was the upside to only knowing the boy for about 2 days. Unexpected deaths were made easier by not caring about the dead person at all. Liar, Bakugo snapped his tone, reminding Todoroki of an angry badger. It didn't help that the boy seemed to be vibrating with anger at almost every hour of the day. Like a less abusive version of his father that actually cared about people. In his mind, Bakugo was harmless to everyone inside Class 1A. "No, really I'm fine, or would you rather talk to Frost?" she asked. Todoroki tilted his head, wondering how the two hadn't noticed him yet, but he didn't mind not being noticed if it meant he could learn more about them. Plus, he wondered who Frost was. "Why the f would I want to talk to Popsicle?" Bakugo asked, although Todoroki could hear relief in his tone. He had the sudden thought that his blonde classmate cared much more than he let on, which was most likely why everyone in the class thought they were dating before the slumber party. Something that his father had made him pay for dearly. It had been worth it. "Oh Katsuki, I didn't know you cared so much," Izuku said, but her voice was different. The tone was more confident and playful. Narrowing his eyes, Todoroki tilted his head, trying to process the change in his classmate. "F you." Bakugo snapped, embarrassment decorating his face. "Shouldn't you be saying that to Kirishima?" she asked mockingly. For a long moment, everything was silent as Katsuki's face turned a dark shade of red. Laughing, she dodged his attempt to grab her before taking off in Todoroki's direction. For the first time, he noticed her eyes were shining gold. "Frost!" The angered roar was all the warning that Bakugo gave before he took off after the girl. Frost laughed, avoiding his second swipe as she spotted Todoroki. Instead of worrying about him hearing their conversation, she reached out her hand, grabbing his wrist. Eyes widening, he didn't resist as she dragged him behind her. Her skin was warm. It was the first thing he noticed. Staring at her, he realized that she was grinning. The expression was full of mirth, and it wasn't something he'd ever seen before. She smelled like ice, which was strange given the fact he knew she didn't have an ice quirk. The scent of frozen water clung to her skin, reminding him of when he used his own ability. Her eyes were flickering between gold and green as she led him through the hallway, dodging other students as they rushed toward the building's exit. Letting his lips twitch upward into a rare smile, Todoroki allowed himself a moment of happiness. Exiting the school, Frost shifted, trying to avoid running into a blonde older student. Yelping as her foot twisted, she felt the entire world spin as her grip on Todoroki loosened. Eyes widening, the boy saw panic cloud her face before moving. His arms slipping under her as he caught her easily. Sliding to a stop, he held her tightly to his chest as Bakugo flew past them, crashing into Zero, who fell back onto Audrey. Watching the domino effect that the explosive boy caused, Todoroki raised a single eyebrow at the sound of giggling coming from the girl in his arms. Glancing down at her, he was surprised to see her eyes shimmering with amusement. He'd have thought she would be a bit more worried after nearly falling, but her golden eyes didn't have a bit of fear in them. Cutting his gaze quickly away from her when she glanced up at him, he turned his attention to the older student who was watching the ongoing brawl. Apparently Audrey had bumped into Jiru with his tail, causing a chain reaction. Oh, look now, Aoyama was being dragged into the mess. Other than him, Aizu, and the older student, only Momo and Ida had been spared from the chaos. The expression of pure exasperation on Ida's face was mildly amusing. It was even better when Katsuki screamed for Kaminari to die before biting the blonde. His classmate, a hero in training, was biting someone. The entire situation was like a train wreck that he couldn't look away from. "Katsuki, no biting our classmates," Midoriya stated, although he didn't actually know if it was Midoriya who was speaking. Her tone would have been scolding if not for the amusement he noticed in her expression. Setting her down on her feet, he tilted his head when the Golden-eyed girl stalked to the edge of the pile of flailing limbs. Crossing her arms, the smirk on his face turned almost wicked as she said, "Zappy, get their attention." Kaminari froze, her voice cutting through the haze of pain and indignation that had surrounded his mind. Shooting her a glance, his eyes met brilliant gold. Frost was back. He was insanely happy for a long moment before realizing what she wanted him to do. Considering her words, he grinned before sending a light surge of electricity through his body. From his position in the center of the pile, he sat cackling as his classmates jolted away from him. "What the hell, lightning bug?" Katsuki growled as he shook out his arms. Before he could attack the other boy, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, keeping him in place. Looking up at who dared to stop him, he tensed when he noticed the glance of pure approval on Frost's face. Suddenly his mouth wouldn't work. "Now that I have your attention, it's time to go train," she said softly. The tone sending shivers down their spine when they realized how quiet Katsuki was being. Flickering their gaze between the two, Uraraka noticed the golden eyes and stood slowly. Tensing, she waited until her friend looked away from her before lunging. She saw Aiza's eyes widen seconds before she barreled into the other girl and sent them both crashing into Todoroki. Grabbing her shoulders, the boy held her up as Uraraka hugged her tightly. Frost wasn't going to lie. Her initial reaction was to shove the girl away, but Aizu was cooing about how adorable Uraraka's worried expression was. Raising a hesitant hand, she patted the other girl's head gently and simply waited for the girl to get tired. Ignoring the slightly warm feeling in her chest, she turned her attention back to the rest of her classmates who'd finally stood up. "So, whose house are we going to today?" Kaminari asked, as if he hadn't just electrocuted their classmates. The unimpressed glance they gave him was enough to let him know he hadn't fooled any of them. Pouting, he subtly glared at the brunette girl currently clinging to Frost. "Mine," Todoroki stated, his hands tightening on her shoulder. The reason he was volunteering was simply because his father wasn't home, and his house was closer than Momo's or Ida's. Patting Uraraka on the shoulder, Frost sighed in relief when the girl pulled away from her. Turning her attention to Momo and Ida, she sent them a questioning glance. When they shrugged, Frost nodded. "Sounds good," she said as Todoroki released her. "You guys are first years, right?" the older student asked, causing Frost to jolt. Putting herself between him and their classmates, she narrowed her gaze, daring him to come near them. Stilling at the protective glow in her eyes, he glanced at the rest of her class. His smile never left his face. "What's it to you?" Katsuki growled. She could feel his hand brush against her arm as he stood behind her. He was close enough to help if she got into trouble, but far enough away that she had most of the authority. "I'm Mirio Togata," the blonde said, ignoring Katsuki's outburst entirely. It was likely for the best, since he didn't have a good read on the boy's personality yet. Tilting her head, Frost felt Todoroki take a position on her other side while the more combat-oriented of her class moved to guard those that weren't. "We watched him compete in the sports festival a few years ago, remember? He's one of the big three now. His quirk somehow lets him sink into the ground," Aiza said. Humming slightly, Frost watched the older boys study them quietly. She knew he was assessing their levels and judging their abilities. It was exactly what she would do in his situation, although she wouldn't be nearly as subtle about it. Opening her mouth, she paused before sending a glance at Ida. He was their class rep after all. Nearly beaming at her, the boy almost pranced to the front of their group. Laying a hand on her shoulder that she considered biting, he placed an obviously fake smile on his face. Wait, when had she learned to distinguish Ida's smiles? Did this mean she was actually fond of him? Keeping her face blank, she didn't react when Aiza began laughing at her. "My name is Tenya Ida. Is there something you want from my class?" he asked, his eyes hardening when the blonde began laughing. He might have been a little bit protective of his class, since Ida's first instinct was to punch him in the face. Mirio didn't quite understand how the action was taken as an insult, but the entire class who glared at him in sync. "Momo, no knives," Jiru hissed in what she thought was a whisper, her hand snapping out to grab the other girl's. It was strange how warm she found the other girl's wrist. Mirio's laugh died in his throat when he realized just how insulting his laughter had been. Tilting his head, he zeroed in on the darkened steel sprouting from the girl's hands seconds before Ida moved between them. It was such a protective movement that for a moment the older student was floored. He'd heard about the villain attack a week ago, but for them to be so protective of each other was surprising. Death did have a way of bringing people together, but somehow, he doubted that this was all it was. The girl with the golden eyes had tensed when the taller boy touched her shoulder but hadn't shoved him away. She'd accepted the gesture with just enough annoyance that he realized they hadn't known each other for long. They didn't know what made each other tick or how they would each react to a situation, yet they would fight for each other without hesitation. That kind of unity was usually reserved for older students and hero agencies. Even Endeavor would help one of his sidekicks, reluctantly. Keeping a smile on his face, he wondered just why they were still on edge given that the fight had happened over a week ago. Sorry about that, my class is still a little dash. We're in shank mode, Mina cheered, cutting off Ida's apology. Her entirely too happy tone was almost surprising, but there was an edge in her voice. It hid a dark undertone of warning that was all too easy for the older boy to notice. For a long moment everyone was silent. No one could quite believe what the pink-skinned girl had said. Snorting Frost chuckled, the sound gaining everyone's attention as she held her stomach and laughed. The reaction wasn't one she would normally have, but it did break the tension of the situation around them. I apologize, Ida stated. His dull tone communicated his exasperation. Slipping into a bow, he excused his class, before turning his attention to the still laughing girl. Watching Bakugo throw her over his shoulder while cursing at her stupidity, Ida sighed. The rest of his class slipping into motion as they began following Todoroki back to his house. If they were retreating, then no one would ever know. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish during the sports festival, Mirio said softly, his eyes tracking them as he watched them walk away. Haikure had stolen the plans for the sports festival, well, not stolen but copied. Apparently, it had been easy to sneak into the teacher's lounge and copy the already printed plans without anyone noticing. Ida had immediately rejected the idea of using the documents, leading to the current argument between him and Momo of all people. Shifting nervously, Izuku resisted the urge to speak up as Azui took Ida's side. It was only the four of them currently in what Kaminari had dubbed the planning room. In all honesty, she'd rather be anywhere else right now. Like outside where the others were having mock battles and working on their quirks. Worse was that Frost was napping and leaving her to deal with everything on her own. Not that she blamed her other half, if she switched places she would. In truth, using the stolen plans did feel like cheating, but wasn't information gathering an essential part of being a hero? On one hand, this would help them win, but on the other, it was an underhanded trick. She should probably be against this, but all she could do was remember Manoma's words about how weak she was. The urge to prove him wrong at any cost was almost overwhelming. Gripping her dark green sweatpants tightly, she tried to ignore how much it hurt to hear him insult her. She'd thought he was her friend. Was he just tricking her this entire time? Midoriya, what do you think? Ida asked, breaking her out of her thoughts. Honestly, she was thinking that they should let someone other than her make the decision. I think that using the plans would be for the best, she said softly as an explosion sounded outside. She didn't even twitch. Katsuki had just found a sparring partner. But it wouldn't be fair, would it? Azui argued, unknowingly striking a chord with Izuku. What was fair about Mineta dying because we were stupid, unprepared kids? Where was the fairness when Manoma tried to break us down emotionally? Fair doesn't exist, Tsu, Izuku stated coldly, causing the other three to flinch. Feeling her anger fade at the action, Izuku sighed and ran a hand through her hair. Looking away from them, she said, "Sorry, I don't know what came over me." Ida frowned but acknowledged that she had a point. He doubted any villains would play fair, and it seemed that their own peers had no intention of doing so either. Watching Izuku turn away from him toward the door, he shared a look with Azui. While their classmates' self-blame had faded after their class talk, there were still times when she seemed to hate herself for being weak, for allowing Mineta to die. He didn't truly blame her, but he did wish she would let him try to help her. If there was one thing about Midoriya that was true, it was that she held grudges. I agree, Momo stated, spinning a knife between her fingers. Tokoyami had told her it would help with dexterity. Plus, Jiru, though it was amazing. Fine, we'll use these plans on the condition that we don't sabotage each other, Ida stated while Azui frowned but nodded in agreement. She could tell when she was beaten. Seeing a small smile flash across Izuku's face, Azui sighed. Maybe it was worth it if they won. Well, I'm going to check on the others, Izuku stated as she stood. Rushing from the room before they could stop her, Izuku didn't notice the look shared between the other three. Exiting the house to the sight of Katsuki sparring against Todoroki, she raised an eyebrow. Seeing the expression, Kaminari grinned at her. Feeling Frost stir, she sighed before moving over to stand beside the blonde. For some reason, Frost had decided to latch onto the boy, not that she blamed her. Kaminari was essentially a puppy in human form. Allowing the boy to pull her into a one-sided hug, she turned her attention to the spar rather than the boy who was now playing with her hair. Relaxing against him, she watched as the two fought. They were equally matched, although both were holding back so not to destroy Momo's backyard. Plus, it was a spar and Katsuki knew how to hold back even when it seemed like he didn't. Humming softly, she watched Katsuki dodge Todoroki's ice and rush into the other boy's guard. Seeing Todoroki's eyes widen in surprise, she tensed as Katsuki set off an explosion. It was the way Katsuki backed off almost immediately that told her something was wrong. He didn't move fast enough. His ribs protested as he tried to dodge Bakugo's explosion, causing him to flinch for just an instant. It was just enough time for the blonde's hand to slam into his side and send him sprawling. Worse was that while the attack hadn't even scraped his skin, it had destroyed the side of his shirt, revealing his still healing bruises to his classmates. Hearing Uraraka's shocked gasp, he froze, shame coloring his eyes as he looked down at the ground. Feeling their gazes burning into his skin, he flinched when Bakugo growled. Eyes flashing, Katsuki glanced at Aizu as she stared at the other boy. She was shaking as her mind effortlessly connected the dots the exact same way that his own had. The rest of their class wasn't doing any better until Todoroki snapped out of his stupor. Flinching, the boy rushed back into the house intending to hide. Almost snarling, Katsuki snapped at the others that it wasn't a show as Aizu followed the other boy into the house. She found Todoroki in the living room simply staring at the floor. The realization of what those marks could mean and the knowledge that he was hurt was enough to make her blood boil, although she hid it well. Swallowing back her emotions, she shifted nervously. "You okay?" she asked, watching him stare down at his hand. Instead of answering, he raised a hand to cover the scar on his face. Gripping the doorframe, she hesitated for a moment before entering the room slowly. Taking a seat on the coffee table across from him, she frowned at the dazed expression coloring his face. The question did, however, get his attention, and he sent her a one-eyed stare. Realizing how foolish the question had been, she twitched. "Right, stupid question," she admitted. Watching him return to staring at the floor, she wondered how she could gain his attention or take his mind off his father. The only real option was to tell him something that he could relate to, but she didn't really know that much about Todoroki. Shifting nervously as she thought of something to connect them, she steeled herself before saying, "I wasn't okay either." She almost cursed when he had no reaction to her statement. Hearing Frost growl, she sighed before running a hand through her hair. "As you've noticed, I have a second form of my quirk. Her name is Frost. She's like a split personality," she said. Feeling the amusement of her other half, she allowed a small smile to appear on her face as she told him, "She sealed some of my childhood memories to protect me from the strain of having them." Finally glancing up at her, Todoroki realized what she wasn't saying. Cold understanding caused him to feel sick. It was, however, nice to know that he hadn't been imagining her personality switches. Searching her eyes for anything to tell him he was wrong, he noticed the golden flecks in her green eyes. They were small and most people wouldn't notice them, but for him, they were easy to see. "How bad?" he asked softly. He wanted to know if it was worse than his. If her memories made her feel like she was nothing but a tool. Seeing a spark of gold flash across her eyes, he was mesmerized by her bitter laugh. "No one wants a quirkless daughter," she whispered once she'd regained control of her emotions. Frost was snarling even now, and she knew her other half would rather rant and rave than forgive the past. It was lucky that they would never see their father again. Noticing the way Todoroki stared at her, she shifted nervously, causing him to look away from her and back down at his hand. At least she was free of her father while his would be returning soon, and not even hiding at Momo's house would stop the man from finding him. That knowledge made him feel helpless. He would never be free of the harsh training and cold stares of the number 2 hero. He would always be the tool his father had created. In the end, not even his mother had loved him enough to see past his father. No, he didn't blame the woman for her actions. He didn't blame his siblings for pulling away from him either, although unlike them he didn't have the option of hiding from their father's gaze. He envied them for that. You know Katsuki's already planning to destroy your father, and so are some of the others, Izuku said, regaining his attention. There was no sign of her bitter amusement when he met her eyes once again. Instead, he could see nothing but sympathy and wicked joy. Why? He asked, confusion tainting his tone. He had no idea why they would go so far for him when they barely knew him. You're one of us, she snapped, taking offense to his question. Seeing him raise an eyebrow, her face heated up as she said, if you want. My father wants a tool to surpass all might because he's given up, he said bitterly. For once it was easy to read the rage and hate in his eyes. Stilling at the mention of Toshi, Aizu felt Frost snarl as she realized that Endeavor was nothing more than a bitter old man. Unaware of her rising outrage, he said, all of this is just his version of training. That's why you don't use your fire, she whispered, keeping the annoyance from her tone. Todoroki had handicapped himself just because of who his father was. I won't give him the pleasure of winning, the boy stated coldly. It's your quirk, stupid, not his, she snapped, causing his eyes to widen. Watching her eyes bleed gold, he shook his head. She didn't understand. Burn the bee, show him that you're stronger than him in every effing way because you are, Frost hissed as her hand closed around his collar. Shivering at the unrestrained anger in her eyes, he realized that she wasn't Midoriya. This was Frost, and somehow, she made him feel strange. The feral glow in her eye should have scared him, but it didn't. It was like meeting a wolf. Dangerous but amazing. He felt helpless and safe at the same time. It was an inactive knowledge that she wouldn't harm him that kept his quirk from reacting. She'd claimed he was one of them, and he doubted that would change because Frost was in control. You're not I'm Midoriya, he said bluntly. Amusement flashed through her eyes. No, now stop being stupid and use your fire, she ordered, daring him to argue with her. When he raised an eyebrow as if to ask if she meant now, her eyes widened, and she released him. Crossing her arms, she mumbled, shut up. Seeing the blush of embarrassment that darkened her face, his lips twitched. She looked cute at the moment. He hadn't thought that Frost herself would flush scarlet like Izuku did, but seeing her do just that, he couldn't help but want to smirk. She reminded him of a proud wolf. Frost, he said, trying out her name for the first time. Watching her blink and tilt her head, he chuckled. Suddenly the issue of his father seemed far away. What? She asked, only to get more nervous as he simply stared at her. Shifting nervously in a movement that resembled Aizu more than Frost, she bit her lip, asking, seriously, what? Why are you just looking at me? I like your eyes. Aizawa. His kids needed therapy. It was something that he'd been ignoring since the fight at the U.S.J, but seeing that Momo was creating knives, he was slightly worried. Proud but worried. They were presenting a united front as well, which was something he'd been worried about given their contrasting personalities. While most classes became close, he doubted that the change happened as quickly as it did for them. There was also the worry that they might break mentally from the strain. How do you feel about therapy? He asked his blonde boyfriend. Hizashi stilled the coffee cup in his hand, stopping just before it reached his lips. The question filled him with unease for a moment. Was Shota thinking that they needed couples therapy? He'd honestly thought they were doing pretty good lately. Had something happened at the U.S.J to cause his boyfriend to rethink their relationship? For us, he asked, trying to sound casual despite his rising panic. Swirling the coffee in his cup, he said, I thought we were doing pretty good. No, for my kids, Shota clarified, unaware of the relived slouching of the other man's shoulders. Reaching out his hand, he petted his closest cat, only to frown when it huffed at his cast. It wasn't his fault that he was injured. Wait, do you mean the cats? Hizashi asked, amusement beginning to color his tone. He knew that Shota was talking about his class, but despite that, he wanted to tease the other man. It wasn't often that his stoic boyfriend showed his emotions. No, I meant my students, Shota said. Pulling his hand away from the cat who was beginning to grow annoyed toward the cast, he finally looked up at his boyfriend. He didn't like the bemused smirk on Mick's face. "Oh, you're attached," the man cooed, grinning. Back on topic. "Should I get the kids therapy?" Shota said without bothering to argue. It was true after all. Mike wouldn't have believed a lie anyway. "Well, they did see their classmate die," Hizashi pointed out. "Yeah, so do you want to talk to Hound Dog about the kids?" he asked, hoping that the man would agree since he had no desire to talk to the school counselor. If he talked to the man, it was likely he himself would end up getting therapy instead of the kids. "They're your kids," Hizashi said, blunt amusement in his tone. He knew without a doubt that Aizawa would deny it until his dying day. "Students?" "Sure. Fine, I'll talk to him after the sports festival," Shota said, defeat in his tone. Grinning, Hizashi raised an eyebrow. "Why not before?" he asked. Remembering Momo's actions at the funeral, he said, "Last I checked, Yaoyorozu was still making knives." "Oh my god, you're amused." "Izuku." Momo was gazing at the blade in her hand nervously. Ever since the attack at the U.S.J, she'd been so tense and worried, despite what the others thought she wasn't getting better. Under all the conflicting emotions she had about that day was boiling anger. Her friends had almost been killed, and then they were mocked for losing a classmate. She'd never really been good at making friends despite being popular. Due to her family's money, everyone had wanted to use her, but her classmates just didn't care. "It doesn't have to be blades," Izu said softly, her eyes darting to the girl's weapon. When Momo looked up at her in question, Izu seemed to hold a silent conversation with herself before saying, "Blades are too large, and anything could go wrong. Trying something smaller and easier to make would be better. I'd suggest needles, since if they're put in the right place they can knock out a person without permanent injury, but it would require a detailed understanding of the human body along with pressure points." Turning her attention to Jairu, who was sparring with Koda, Momo considered the idea. Needles would take less time and energy to create. Giving a slow nod, she noticed Kaminari sneaking up on the other girl, causing her arms to twitch into a smile. Wrapping his arms around Izu's waist, Kaminari chuckled as the green-haired girl squeaked. Green eyes switched to gold as Frost growled at him. Hearing the sound, he grinned before spinning her around. Forming a thin, long metal needle in her hand, Momo studied it for a second before searching out Tokoyami with her eyes. An explosion caught all their attention, and she blinked at just who Katsuki was fighting. Uraraka flew backward, rolling across the ground before straightening. Her hair and training clothes were dirty, and scratches covered her skin, but she still stood back up and rushed forward. Ducking under Katsuki's arm, she reached out her hand, almost grazing his chest before he grabbed her wrist and threw her away from him. Rolling across the ground again, she frowned before shoving herself up. Lunging forward, she barely noticed the smirk on his face before he lashed out, aiming a punch for her face. Tilting her head instinctively, she dodged the blow, her eyes widening as his other hand touched her stomach briefly. The point-blank explosion wasn't high-powered, but it did send her flying backward. A blur of red passed her as Kirishima attacked. He'd finally figured out how to escape the tree that Katsuki had thrown him into, and the 2-versus-1 fight resumed. Dodging his crush's attack, Katsuki couldn't keep the grin from his face. While most of their class were paired off in training teams that gave some sort of balance to them, the last team was far too overpowered to even be considered fair. After all, putting the 3 powerhouses in the same team was asking for a disaster. That was why it was the job of all the other teams to bring the 3 down. However, what they hadn't expected was the near-flawless way Izuku and Katsuki linked Todoroki into their teamwork without hesitation. Instead of trying to force the dual-quirked boy to conform to their tactics, the two let him set the pace, leading to something out of a horror story. There had been ice everywhere, almost turning the backyard into an ice rink, while Katsuki used the ice to slide around, throwing out explosions and distracting them from Izuku's sneak attacks. Eventually, the others had given up and just allowed it to turn into a 3-way match between the 3 powerhouses of Class 1A. It was doubtful Aizawa would be very impressed with their actions, but none of them cared very much for being sneak attacked by a green whirlwind. They hadn't expected the 3 to work together so well, but at this point, Ida was willing to bet that just setting them loose on the other classes would win them the sports festival. It was only the spirit of fair play that kept him from pushing for that plan rather than the one they'd agreed on earlier. At least they were having fun, although Momo doubted her parents would be very happy when they saw the destruction. She didn't really care. Izuku had felt something strange when working with Todoroki and Katsuki, a sort of odd pull to the ice clinging to the ground, but she focused on the spar rather than the odd feeling inside her. Katsuki had even had fun when they sparred. It showed by the wild and wicked grin on his face. By the end of the sparring session, they knew that if worse came to worse they could simply use this team to tear through the competition. Hours later, they'd split into groups to take care of various tasks. However, the trauma of the training session was still fresh in everyone's mind. Todoroki wasn't really sure what he hoped to accomplish at the moment, but he found it easier to focus on Sato's cooking rather than the fact he was going to tell his class about his father. The cookies really made it easier to ignore Katsuki's growling too, although he doubted the boy was as angry as he pretended to be. Watching the blonde gently tap Jairu on the head as she stirred the noodles, he felt his lips twitch upward. Apparently, the explosion expert was an amazing cook, although that didn't translate to him being an amazing teacher. He'd already kicked Kaminari and Shiro out of the kitchen, which led to the two vanishing. Todoroki himself had been regulated to supervising Sato, who was baking. Personally, he loved this job. Momo had broken their class into groups to prepare for tonight's dinner since her parents were out of town on a business trip. Katsuki was in charge of cooking due to Izuku claiming he was amazing in the kitchen, which had led to Shiro claiming he was a housewife. Tsu, Momo, Ida, and Izuku were putting the finishing touches on their plan for the sports festival that was 2 days away. He'd seen Momo create a dry erase board in the living room earlier. Everyone else was outside doing sparring practice with Ajiru, who was all too happy to teach them hand-to-hand. Of course, the only people left in the cooking team were Katsuki, Jairu, Sato and him, although he had no idea how to cook. That was why Katsuki had pointed to the barstool and ordered him to supervise the second they entered the kitchen. He thought they were making pasta, but he honestly had no idea how any of the skis Katsuki had fished out of the pantry were going to help. In truth, he didn't think Jairu was doing a bad job, but he couldn't really judge her. Fuyumi had always done the cooking at his house. Despite the fact he wasn't doing much to help, he felt warm. Just being here with them made him relax as if nothing could hurt him. It was amazing what a week-long break from his father could make him feel. The man was going to be insufferable after the sports festival due to Todoroki planning to use his fire in the one-on-one matches. He'd talked it over with Izuku and come to the decision that he couldn't let the man stifle his chances of becoming a hero. More than that, however, was the fact Class 1A was going to win. His classmates deserved to win, and he wouldn't be the one to drag them down. Hearing footsteps behind him, he didn't glance back even as arms wrapped around his shoulders. What he did do was steal the last cookie on the plate, causing Mina to whine. Ignoring the pouting girl, he watched Katsuki bristle like an annoyed cat at her appearance. A week ago, his classmates wouldn't have dreamed of being this close to him, nor would they have laughed off Katsuki's actions. He found it easy to admit that being around his classmates now made him feel happy. Squeezing his shoulders, the girl moved away from him before Katsuki got annoyed and snapped at her. "Half and half, go check and see if the planning group is done yet," Katsuki ordered while straining the noodles. Following the order, Todoroki threw one last glance at Jairu, who was hovering beside Sato. The exasperated expression on her face caused him to smile slightly. He found the planning team working together for once instead of arguing. What was more amusing, however, was that Izuku was allowing Ida within 2 feet of her without glaring at him. Seeing her glance in his direction, he raised an eyebrow as she smiled in his direction. The open expression struck him for a moment, and he couldn't stop himself from returning the small smile. Looking past her at the whiteboard, he raised an eyebrow as Momo covered the entire thing with a sheet. The large grin on her face told him that she was happy with the plan they'd made. He couldn't wait to hear what they'd come up with. He still found Izuku strange, especially because of Frost. She was his friend, yet he knew almost nothing about her. Would she still want to be his friend when he finished telling them about his dad? It was likely that she would. However, he couldn't put to rest the fear that despite being the one to convince him to use his flames, she would abandon him. Watching her walk toward him, he noticed that she finally seemed happy. He hadn't seen her this happy since the U.S.J. To dash. Shoto, he corrected almost instantly. Watching her tilt her head in confusion, he shifted nervously, wondering if he should explain that he didn't want her to call him a name that reminded him of his father. "What about Show then?" she asked, a small smile appearing on her face. Nodding, he ignored the sudden rush of heat that caused his cheeks to color and the amused glance shared by Momo and Sue. He had no idea why they were suddenly so amused, but he didn't really care. Remembering the reason why he'd been sent here, he said, "Katsuki says dinner is almost ready." Well, he didn't, but Todoroki had spent enough time around the boy to learn to understand Katsuki speak. It helped that Katsuki had started to use more than grunts and growls when talking. Already knowing what he meant, the girl glanced back at the whiteboard before smiling. He was glad that she was smiling again. Happiness suited her far more than sadness. In his opinion, she was cute when she smiled. "That's great. Todoroki, we're just finishing up here," Ida said, withering under the dry look sent to him by the other boy. Pouting as the twin-colored boy led Izuku toward the dining room, he wondered why she got to call Todoroki by name, and he didn't. He was the class president after all. "Don't worry about it, Ida," Momo said, patting his shoulder as if she was trying to comfort him. It was only 20 minutes later, when they were all sitting down to eat, that Ida figured out why she'd been acting so strangely. It had taken Todoroki bumping against Izuku followed by the boy blushing for him to connect the dots. The only thing that kept him from blurting out his findings was the glare Uraraka sent him when he opened his mouth. In the end, he just asked Shoji to pass the rolls. Hearing Katsuki chuckle, he sighed. At least, his class was getting along. 2 hours later, the entire class was gathered in the living room waiting for the plan to be presented, and after that Todoroki would tell them the truth about his father and home life. Glancing to the left at Aizu, he relaxed as she began to almost bounce in place. Even Katsuki was anxious for the big reveal of the plan, while he hoped that vicious smirk meant he was anxious instead of simply murderous. It was times like this that Katsuki reminded him of a less murderous version of Endeavor. They were finally going to present the plan for the sports festival. She was nervous and excited all at once. There were butterflies in her stomach at the idea that her classmates were going to hear a plan that she'd come up with. Feeling Shoto touch her shoulder, she realized that she was almost bouncing in place. Smiling nervously, she tried to calm down as Momo unveiled the whiteboard. Almost as one, the class tilted their head in confusion at the 3 words on the whiteboard. "Aizu, please tell me that buddy system isn't our entire plan," Uraraka said once it became obvious that no one else was going to speak up. "Of course not," she said, ignoring the way Katsuki hid his face in his hands along with his growl of exasperation. "We've decided to go with something simple," Ida admitted. It wasn't out of the question for them to think up some elaborate scheme, however. He felt that something simple would be best for what they wanted. Combining their quirks would be more than enough to overpower the other classes, even Class 1B. "So the plan is to stick together?" Aoyama asked with slight confusion. It wasn't that he didn't understand the plan, he just didn't know if it would be enough to win against the other classes. Class 1A wasn't the only claim to strength at UA after all, and he doubted the other classes would lay down and allow them to win. "Mostly, we've decided the best way to overpower the other classes is to work together," Momo explained. Regardless of what the other classes brought into play, Class 1A had not one but 3 powerhouses. Not to mention that her quirk was the most versatile out of everyone. Plus, her needle throwing was coming along great. She didn't doubt that their class would be standing on top in the end. Smiling, she said, "Well, until the matches at least." Katsuki smirked, already knowing that once the 1v1 matches started, all bets were off. It was far too obvious that at that point they would stop looking out for one another and focus on who was going to win. Glancing over at his 2 training partners, he found the same determined grins on their faces that he wore. Both Kirishima and Uraraka were ready to fight to win. The desire for victory was shared with the entire class, if only so that they got the chance to beat Manoma into the dirt. "It was Midoriya's idea to put us in teams according to our strengths," Azui said, causing the green-haired girl to blush brightly. Smiling, Azui watched as Kaminari pulled the girl into a one-armed hug before passing out the team assignments. Seeing the confused glance Mina sent her paper, she said, "Here are the lists for teams." "Then wouldn't putting Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya all in the same team be our best chance at winning?" Uraraka questioned, causing Siro along with several others to pale. Putting those three together would be far beyond overkill. Well, the teams also serve another purpose, Aizu said softly, gaining their attention. While she still wasn't used to the spotlight, she had no issue explaining a plan that she'd came up with. After all, they hadn't called her an idiot yet. Tugging on a strand of her hair nervously, she leaned further into the warmth Denki provided as she said, to keep Todoroki away from Endeavor during the sports festival. As such, we'll mostly be sticking to them during the breaks too, Ida said while pushing up his glasses. There was only so much they could do to protect their classmate, but they would do all they could. For me, Todoroki whispered, although they all heard it. The silence hung in the room for a moment as they recognized the confusion and hope in his voice. If he'd told most people that the number 2 hero was a horrible father, they would have written him off as telling a lie or exaggerating. His classmates, however, didn't even entertain the idea that he might be lying. Instead, they chose to cling to him. In a way, it reminded him of what Fuyumi would try to do in her efforts to protect him, but not even his sister had managed to protect him. Didn't they realize they would be going against the number 2 hero, or did they just not care? They had to know how hard this would be, didn't they? Yep, Mina said as she wrapped her arms around him in a hug. Feeling Hakure join her, he stiffened for a long moment before relaxing. Dude, we've got your back, Siro told him as he reached out to ruffle the other boy's hair. Instead of getting offended like usual, the boy simply nodded. Even Katsuki scoffed at the idea of abandoning their classmate. The most feral and selfish boy in the class was willing to fight for his classmate against the number 2 hero for the simple reason that Todoroki was one of them. Before Mineta's death, he hadn't really cared about the people around them due to the idea that nothing would happen to them. It had been seeing the death that woke him up to the fact he and his classmates were just as human as the civilians they were training to protect. Being a hero didn't make someone invincible. He doubted that Class 1B or even just Manoma knew what they'd been doing when they issued their challenge. Destroying the competition wasn't something that Katsuki would shy away from, and he knew Frost felt the same. When the dust settles and the medals were handed out, it would be Class 1A that stood on top, not any of the losers that could do nothing but complain about their lot in life. As the strongest in the class, he would clear a way for his classmates. All they had to do was follow behind him. In truth, Tokiomi didn't really know how he felt about being part of such a clingy and expressive class. When he'd suggested learning how to throw knives to Momo, he'd expected the girl to brush him off, but instead, she'd been all too happy to agree. This closeness between all of them wasn't something that he'd ever expected to find outside of his family. He was happy that he chose to come to UA over the other hero schools. Watching Sato stand to retrieve snacks from the kitchen, he knew that this bond between the class wouldn't be broken. I have something to tell you all, Todoroki said, sounding almost emotionless. Feeling Hakure poke his cheek, he offered the invisible girl an almost smile before diving into the horror that was his home life. He told the story of how Endeavor chose his mother for a Quirk marriage in order to breed successful children. How Fuyumi failed to live up to his expectations for a child and was forgotten, pushed to the background in the hopes that she would vanish. His sweet sister, who still tried to bring their family back together when there was nothing she could do to change their lives. Of Natsu, who fled to get away from their father and house in general, only to return every time Fuyumi called. He knew that his brother would always come when their sister called because he, try as he might, couldn't stop caring. None of them could stop caring despite how much pain it put them through to be together. When he got to Tuya, he choked, unable to bring himself to describe a brother he hardly remembered or the training session that revealed his fatal weakness. How the blue flames burned away at his brother's too pale skin until the scent of charred meat hung in the air. He told them about the panicked rush to the hospital and how Endeavor hadn't cared enough to be there for his child, but his mother had. Feeling Mina tighten her hold on him, he kept his voice steady as he outlined how his older brother chose to flee the hospital and vanish rather than spend one more moment in their family. Endeavor pronounced his own son dead weeks later, and they'd all blamed him for it because why couldn't he see that Tuya's quirk hurt him? Why didn't he care enough to be there for his children? Raising a trembling hand to his face, he didn't realize that his voice cracked when he told them about his mother. It hurt to remember her wild, panicked gaze and the pain of boiling water being poured over his face. Just the thought of seeing her again filled him with fear that she would hate him for being his father's son. He didn't want to remember the way his father threw the woman into a mental hospital without even owning up to his part in the incident. Every memory hurt and made it hard to keep tears from his eyes, yet talking about it all lifted the weight on his shoulders. It was a little easier to breathe as he waited for their reactions to his story. Mismatched eyes found emerald green as Izuku stared at him without pity. The understanding in her gaze wasn't overshadowed by the pain they both shared and their horrible luck in father figures. Glancing at his other classmates, he was surprised to see them angry on his behalf, but the thought did fill him with a sense of warmth. Looking down at the paper in his hand showing his team, he allowed a small smile to appear on his face at the silent support they offered him. Frost watched Shoto smile as she took control. If he was laying out his soul, then it really would be unfair if she kept her secrets. Izuku agreed as well, so it wasn't like she was going against her other half in order to let them in on the secret. While they had been waiting for the right time to tell everyone, was there really a better time than right now? Feeling Denki's eyes on her, she smirked as she reached up to tap his nose. The offended expression on his face amused her greatly. Clapping her hands, she drew everyone's attention before pointing to her eyes. "Well, if we're sharing secrets, I'm Frost Izuku's duality quirk," Frost announced without hesitation. Meeting Shoto's gaze with her own, she returned the small smile he sent in her direction with one of her own. While most of the reactions were rather amusing, it was Aoyama's squeak of shock that caused her to laugh. Once she stopped laughing at the blonde, she explained that when her eyes were gold, she was in control, not Izuku. It wasn't surprising to learn that Uraraka had figured it out on her own. The brunette was observant when she wanted to be. Teams for the sports festival. Team Izuku, Izuku, Katsuki, Ida. Team Todoroki, Todoroki, Momo, Aoyama, Kaminari. Team Azui, Shoji, Tokiomi, Siro. Team Uraraka, Jairu, Mina, Kirishima. Team Ojiro, Ajur, Heikyur, Koda, Sato. The day of the sports festival was both nerve-wracking and exciting. Although she could have dealt without shivering last night without her classmates around to form the puppy pile. That being said, the dinner her mom had made had more than made up for the loss of warmth. Almost hopping in place as she waited with the rest of her class, she almost winced when her ears caught the whispers of those around her. Most of them were about her class and the U.S.J. Wincing slightly when one of them mentioned Mineta's name, she took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. She had to stay positive, but it was hard to keep positive when they mentioned her dead classmate as if talking about the weather. She knew they were all teenagers and that they didn't mean to be insensitive. They didn't know that she had enhanced hearing, but it hurt. It also didn't help that there were so many people in the stadium looking down at them. Taking another deep breath, she tried to remind herself that they had nothing to worry about even if they were going to be on the lookout for a replacement classmate. They had a plan both to keep Endeavor away from Todoroki and to win the tournament. So why did she feel so nervous? Wringing her hands, Izuku shifted closer to her classmates in an action that put her farther from Manoma. Feeling a hand land on her shoulder, she jolted, her eyes widening slightly as she turned. Shoto's bicolored eyes met her own, causing her to relax even as Katsuki was called up to the stage. Yeah, this wasn't going to end well, and they all knew it. Hearing Achiko's giggle, she watched as Katsuki finally reached the microphone. There wasn't a doubt in her mind that Katsuki was going to say something that put them at odds with the other classes. Feeling the hand on her shoulder tighten, she glanced up at Shoto only to find a vindictive glint in his eyes. One look at her classmates showed that felt the same. Apparently, none of them were feeling very merciful, and from the snickering, in her mind Frost felt the same. Looking down from his spot on the stage, Katsuki didn't have eyes for anyone but his class. He could see the doubt hidden behind their determined expressions. It wasn't easy to be confident when they were going against all the other first-year classes. Gritting his teeth when he remembered the cruel words aimed at them, he wanted to snarl. It wasn't their fault that Mineta was dead and it didn't define them, but he knew that was all they saw. Right now, there were people waiting for them to mess up and fail. It was too bad for those people that they were going to win. His class wouldn't wait silently for the world to forget about the U.S.J. Straightening his shoulders, he sent a challenging glare at the other classes, mostly Class 1B, before raising the microphone. He didn't know what he was supposed to say, but he knew everyone was watching him. Meeting Manoma's eyes, he smirked. The blonde wasn't his to deal with. Aiza didn't need his help to put the boy in his place. Raising his fist in the air, he set off a small explosion just to be dramatic. This is Class 1A's official declaration of war, and we will win. For a moment the stadium was silent as he stood there smirking, then Mina threw her head back, laughing at both the words and the shocked expressions of those around them. The girls' laughter caused the other classes to start fussing over his words. It also let the rest of their class know that it was okay to show their own amusement at his words. Even Ito was smirking in the face of their anger. Hiding a small fond smile behind her hand, Izuku felt herself relax for the first time since the day began. What reason did she have to worry when she had her pack right here? Our pack? Frost whispered. She'd never actually thought Aizu and her would have a pack like this. Never could she have foreseen that the class she met less than 2 months ago would become this important to her in such a small amount of time. It was because of them that Aizu had become happy. She would never be able to repay them for making her other half happy. They'd even accepted her, although Tokiomi had been a little annoyed that he hadn't noticed. She wanted. Frost. I'm happy, Aizu, we have a pack now, she said softly. For years she'd stood back watching as the world moved on, knowing that she was simply a quirk instead of her own person. Like Dark Shadow, she was simply supposed to watch over Aizu, and she'd done her job well. Was it so wrong that she wanted to master manifestation right here and now? Feeling Aizu's happiness, she couldn't help but whisper, Iwa dash. Go for it. There's no point in holding back, besides I think running wild sounds fun, Izuku said, cutting off her other half. Almost bouncing in place, she closed her eyes as Frost took control. Shoto blinked, glancing down at Izuku as her eyes turned the shade of molten gold. Meeting her wild grin with a small, almost invisible smile, he let go of her shoulder as she stalked to the front of their group. Watching her share a high five with Bakugo, he glanced up at the spectators, finding his father's form easily. It wasn't that hard given the man was on fire like always. Looking back down at his hands, he frowned. Today was the day he stopped caring about all the hell his father had put him through. He just hoped that the teachers didn't mind if he singed the stadium. Hearing Midnight begin to explain the first phase of the sports festival, he noticed his class subtly shifting into their groups and moved to do the same. Standing beside Momo, he returned the girl's offered smile with a short nod. Feeling Kaminari press against his other side, he tensed in preparation to enact his part of the plan. It was his job to enact the preemptive strike, and he wasn't going to mess it up. Staring up at the doorway, he felt cold begin to sink through his body and allowed a small smirk to appear on his face. Bakugo might be loud, obnoxious, and horrible at keeping his mouth shut, but he'd been right about one thing. This was Class A's declaration of war. Nothing could stop them from winning. Rushing forward with the rest of the students, Todoroki noticed Kaminari give a wicked grin. It was time to put their plan into action. All they had to do was wait for the signal. The loud, almost ear-splitting sound of an explosion echoed in the air. Twisting to face the other students as the rest of their classmates leaped off the ground, Todoroki let ice travel through his feet as Kaminari began the first stage of their plan. Shoving his hands on the ground, the blonde sent a current of electricity that caused screams of pain to erupt around them. Gritting his teeth, Todoroki winced slightly but knew the feeling of pain was muffled for him. Up above, Siro created a web to keep their classmates from falling back down with the help of Azui. Hearing Bakugo laugh at the day's students, he had to admit seeing them like this was slightly therapeutic. And Class A attacks right at the start. Hearing Mike announce their actions caused Momo to blush as she resisted the urge to hide her face. Grabbing Kaminari's arm when the blonde stumbled, Todoroki pulled the boy close to his right side as he used his quirk to freeze the other students in place. Watching ice creep along the ground and ensnare the stunned students, he didn't even try to hide his wicked smirk. They were getting what they deserved, nothing more. Hearing the others drop back down, he never took his eyes from the now enraged students. They seemed very unhappy about their current situation. What amazing teamwork! But is that fair? Mike asked, sounding a little lost. Glancing at the man beside him, he shrank back at the exhausting glare sent in his direction. Anything goes. There are no rules but to stay on the course, Aizawa stated. He sounded stoic, but the proud glow in his eyes was unable to be hidden. He was so proud of his kids. They were doing amazing and Katsuki had completely changed from the boy he was at the start of the year. If anyone tried to question their actions, he would snap at them. Narrowing his eyes at Hisashi, who seemed to sense his silent threat, he dared the other man to question his kids. "It's completely fair." Hisashi screamed, hoping to avoid his boyfriend's ire. Down below, Mina sent a questioning look at the ceiling, wondering if the man was all right. From the shouts of disagreement voiced by the other students, they did not think the situation was fair. "We're off," Ida announced the second his feet hit the floor. Barely giving his classmates time to nod, he turned and rushed forward with Frost and Katsuki. They were the scouts. Seeing as how UA had a habit of throwing them into the fire, they were supposed to warn their classmates about that fire. Or they would deal with it themselves. As 3 of the strongest students in the class, he knew that they could deal with anything that the teachers threw at them. They weren't expecting the giant 0-point robots from the entrance exam. The 3 frontrunners from Class A come across Robo Inferno. How will they handle this? Tuning mixed commentary, Katsuki let out a low growl as Ida tensed. Unwilling to hesitate, Frost leaped forward, kicking out to shatter a robot's arm as Katsuki used his explosions to grow airborne. It was much easier now to deal with the robots than it had been before. Flipping away, Frost wished that she had her spear as Ida kicked out, obliterating a robot's head. Giving the panting boy a high five, she beamed at him. She might not like him too much, but he was still her friend. From the shocked look he sent her, he hadn't expected her support. Exiting the tunnel, Todoroki waited until all his classmates were clear, then he raised a hand and sealed it behind them. The angered shouts from the other students didn't bother him or his classmates one bit. Turning to follow the 3 fastest members of his class, he noticed Kaminari stumble and frowned. Before he could say anything, Sato grabbed the smaller boy and threw him over his shoulder without hesitation. Hearing battle, they rounded a corner only to see their scouts tearing apart giant robots. Skidding to a stop, Momo watched with widened eyes as Frost tore through the metal with a kick, only for the girl to wince. Frowning, the black-haired girl focused as Todoroki moved to freeze the robot solid. A long metal spear sprouted from her hand, causing her to give a victorious grin. Frost. Twisting in midair, the green-haired girl caught the weapon that Momo had tossed in her direction. Letting a wild grin appear on her face, she kicked out, bouncing off a metal arm and stabbed the spear into the robot's eye. Backflipping away, she landed beside Momo only to pull the other girl into a hurried hug. "They're so cute." "Mike, focus." "Oh right, apparently no robots are going to stop this amazing battle class. You're the best." Flushing at the unexpected words and action, Momo froze just like the now iced-over robots as Frost hurried away. That was Frost, wasn't it? She was used to Izuku ambushing her with hugs, but this was the first time Frost had done more than tap her shoulder. Raising trembling hands to her face, she yelped as Aoyama grabbed her hand and dragged her forward with a cry to hurry up. "Oh, right, this was a race, wasn't it?" Laughing awkwardly to hide her embarrassment, she trailed after the others. Ignoring the second wave of robots approaching, Kirishima strayed to the back of the group as Uraraka fell behind. She didn't seem tired, but she was holding her stomach as if she felt sick. Laying a hand on her shoulder, he watched her eyes flicker to him. There was a questioning look in his eyes, and she knew he was wondering if she was all right. Relaxing slightly, she tried to pretend that this was all a normal training exercise, except it wasn't. Feeling her stomach twist slightly, she tensed once again at the thought of thousands of people watching them. "My parents are watching," she admitted. She was afraid that she would mess up and disappoint them completely. Just the thought of them seeing her fail made her feel like she was going to throw up. "All the more reason to win, right?" he said, causing her eyes to meet his. The eager, happy grin on his face was enough to make her relax. Nodding, she sped up as he moved away to check on some of the others who'd fallen behind. Their reasons for being uncomfortable were mostly like her own, although Koda just seemed uncomfortable with the idea of being watched. Calming them all down with a grin, he disregarded his own nervousness. The only 4 who didn't seem bothered were Momo, Frost, Katsuki, and Todoroki. Even Ida seemed hesitant with being the center of attention, although the boy pushed through it. Frost clearly was more focused on tearing apart the obstacle course than anything else. Her golden eyes were wide with excitement, and it was taking both Todoroki and Ida to keep her from running off on her own. Momo was simply too hung up on the fact Frost had initiated personal contact to worry about anything else, while Todoroki was used to media attention due to his father. Kirishima was willing to bet Katsuki didn't even care that they were being watched at all. Watching the blondes back, he listened with half attention as Haikyuu ranted about how stressful this all was. "Whoa! Guys, there's no more ground." Rolling her eyes at Mina's shout, Frost glanced over the edge, then at the pillar-like stepping stones and the rope hung between them. It would take far too long to get past the obstacle in the normal way. Shifting slightly, she knew that she could jump across the gap, but luckily that wasn't needed. Smirking, Frost tapped Zero on the shoulder as he moved to stand beside Todoroki. Using his tape, he created a second rope that Todoroki used as a starting point. Ice crept along both the rope and tape before widening to create a bridge. Rushing across, the two boys started on the next bridge as Ida took control. "Alright, everyone, go across one by one. Sue, make sure that no one falls," he ordered before stepping out on the bridge. For a moment he stumbled as his foot slid on the ice, then he straightened and pushed through. Hanging back, Frost glanced at the starting line. There wasn't much time until the rest of the students managed to break through Shoto's ice wall. Still, there was nothing they could do about that. Breathing out nervously when it was her turn, she heard Izuku whispering encouragement in her head as she walked across. Feeling the cold of Shoto's ice under her feet, she relaxed. There was no way he would ever build a faulty bridge. Once they were past the first bridge, the process went a lot quicker. Both the need to win and their trust in Todoroki's skills were enough to push them forward. Like Frost, they trusted their classmate not to let them down. It helped that Bakugo had taken to flying between the pillars like an explosive guardian angel. The only time one of them did fall, Haikyuu had slipped, he'd swooped in and grabbed the girl before landing once again. "Your class freaks me out," Hizashi mumbled as they got halfway through the second obstacle. Glancing at the monitor for the starting gate, he wasn't surprised to see the other students almost free. They would never be able to catch up with Class A, but they weren't out of the game yet. "Mike, what are you talking about?" Aizawa asked with a warning in his tone. Twitching slightly, Hizashi pointed at Aizawa's students urgently. "When running a race, the competitors don't usually work together," he shouted. Watching the bandaged man's eyes flicker from the students on the screen and back to him, he stilled at the warning glare his boyfriend sent him. Quickly grabbing the mic, he shouted, "But what amazing teamwork from Class A. That's some trust and loyalty right there." Giggling, Uraraka was the last to step off the bridge. The rest of her class shared an amused glance at the panicked tone of their teacher. They could just imagine Aizawa's cold glare and mixed expression of panic. It was always fun to watch the two men. They were pretty sure that the two were dating, but none of them wanted to ask the question. Stepping forward, Ida clapped to gain everyone's attention before simply motioning to the stairs. With a collective cheer, they rushed forward. That cheer ended when they realized the final obstacle was a minefield. Briefly, Frost wondered what was wrong with their teachers, before shrugging it off. Ignoring Aiza's mental calculations, she made eye contact with Todoroki, who gave a subtle nod. They would have to rush forward and not get hit by the mines. They should all have enough agility to accomplish the task. Shrugging her shoulders, she was about to step forward when Zero spoke up. "Guys, how about a race?" he asked. When the question was met with raised eyebrows, he shifted slightly. "Seriously?" Gyro asked, sounding annoyed. They were in the middle of a race and he wanted to start another one. "No, I mean it. We're at the final stretch, the other classes can't catch up, so how about a race just between us?" the boy said, motioning to all of them. For a moment they were silent. It was true that none of the other classes would be able to reach them. They were practically going to win the first round within a few dozen steps. "Yeah, it sounds like fun, anything goes right," Mina asked with a wicked grin. She was the first to agree but not the last. Rapid nods and shouted agreement followed her words as Frost simply smiled. The controlled approach from before was torn apart by rising chaos as her classmates made bets between themselves on who would win. Hearing Katsuki chuckle, she watched him gauge the distance between the finish line and their position. There wasn't a doubt in her mind that he was going to fly to avoid the bombs. Clutching the spear that Momo had made for her in one hand, Frost watched Ida try to regain control. "Alright, ready on the count of 3. Undash. 3. Katsuki's shout was followed by an explosion as he launched himself into the air. Laughing, Frost followed his actions and rushed forward as Ida had a small meltdown at their actions. All around the boy, their classmates let out loud cheers of excitement before following the lead of their most aggressive blonde. Standing still, Ida mumbled curses that he'd learned from Bakugo under his breath before deciding that staying calm wasn't a priority. "Oh, come on." The words were followed by a scream of anger as the boy took off after his classmate. His only goal wasn't the finish line but scolding the blonde boy who ruined his plan. Due to exploding a mine in Katsuki's face, Frost won the race. While it might not be fair, she was very happy that she'd won. Given the way she was dancing around the boy and laughing, she had no shame over that fact. Darting away when he tried to tackle her, she hid behind Shoto, who seemed more amused at her actions than anything else. Class 1A was spread out on the grass watching the three as they waited for the other classes to finish the race. It had taken a while for Ida to calm down too, but he'd eventually given up on scolding Katsuki, who just didn't care. Even the business class students who'd noped out of the race were watching them closely. They were also writing something down on their clipboards and whispering in hushed voices. Glancing up at his father, Shoto frowned for a moment but disregarded the man completely when Frost sat down behind him. Sighing, he followed her action as Katsuki simply fell onto the grass between Achiko and Kirishima. Mike had only announced that the other students were free about 5 minutes ago, so they had time to relax. Momo had even made some picnic blankets for them all to sit on. Falling back, Frost grinned as she laid her head on Kaminari's lap, causing the boy to freeze. "Frost, why am I your pillow?" he asked slowly. Glancing up, he withered under the piercing gaze Todoroki was sending in his direction. While it wasn't a glare, it was close enough that he knew the other boy was unhappy with the situation. Feeling a bit threatened, he looked away and tried to focus on the girl in his lap rather than what could be a rapidly approaching death. Ojiro laughed in the background as Shinji mentioned something about the next stage. "Yes, why?" Shoto mumbled. He wasn't jealous, he just wanted to know. "Because you're my sparky blonde jester," she said. What she didn't say was that Izuku was currently panicking from second-hand embarrassment or that she was going to run out of time in the next 2 minutes. She had no doubt that the second her other half regained control, she would leap away from the blonde. From the way Izuku whined, she was completely right. "All right," he said, accepting her words easily. Despite the pout on Todoroki's face, he would deal with anything if Frost asked him to. "We must make a plan." Ida's yell echoed around them as he began pacing. Stress working its way onto his face as he worried about the second stage, much to their amusement. They all knew that they already had a plan, but apparently in his stress, Ida had forgotten that fact. Chuckling, Frost shifted so that she was laying on her side. Even without Katsuki telling her, she knew that Kaminari was the first person to accept her. He'd known she was an Izuku, and yet he'd wanted her around anyway. Besides Katsuki, Toshi, and her mom, he was the first person she'd accepted into their pack. "Denki, thank you," she whispered just loud enough he could hear her. Closing her eyes, she felt him run a gentle hand through her hair even as she began to fade into the background. "Anytime," he said softly. He didn't know why, but he could tell when the girl stopped being Frost and started to become Izuku. Dropping his hand as she launched herself away from him with a red face, he allowed a small smile to appear on his face. While she might tolerate him, Izuku just didn't have the same easy friendship with him that Frost did. Turning away from the girl, he didn't notice her frown until she laid out a hand to touch his shoulder gently. "Hey, can we talk once the festival's over, just the three of us?" she asked. Even her tone was different. Nodding slowly, he gained a small smile in return before she was turning her attention to Todoroki. In truth, he didn't know how he felt about Izuku compared to Frost, but he did know that he liked the golden-eyed girl more than her green-eyed counterpart. Straightening, he stood as Mike announced that the other students were almost to the finish line. Around him, his class did the same, with Katsuki moving to stand at the front of the group along with Ida and Izuku. As the disgruntled students packed into the stadium, Class 1A drew together. Closing ranks around the three leaders of the class, They returned the glares sent at them with their own. The other classes had started this fight, not them. They hadn't wanted to turn this into a war, but they were going to. This was a fight that they didn't choose, but they would win and show that their class was not to be underestimated. Inko, watching her little girl tilt her head back. Defiantly, she couldn't help but smile even with the uninvited house guest sitting next to her. She'd never seen Izuku, because this was Aizu, not Frost, look so confident. When her little girl stood there so proudly beside her classmates, she wanted to cry and cheer at the same time. Hearing the young man sitting beside her chuckle, she stiffened but never took her gaze from the screen. She had no idea why he was here, but having him in her house, sitting on her couch, felt like she was betraying her daughter. He just walked right in through a swirling black portal like he owned the place, and she'd been unable to stop him. Clenching her fists out of anger and frustration, she hated that he was in her house and had been since the second the sports festival started. He'd been surprisingly quiet during the first stage, but the comments he did voice had made her severely uncomfortable. "Looks like it's dear Aizu, not Frost, in control," Shigaraki said. The tone sent shivers down her spine even as her face twisted in anger. He shouldn't even be speaking her daughter's name, much less be using a nickname. "Don't you dare speak about my daughter in that tone," she snapped without caring if he could kill her. The only thing that kept her from slapping him was the gun aimed at her by the Black Fog villain. "Dear Sweat, Aizu gave me exact same look when I killed her classmate," he told her with a grin. That had been one of the best days of his life. Watching her flinch away from him, he asked, "I wonder what look she'll give me when I kill you?" Looking away from him to her daughter on the screen, she flinched. She could faintly hear Midnight explaining the second phase, but she wasn't listening. Every instinct in her body screamed that she was going to die today. There was simply no way that she would be able to overpower the young man sitting beside her. Keeping her eyes on her daughter, she knew that Izuku would be devastated to lose her mother. Her little girl had always been so quick to love. Izuku could forgive anyone for anything, no matter what they did to her. But it had to be done to her. She'd watched Izuku take abuse over the years only to snap and retaliate when it was someone other than herself getting hurt. Her daughter would break, but Frost's reaction would be worse. Her wild child had always been ready to attack at the simplest provocation. She knew without a doubt that Frost wasn't nearly as tough as she pretended to be, and in a way, her wild child was much more fragile than Izuku. Her girls were amazing, but they were still children. Her children. If Shigaraki's objective was to hurt them, then killing her would be the best way. God, she hoped that Toshi would take care of her babies. She couldn't stand the thought of them being all alone in the world. However, they wouldn't be alone. Whatever happened to her, she knew that their classmates would be there, Katsuki would be there. Shigaraki might succeed in hurting her baby girls, but he would never be able to break them. Nothing he did, nothing he said, nothing he threatened could overcome the pack that her babies had built. "Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. It would be a shame if you didn't get to see your daughter in action," he said, unaware of the thoughts running through her head. Giving him a glare, she tried to focus on her daughter. Izuku. Having the eyes of the other students on her would have been terrifying if not for the steady grip Shodo had on her shoulder. Sinking back as Katsuki snarled at them, she glanced toward Ida, who was pushing up his glasses. How he made such an action intimidating wasn't something she would ever be able to understand. Her headband would be worth 10 million points. From the rumbling chuckle Frost gave, her other half was happy not to be the one in control. Flickering her eyes to Midnight, she wasn't surprised to see the wicked smile on the woman's face. She'd totally done this on purpose. "Change of plans," Ida stated as he turned his back on the other students. He didn't care that this was a teacher's decision. He was tired of his class being targeted. If the other students wanted to take Izuku's headband, then they were in for a nasty wake-up call. At the confused looks his class sent him, he said, "I've decided that I want this to be an overwhelming victory. We're going with Plan B for the cavalry battle." "Yes." Ciro's shout was followed by exclamations of excitement from the others as they realized that this was their chance to go wild. Even Koda had a smirk on his face, given he was the kindest student in their class that was saying something. Plan B was the no-holds-barred attack plan that Ida himself had come up with. It was supposed to be just something to appease Katsuki and their other aggressive classmates, but he was annoyed. Ida knew that he didn't have the best relationship with Izuku, but he wouldn't allow the other students to target her so easily. No one targeted his classmates and got away with it. That's awesome, Heikyur said brightly. Tugging on Ajuru's arm, she almost shouted, with our 3 powerhouses in the tournament we won't be able to lose. I'm on that team too, Tokoyami mumbled. Turning away from his classmates with a pout, he pretended not to see the way Uraraka covered her mouth to hide a chuckle or how Shiro grinned. He might not be one of the powerhouses, but he was strong too. We know, honey, it's okay. No one is forgetting about you, Azui said, patting him on the back. There was sarcasm in her voice, but the words made him feel a little better. I know that was sarcastic, but thank you, he said. Before he could say anything else, he was snatched away by Katsuki, who dragged him over to Izuku and Todoroki. Much to his amusement, Izuku seemed to be freaking out. They knew that not everyone would be able to enter the final stage. That was fine with them. Even if only one of them made it, they had a chance of winning. This strategy wasn't geared toward winning or having the most people pass as possible, it was simply a middle finger to the other classes. Getting in their groups, Class 1A knew that this wasn't something any of the other classes would expect. After all, if they wanted their 4 strongest members to move on, wouldn't Ida be one of them? Todoroki had been chosen because, like Izuku and Katsuki, he was a powerhouse. It would take multiple students to take him down or even get close to him. Tokoyami had been chosen because with Dark Shadow he was one of the faster teens in the class. Also, after the ice wall went up, they would kind of need Ida on this side calling the shots. He was the class leader, after all, they would need him in order to defend the tournament team. Laying her hands on Shoto's shoulders, Izuku glanced around, her eyes meeting Manoma's. The familiar sting of pain she felt caused her to look away. She still wanted him to apologize and go back to being her friend, but she wanted to punch him in the face more. There was no excuse for what he said, and she would give him a chance to take it back. After she or her classmates kicked his butt, meeting his eyes once again, she tilted her head back challengingly. Hearing the call for the event to start, she gripped Shoto's shoulders tightly as they rushed to put distance between themselves and the other teams. Most of the teams were stopped by the other 4 teams her classmates had made. Those that weren't were forced to retreat when Shoto slammed his foot on the ground. A large wall of ice sprouted and separated the corner they'd retreated to from the rest of the arena. It was crude, but it did the job well. A shocking turn from Class A. What will they do now that their 3 strongest are behind a shield of ice? Hisashi said. Keeping a grip on the mic, he watched the other classes try to surround the wall, only to be forced by the other members of Class A. It was the teamwork factor of Class A at work again, and going from the expressions of shock in the audience, it wasn't something they expected. He wished that he could say the same, but he couldn't. His boyfriend had been not so subtly bragging about his kids for the last week. At least now he knew why. 4. Aizawa corrected when he saw Tokoyami's shoulders slump. While the boy might not be as flashy as the other 3, he was still powerful. W-. The 4 strongest are behind that wall, not 3, he said. Seeing the boy straighten, he was glad that his bandages hid his smile. His kids had been working on these plans for over 2 weeks. They were amazing and talented. Just forgetting even one of them was a sin. Right, 4? I definitely meant 4, Hisashi corrected. He could have sworn he just saw Aizawa smile. They were safe from the other classes, and given that the wall wasn't that thick, they were still able to hear their classmates. According to Ida, the tournament round was the most important, and 4 of the strongest had to make it no matter what. They were chosen to be those 4. From the calls and shouts about how unfair the situation was, the other classes had discovered that fact as well. Hearing the shout that they were cowards, she flinched. The only cowards are those that mock the death of a classmate. Mina's shout echoed as she shifted. Her team, consisting of Kaminari, Shiro, and Ajuru, tensed at her words. Well, more at the fact she'd hit both Kaminari and Ajuru when she waved her hands wildly as emphasis. Ducking down to avoid her hands, Shiro never took his eyes from the other classes, who froze at her words. There were only 42 of them on the field, but he knew everyone in the stadium had most likely heard her shout. Aizawa froze. Was that why his class was doing this? Had they been mocked about the death of Mineta by the other students? Feeling a low growl rumble in his chest, He decided that the little brats were lucky he was still bandaged like a mummy. Why hadn't they told him about what the other classes were saying? They shouldn't be dealing with this alone. They were his kids, the only class he'd grown attached to. How could they not come to him? Seething in rage and worry, he wasn't all that shocked when Hizashi laid a wary hand on his shoulder. He didn't shrug the man off like usual either. His kids had been hurting for 2 weeks and he hadn't known. Whispering something about him being a horrible teacher, he closed his eyes only to snap them open when one boy had the great idea to retaliate. That was weeks ago, get over it. I want that student's name and class within the next 5 minutes, he hissed. It wasn't possible to just get over the death of a classmate, nor was it possible to forgive those that mocked them for that grief. That little brat was getting detention for the rest of the year. He didn't care if it was a blatant show of favoritism. No one mocked his kids and got away with it. Glancing at Hizashi, who quickly moved to follow the order, he wondered if the man would forgive him for legally adopting 19 kids, or maybe he could just put the dorm system up for a vote again. U.S.J came into our classroom and verbally attacked us. You started this fight by declaring war on us. We're just giving you what you deserve, Jiru shouted despite the fact her voice cracked. They weren't the bad guys here. Feeling Hakure squeeze her shoulder, she tried to calm down. She could hear Sato promising to make a good cake when they were done with today, but she wasn't actually listening. For 2 weeks, they'd sat there and suffered through the whispers of the other students who had no idea what they were going through. None of them had any idea how terrifying the U.S.J was. They had no respect for the fact Mineta had died. It was obvious that none of them understood anything. Breathing in a shaky breath as Koda reached out to pat her arm, she turned to Ida. The apology she was going to utter for snapping died in her throat at the murderous glare on the class rep's face. Luckily it wasn't aimed at her but their now nervous opponents. He was angry. She'd never seen him this angry before. Instead of being afraid, she relaxed and glanced around at her other classmates. The look of absolute rage was shared by all of them. For weeks we've listened to you whisper behind our backs and it stops now. If you want past us then you must beat us, but you shouldn't have much issue, right? After all, it can't be that hard to beat us. We're so weak that a villain was able to kill one of us, Ida said coldly. He was more than prepared to deal with the glares and whispers. He could deal with it, but his class couldn't. More than once he'd seen Aoyama shut down at lunch or Azui rush off to cry in the bathroom. He was done watching them suffer simply because some arrogant pricks couldn't see past their own noses. Still so arrogant, Manoma snapped. He could feel Kendo shrink slightly under the glares coming from Class A and hated it. Even Tetsu was a little intimidated. Only he was allowed to mess with his class. He'd been right that Class A was nothing but egotistic little rats that had no idea how good their lives were. So what if some people were whispering behind their backs? It wasn't the end of the world and they shouldn't be freaking out about it. You are Manoma, correct? Momo asked with a polite smile. Her fingers itched to create knives and throw them at the boy's face, but she pushed it down. When he gave a nod, her smile turned toxic as she said, "Please note that Class 1A is in agreement that you are our target." Well, one of them. The words echoed around them as the other students realized how badly they'd messed up. Maybe going around spreading rumors about the U.S.J hadn't been a very good idea. The ice-filled glares of the teens in front of them were almost an exact match to a wounded animal. It was obvious now that Class A wasn't treating this like a game. They were treating it like a war. Remembering the announcement from Bakugu, the other students shared an anxious glance. If you want to get over that wall, you'll have to get past US, Kirishima announced. The wild grin he wore was filled with sharp teeth as he dared them to make a move. And we won't make it easy. In just under 10 minutes the arena had been torn apart. One guy, the boy who told them to get over it, had lost 2 teeth when Shoji punched him in the face. It had been a complete accident despite the wicked smirk that pulled at the boy's lips. Aizawa wasn't sure if he should be proud or worried. Who was he kidding? He was so proud of his little demons that it was hard to keep from smiling under his bandages. 3 teams other than the one behind the wall had made it through the second stage. Hizashi had almost had to hold him back when the purple-haired boy on Manoma's team had mind-controlled Azui's team to attack Jiru's. Was he overprotective of his class? He was. Was he willing to put a kid in detention for a year for a single comment? Now he just had to decide how to deal with the brat that mind-controlled his kids. Maybe recruit him. It might solve the issue of his kids getting into trouble. The moment Hisashi announced the hour break for lunch, he relaxed. His kids couldn't get into too much trouble in just an hour. Yes, they could. Grumbling, he glanced down at his mummified limbs, then at his kids before reaching for the microphone. If he couldn't go to them, then he would bring them up here. Class 1A, come to the commenters box, he ordered before putting down the mic and turning it off. He was tired and it hadn't even been 24 hours yet. He couldn't even take a nap today since he needed to be awake. Why was it that every time he dealt with his kids, he felt so exhausted? This was why cats were better than people. Reaching up to run a hand through his hair, he glared when his injured hand didn't work the way he wanted it to, and in retaliation he gave Hisashi, who had chuckled, a look to shoo. Watching the man mumble something about going to get food, he settled into his seat to wait. It wasn't that surprising that 5 minutes later his class was shoving Ida through the door as a sacrifice. Well, the timing was unexpected, but them shoving Ida into his path like a lamb to the slaughter wasn't. Hiding a chuckle, he simply ordered them to get in the room and ignored Ida's insulted expression. Even he could tell that it was fake. He had no idea if it was about being served up for execution or the fact it had been Katsuki kicking him through the doorway. Once his class was standing in front of him, he motioned for them to close the door. "Why did no one tell me about what the other students were saying?" he asked. Shrinking back from him like children who'd gotten caught stealing cookies, they winced slightly. Watching them share anxious glances, he waited for one of them to break. He bet it was either going to be Momo or Azui. Both girls were strict believers in authority, but if he glared at Kaminari, the boy would trip over himself to tell him what he wanted to know. "You were still recovering, sir. We didn't want to bother you," Azui said softly. She had a tone like one would use to soothe a wild tiger. Raising an eyebrow not that they could see, he scoffed. "Try again," he said, not believing her for an instant. His kids had way too much pride to ever come to him with an issue. Even if he had been fully healed, none of them would have tried to get his help. "Because this was our FING issue, not yours," Katsuki snapped. Stepping forward, the blonde glared at him, fully prepared to take all the blame onto himself. How adorable, like an enraged chihuahua. The boy thought he could protect the others. "Kaken," Izuku hissed, grabbing his arm as Aizawa frowned. That was the crux of his kids. At their center, they all had far too much pride in themselves and each other. They thought that any issue aimed at them was theirs alone, despite the fact he was here to help them. He was their teacher, not some homeless person they passed on the way to school. Their issues were his issues. Everything that affected them also affected him. This probably wouldn't be the last time they tried to solve it all by themselves either. Was it wrong he wanted to wrap them all in bubble wrap or stuff them in hamster ball? "Wrong," he said after Izuku had calmed down Katsuki. He was beginning to think that there were only 3 people in his class capable of dealing with the temperamental boy outside of himself. Looking each of them in the eyes, he settled on Ida. The boy was the leader of the class, and unless he got through to him, none of the others would care to listen. Sighing, he said, "You weren't the only ones that lost my Netta. You might have lost a classmate, but I lost a student. I've been under investigation since the moment the fight at the U.S.J. ended. That wasn't your fault." There was Mina, always ready to voice her opinion. The pink-skinned girl had crossed her arms and seemed ready to fight off anyone who disagreed with her. Feeling the pride in his kids intensify, he watched as Aoyama laid a hand on her shoulder. His kids were much more contact-oriented than most other students. It was both a good and bad sign. He had defiantly been right to look into that therapist for his kids. Now all he had to do was vet every single one of them until he found the right one. "They can't possibly blame you." Momo was the next to speak up. Her eyebrows scrunched together in confusion at the very idea of him being blamed. The girl seemed unable to comprehend the idea that he would be blamed for them nearly dying. He had to admit it was nice to know his kids had so much faith in him. "Why?" Ida asked. The tone was almost challenging as he stood stiffly. Even as his class fell to pieces around him, he looked for answers. His kids had chosen a good leader. "Because I allowed one of you to die, what if next time we're attacked the same thing happens?" he said bluntly. Seeing Izuku flinch at the thought of one of her classmates dying, he felt a bit guilty. The green-haired girl really was the most timid of his kids. It won't, Tokoyami stated. With his arms crossed, the boy hid the trembling of his hands. He was right that none of his kids would die. He would sacrifice his life 1,000 times before he allowed anyone to touch his kids. Even Katsuki was under his protection. He dared the League of Villains to come for his kids. The moment they did, he would take them down and feed their souls to his cats. Huffing slightly as Ida gave a slow glance at his classmates, he knew the boy had realized the same thing he had. Every single one would follow the boy's lead if he didn't do something stupid. "We'll get strong enough that you don't have to protect us," he stated. Meeting his teacher's eyes, he tried to convey the feeling of determination they all shared. "See that you do. Also, nothing the other students say matter. They don't know you, nor were they at the U.S.J. Ignore them, and if you can't, then crush them," he said, fully aware that they would do just that. Seeing the wicked smirk on Katsuki's face, he rolled his eyes and motioned to the door, saying, "Now go get something to eat." Katsuki. He was taking a break with Ida and Aiza beside him. The rest of the class had broken into their teams as well and were scattered around the stadium. Ochako and her team had managed to drag Ojiro's team into a quick competition to see who could win the most recreation games. He honestly didn't know why they weren't taking the time to relax before the tournament. Todoroki had vanished along with his team to go hunt down snacks at Aoyama's request. Azui had taken her team to find a quiet corner to strategize. He was slightly uncomfortable not having them within his sight, but that was nothing compared to Ida, who was almost bouncing in place. The other boy was almost having a panic attack at the thought of something happening to their classmates. Rolling his eyes, he frowned slightly as he sent a quick look at the other boy. Ida really was the most emotional of the three of them. He just wished the other boy would calm down. All their classmates could take care of themselves. They didn't need to be protected. "Do you think we made the right choice?" Aizu asked softly. Her eyes were tracking the other students closely as Frost took a nap. She knew that this was retaliation for everything they'd said over the last 2 weeks, but she couldn't stop herself from feeling guilty. The looks of anger from the other students hurt, however, the way they avoided them hurt even more. Hugging her knees tightly, she heard Katsuki scoff even as Ida turned to look at her. "I don't know if we did the right thing," he admitted. There were so many other things they could have done, but even the memory of just hearing the students whispering behind their backs caused his hands to clench. He didn't hate them, but he hated how they treated his classmates. Speaking of his classmates, did Midoriya still hold a grudge from their practical exam? Looking over at Midoriya, he frowned before asking, "Do you still dislike me?" Stilling for a moment, Izuku considered her answer. It had been a while since the moment they met, and now that she'd gotten to know him, she no longer blamed him for his actions. He hadn't been meaning to single her out that day. It was simply his personality that led to him gaining her annoyance. Besides that, she'd mostly been wary that he might turn out to be a bully like those from middle school. Ida was many things, but he wasn't a bully. "No," she admitted, hiding her face when he sent her a hopeful glance. Rolling his eyes, Katsuki fell back to stare up at the sky. "Don't worry about it. If Aiza disliked you, she wouldn't even glance in your direction," he said, causing Ida to beam at them both. "I see, that is in character for her," he stated, causing the girl to whine. Flushing scarlet, she glared at both of them, but mostly Katsuki, who was laughing at her like a psychopath. Kicking him gently, she pouted when it did nothing but cause him to laugh more. It wasn't fair that she was the one to get teased. Sending a mental probe to Frost, she wasn't even shocked to know that her other half had vanished into her territory. At least that meant she was awake from her nap and would be ready for the matches. "Don't tease me," she snapped, although it was more like a pout than anything dangerous. "My apologies." Ida was hiding a smile behind his hand as he looked away from her toward where Ochako was leading a charge against Ojiro. Somehow it had dissolved from games to all-out warfare between the two groups. It was almost terrifying how much destruction they were causing. Not that Midnight seemed to mind if her cackling was anything to go by. "Who do you want to fight in the finals?" Katsuki asked, drawing their attention. "Not Todoroki. Not Shoto." Roaring in laughter, the blonde missed the shocked glances the two exchanged. It was a known fact that the only person that wanted to fight Todoroki was him. However, he was a battle junkie. It was also a known fact that they were only holding back until the tournament portion started. Soon enough they would be able to go wild as much as they wanted. He was looking forward to that moment. The BSRD was right there looking down at the gathered group of students as if he was a true hero. As if he hadn't torn his own family to pieces just for his own benefit. He hated Endeavor more than anyone he'd ever met, and even standing in the stadium was horrifying. However, it was for his little brother. Leaning back in the seat he'd claimed while the other audience members gave him a wide berth, he watched as his brother leaned down to whisper to the green-haired girl beside him. Did his brother have a crush? Hell, did he even know what a crush was? With that BSTRD as a father, it would be a shock if he did. After all, having a romance would be a distraction to the man who wanted someone to carry on his twisted legacy. Fuyumi hadn't even been given a day before the BSRD decided she was useless simply because she was female. Now years later she was still suffering under his thumb because she was too kind to leave. When he finally paid that BSRD back for all he did, his sister would be free to live the life she wanted, not the one that she had to. In all his time watching, stalking his family, he'd never once seen her be happy when she was alone. She always looked sad and exhausted when she thought no one was looking. Natsu hadn't even been home in over a year from what he'd seen. The boy was the only one that managed to escape their father in a way that didn't require him losing everything. At least he was safe and sound. Shoto, however, was the one that the BSTRD would never let go of. He was the legacy that Endeavor had strived for, and he would never be free until the man was rotting in the ground. His little brother, who'd been forced to dance to Endeavor's tune since the second his quirk manifested, was the one hurt the worst by the abuse they'd all gone for, and now he wanted to be a hero. Part of him wanted to berate the boy, but he also knew that Shoto would never be a man like their father. When he finally put Endeavor in the ground, they would be happy and free. At the same time, this flawed society would know that they put an abusive BSRD on a pedestal. He would air every single mistake Endeavor had ever made and make him confess to it all. Before he died, the BSRD would know what it was like to suffer. It wasn't as if the man would ever regret what he did to his family. Scoffing at the idea, he saw the kids in his brother's class tense as Midnight started to explain the tournament style of the upcoming event. He'd been ticked to learn those outside Class 1A had been bullying the class. Seriously, what aspiring hero decided to be a bully? However, the way they handled the situation made it all too obvious that they'd already learned a lesson that their classmates hadn't. The world was cruel, and those that didn't accept that fact would be destroyed. Instead, they accepted the darkness, then kept moving to find their way through it. It was obvious that his brother seemed more annoyed than anything with the other teen, but his body language immediately changed when the brackets appeared on the screen. Hell, all the members of Class 1A tensed as one as they turned to look at the green-haired girl. Her match was the very first of the day, and as much as he was looking forward to his brother freezing the competition, he wanted to see what his classmates could do. Seeing the girl move to stand across from the purple-haired boy as her classmates filed out of the arena, he leaned forward wondering what his brother's crush could do. Izuku versus Shinso. She had no idea if she was going to win this tournament, but she did know that she wouldn't lose to anyone outside of her class. The not-so-subtle growl from Frost meant her other half agreed with the sentiment. There was no way they would allow him to beat them when he wasn't Pack. Flickering her eyes up to meet the dark purple of the boy in front of her, she looked away quickly. Just because she wasn't going to lose to him didn't mean she wasn't nervous about fighting him. For one, he seemed more fragile than her. The darkened bags under his eyes meant he didn't get much sleep, kind of like Aizawa. Now that she was thinking about it, he resembled her teacher quite a bit. If she was Shoto, she might think that he was the man's secret love child. Instead, she found the resemblance intriguing. His quirk, according to Jiru, was mind control. It would be a wonderful quirk for hero work, but he was in general studies. More than that, however, he didn't seem to have muscles. Had he neglected his physical training? If so, then it would make him far easier to defeat. All she had to do was avoid answering any of his questions and she would be able to defeat him easily, especially with her speed. Tensing as Midnight called the match to start, she braced herself to rush him. She was ready. She could do this. Nothing was going to stop her from making her class proud. So, are you two dating? If so, you and Endeavor's son look good together? W-Izawa. You had one job, not to respond, and you go and talk to the droopy-eyed boy. How annoying, and now he was ordering her to walk out of the ring. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. Aizawa might have followed his order, but she wasn't about to take a single step. Instead, she lifted an eyebrow, her golden eyes narrowing as he waited for her to follow the order. Too bad for him that Izuku wasn't the one in control anymore. Lips twisting into a cold smirk, she waited for him to realize that she wasn't Izuku. At the same time, Katsuki started cackling. But she wasn't Izuku. She wasn't under his control. Even if he was able to control one of them, the other would just switch in. But they would definitely be able to win and then rub it in Manoma's stupid face, preferably while also rubbing his nose into the ground with heeled shoes on. Moving on from her chaotic thoughts, she decided to have some fun with the boy, who was getting even more panicked the longer she simply stood there. His discomfort might have been partially caused by Katsuki's evil laughter and the way Toshi was hiding his face in his hands, but she was more willing to bet it was due to the fact Aizawa had chuckled a second ago. Her teacher did have a sense of humor. Who knew? Well, that backfired. I mean, instead of sweet Aizawa, you now get to deal with me, Frost stated with a wicked smirk. The expression of shock on his face, followed by panic, brought her an insane amount of satisfaction. How dare he try to control her partner? Who the hell are you? Fr-. Well, that felt weird. Not only was she now back in control, but her opponent was snapping at her to walk out of bounds. Instead, she offered him an innocent smile, saying, "Your quirk isn't going to work on us. Sorry about that. Just walk out of the ring." Why isn't my quirk working? It dash. As I was saying before being so rudely interrupted, I'm Frost. The way his jaw dropped was amusing. Lunging toward the boy, she didn't hesitate to slam her foot into his stomach. Gasping, he tumbled backward, trying to breathe despite the fact he no longer had any air in his lungs. He might not be a member of Class 1B, but he was still her enemy. Aizawa might not be able to hurt him without remorse, but she could and would. He should have just stuck with Izuku. If he had, then this fight wouldn't leave him bruised. "Please walk out of the ring," she said softly. It was the final warning she was going to give to him. "Shut up," he hissed as he shoved himself off the ground. Dodging the strike he sent in her direction, she frowned when he snarled, "If I had a quirk like yours, then I wouldn't have to deal with people. Like you looking down on me." She could feel Izuku softening toward the boy. Her other half was seeing similarities between them, but she saw no such thing. He'd stood with Manoma, who dragged their weakness out into the open. She wouldn't allow him to talk his way out of this. Besides, conversations like this were more Aizawa's thing than her own. "Please don't tell me you want to have a heart-to-heart," she said, keeping amusement in her tone despite the fact Izuku was disapproving of the situation. Growling, he lunged off the ground, throwing a punch in her direction. Shifting, she grabbed his wrist before tossing him over her shoulder and out of the ring completely. The dark expression on his face changed to shock and regret as he realized that he'd lost. Shrugging her shoulders as Midnight called the match, she offered him her hand as her eyes changed back to emerald. "Next time you should try training your body. If you want, you can join our class training sessions," Izuku offered despite the way Frost was huffing in her mind. The guarded expression on his face almost made her retract her hand, but she didn't. He was different from Manoma. She had to believe that. Grinning happily when he took her hand and allowed her to pull him off the ground, she hoped that he would become her friend. "I'd like that." "Good, and I think your quirk will make you a great hero." Kaminari versus Manoma. Kaminari. He sometimes wondered if he was a fool. Midoriya was his friend and he would fight to protect her, but she wasn't Frost. He didn't know if it was a crush because Frost was obviously not interested in dating him, but he cared about her more than Midoriya. Maybe that was why, as he stepped into the ring for his match, he couldn't keep the scowl off his face. Frost might act strong, but she cared far too much, just like Midoriya, and Manoma had hurt them both. If the other blonde got through this round, then he would be fighting them. Kaminari wasn't going to let that happen. Frost might consider him as her jester, and perhaps he was, but he was also a hero. There was no way he would allow either of them to fight someone who would use their insecurities against them the way Manoma would. He would rather die than allow that. Just this once, he wanted to be her knight instead of her fool. Maybe that was why when he looked into the audience before the match started, seeing her eyes green rather than gold hurt so much. Flashing his class, A smile despite how much it hurt, he straightened. Manoma could copy quirks, and there was no telling which ones the other blonde had. He had to end this quickly. Electricity bounced off his skin the second Midnight began the match, and he was slamming his palms into the floor. He put everything he had into the attack hoping that it would reach Manoma before the other male could activate a quirk. Instead, he saw green before everything went black. Frost. It was a snarl that left her lips, but she wasn't the only one on her feet. Her entire class was glaring down at the only standing blonde in the arena, though they could do nothing to help. The long vine that had tossed Denki into the stadium wall fell to the ground, but she only had eyes for the smirking blonde who looked so proud of himself. Gritting her teeth until she could hear them grinding, she could feel Izuku crying out in worry for her jester, but she didn't care. Digging her nails into her palms as Manoma looked up to meet her eyes, she had never hated someone so much as she did at that moment. Snapping her gaze to Kaminari as he was picked up by the medical robots, she felt something cold creep into her heart. It was far colder than Shoto's ice. She was going to destroy him no matter what Aizawa said. Twisting on her heel, she stalked toward the infirmary as her classmates stared after her in worry. Feeling a shoulder brush, her own, she glanced toward Azui who nodded at her. It might have been the fact that Azui was her classmate, her pack, but the action gave her enough control to SCK in a tentative breath. Denki was her pack, the first friend that was her own, and despite the way Aizawa laid under her skin bristled with worry, she felt confused. Was this anger normal when someone hurt her friend? Denki had looked so determined when the match started, but he didn't want to fight her in the second round. He'd been trying to protect them from Manoma and gotten hurt instead. He didn't deserve that. Warm hands closed around her own, yet until that moment she hadn't noticed they were trembling nor that she'd stopped moving. The warm midnight-colored eyes that looked into her own caused her to crumble. "If I was Izuku, I might be crying right now," she said, trying to lighten the mood. If anything, her words had the opposite effect, causing Azui to frown. "You are." The words caused her to freeze as Izuku made a nervous sound in their head. Her classmate had to be joking, right? Raising a hand to her face, she frowned at the dampness on her fingers. Izuku was the one who cried, not her. Straightening, she rubbed at her eyes, hoping to make the feeling go away as her other half mumbled soothing words. It didn't help. Almost growling, she took a deep breath as Tsu took a step away from her. Wiping her eyes, she frowned before stomping away toward the infirmary. Katsuki versus Ochiko. Ochiko. It was easy to see that Katsuki was angry. They were all angry. To make things worse, he wouldn't even get to fight the blonde that hurt Kaminari. That honor would go to Izuku and Frost, although she didn't know if it was a good idea to let the two fight him. Still, that wasn't her problem right now. It was obvious to her that she wouldn't be able to beat Katsuki. He was far stronger than her when he was in a good mood. With him this angry, she would rather be in the ring with a rabid dog than him. At least the dog didn't cause explosions. Meeting his red eyes, she raised an eyebrow before returning his smirk with one of her own. It was far too late to consider what others thought of them and their classmates. The only thing they could do now was put on a show. Besides, her parents were watching. She wanted to make them proud. Flickering her eyes to his hands, she could already see his fingers twitching. He was going to snap the instant the match started. Raising her hand, she sent a wave in his direction that caused him to scoff, although now there was amusement in his gaze. Charging forward as the match started, she didn't even try to dodge the explosion he sent in her direction. Instead, she guarded her face as smoke filled the air. Once she would have used the debris was a weapon, however now she knew that wouldn't help. The only option to win was to wear him down, except he knew that too. They'd sparred enough that he realized when she was being deliberately reckless. Everything she could do was something he expected unless she went against her instincts. That was why she used her quirk to send her jacket in his direction while she took a higher approach. Biting her lip to keep from groaning, she floated above him, waiting for the instant that he attacked her jacket. As always, he was aggressive enough in the action that she wasn't going to get the jacket back. Releasing her quirk, she aimed her feet for the center of his back, already knowing that it wouldn't work. His red eyes flicked upward, meeting her own as she saw sparks leap off his palms. It was going to hurt when he countered. Or not. Instead of lashing out with an explosion, he grabbed her ankle before tossing her away gently. How did she know it was gentle? Simple, she actually landed in the ring instead of being tossed into the arena wall like she was a rag doll. He didn't want to hurt her. As if sensing her thoughts, he growled, causing her to giggle. Dodging his fist as he went on the offensive, she tried to grab his wrist only for him to reverse the situation. The way his hand encircled her wrist reminded her that he could hurt her, only he wouldn't. Taking advantage of that fact, she tried to kick his knee. The chuckle that left his lips brought a blush to her face before he was tossing her away again. This time she landed outside the arena just enough to give him the win. "No fair, Suki," she snapped, causing his eyes to widen. The faint sheen of pink that decorated his cheeks was enough to make her giggle. Kirishima versus Tetsu. Kirishima. Katsuki had been a lot gentler with Ochako than anyone had thought he would, but then again not many people would consider Katsuki gentle at all. The boy really wasn't someone that could be considered meek. Neither was Ochako now that he thought about it. It was amazing how they both just went for it despite knowing who would win. Now he had to show that he belonged in Class 1A2. He'd never thought he would belong somewhere. For years he'd tried to keep believing that he could be a hero despite how weak his quirk was. For the longest time, he felt as if he was useless, simply doomed to watch as everyone left him behind. He felt useless, like his work was going to amount to nothing, yet that was different now. The others didn't care if he hesitated. They cared about his problems and he wanted to shield them from the world even if it broke him to pieces. They would be there to pick him up if he shattered. Stepping into the ring across from the boy in Class 1B, he struggled to keep his good mood. This was Manoma's classmate who had a similar quirk to his. Brute force wasn't going to work. He'd been tossed by Ojiro enough to know that there were other ways to win a fight. Sending the other boy a disarming grin, he made sure to keep his eyes closed so that the other male didn't notice his sharpened gaze. He was going to win. That was the only way this could end. If not, then he had no right to be a part of 1A. Hearing Midnight call out for the match to start, he shifted, dodging the right hook sent at his face before wrapping his hand around the other boy's wrist. He could almost hear Ojiro cheering him on as he activated his quirk and tossed him. The impact was enough to leave a small crater in the floor, but he didn't hesitate to kick out at the other boy's stomach. The hit was enough to send him rolling to the edge of the arena bounds. Apparently being tossed was enough to daze him, since he was taking a moment to get back up. Glancing up in the audience, he noticed that Manoma was glaring at him. It was petty, cruel, selfish, but justified anger that led to him kicking Tetsu out of the ring harder than necessary. Tilting his head back, he dared the other male to say a word before turning and stalking from the stage. This win didn't make him feel proud. The anger was still simmering inside him like a fire without end. He hated this feeling so much, yet when he walked back into the tunnel leading to the arena, all the anger vanished. Katsuki was waiting with a pleased smirk that drove away all the worries he had. However, Ochako was there too, her bright eyes filled with pride that he'd never thought would be directed at him. Grinning, he shifted to brace himself as Ochako rushed forward to give him a hug. Stilling as Katsuki reached out to ruffle his hair, his heart sped up. It was only for an instant, but the smirk on the blonde's face had changed into a soft, fond smile. Letting the two pull him back to the seating area, his chest was filled with this warm, fuzzy feeling as if he was dancing on clouds. Closing his eyes for a moment, he tried to ignore the voice that whispered they would abandon him once they realized how useless he really was. A firm hand landed on his shoulder for only a second, drawing him back to reality as Katsuki took the lead in their little trio. That's right, he wasn't alone anymore. Kendo versus Mina. Mina. Skipping onto the stage, she wasn't at all worried. There was no possible way she could lose, and even if she did, none of her classmates, except Katsuki, would hold it against her. Waving toward her class, she was a bit disappointed not to see Zuzu or Frosty, but she shrugged it off. Most of her classmates returned her wave, although Katsuki seemed annoyed. Grinning, she turned her attention to the announcer's box, sending another wave at her favorite teacher. The audible sigh was music to her ears. Finally, she turned her attention to her opponent, who seemed more amused than annoyed. Internally pouting, she outwardly grinned. The lack of respect in her gaze was something she didn't even try to hide. Folding her hands behind her back, she spouted off some nonsense about having a fair fight, despite the way she wished for nothing more than to show just how upset she was. This could have ended at any time if the other students had taken a moment to think about their actions. Instead, they'd driven her class into a corner. Now they would discover just how good they could fight angry. Don't get her wrong, she understood that these weren't the most heroic of actions. In truth, she would rather not be fighting the other students at all, however it hurt. The discrimination and whispered words caused pain to sprout in her chest like nothing she'd ever felt before. She could smile, pretend everything was fine, but that didn't make it true. She was so tired of hiding how much it hurt. The others knew she was pretending. However, they didn't ask her to stop. They understood that she would never let anyone see how she actually felt. Being the bright ray of sunshine that they needed was the only thing that kept her going. That was why she didn't let herself fall apart like Momo or Zuzu. She would rather cut off her own hand than make them worry for her. Rushing forward when the match started, she didn't care that her wide grin might be seen as taunting because it was. Dancing around the ginger girl's enlarged hand, she could almost hear Bakugu shouting to kill the extra. This was one of the few times she agreed with the blonde porcupine. Sending a wink at her class as she skidded around behind the other girl, she didn't realize the malice was showing in her gaze. Frost. Sitting beside Denki's bed, she hesitated to touch him. He looked younger like this, as if he was a child instead of her Pikachu. In truth, she didn't know who Denki was to her, but she cared about him. All her life, she'd had no friends of her own. She'd always shared Aiza's, yet Denki was different. For the first time, it felt as if she had someone of her own, someone who saw her as a person rather than Aiza's quirk. And now he was hurt because of her. What if he hated her now that he'd gotten hurt? Glancing around, she couldn't help but be glad that Aizu was letting her work through this on her own. Sometimes in these moments, it felt like it would be better if she'd never existed, but that was a thought she would never entertain. Reaching out slowly, she hovered her hand above his own. She knew that this was a waste of time. If she used all her time now, Aizu would have to fight Manoma on her own. The only issue was that she found herself not caring about the upcoming battle. Lacing her fingers through his, something inside her cracked. Raising his hand slowly, she held it against her forehead, wishing that he was awake to make one of his pointless jokes. He was Pac. Before Shoto or Uraraka, he was someone she cared for, so why couldn't she figure out what she was feeling right now? Her eyes stung, but she forced back the emotion threatening to overwhelm her no matter how much her throat hurt. Pretty. Stiffening, she gazed down at him with blurry eyes as he did the same. His hand tightened on her own for a second before he was gently brushing his fingers over her cheek. It felt nice. Leaning into the touch, she had no idea how he could find her teary face to be pretty. Closing her eyes, she wanted to tell him that it would be better to stay away from her, but her throat burned. The rustle of sheets was the only warning she had before he was tugging her onto the bed. In a moment of weakness that they would never speak of again, she allowed herself to curl up beside him. If it was only for a few minutes, then it was all right. Ojiro versus Siro. Siro. He'd been told for years that his quirk wasn't all that useful. After all, there was only so much someone could do with tape. That didn't stop him from fighting against those around him with all his strength. He was a brightly grinning teen that never gave up, yet even he knew that it was only a matter of time until his classmates left him behind. Until then he would smile. That didn't mean that he had a chance against Ojiro, who was already kicking him into the floor. At least he'd given it his best. He was proud of that. Wincing as his back hit the floor, he frowned for only a second before launching a return kick at the other teen. He wasn't going to win, but he didn't want to back down either. Flipping to his feet, he twisted around trying to put distance between them, but it wasn't working. Ojiro was the expert martial artist who would never lose against someone like him. Maybe it would be easier to give up and his classmates had been putting on a show for the last few hours. The least he could do was to put on one of his own. From the small smile on Ojiro's face, the other teen felt the same. Dodging the blonde's tail, he couldn't stop himself from chuckling as it slammed into the arena floor. He'd forgotten for a moment that this was a performance. Aizawa would scold them if the man found out they were only playing around. Aiming a kick at the blonde, he wasn't shocked when Ojiro grabbed his leg and tossed him. Using his tape to stay in the arena, he chanced to glance up at their classmates who seemed more amused than anything else. Propelling himself at the blonde, he felt amazing when he finally managed to land a hit on the other boy. That feeling lasted about 5 seconds before he was being tossed out of the arena before he could even realize that he'd lost. Laying there on the grass, he sighed with a bit of awe hidden behind his gaze. He knew this was a game, well until round 3, but he'd wanted to go a bit farther. Taking the hand Ojiro offered him, he let the blonde pull him off the ground with a fair bit of ease. They had to step up their combat training before they could defeat anyone, much less villains. Throwing an arm around the other boy's shoulders, he muttered a complaint about being tossed even if he didn't mean it. The huff of amusement he got in return was worth the pain of being tossed like a rag doll. Todoroki versus Tokoyami. Showdown. His father was blocking the way into the arena. The man was saying something about using his fire side, but he didn't really care. He was too busy trying to wave off Momo from stabbing a pro hero. The most dangerous thing the man could do was annoy his classmates, and the man was ticking all the red flags his classmates had. As much as he disliked his father, he didn't want the man to be killed by his overprotective teammates. Shifting nervously as Momo smiled in the way that caused him to wish for a couch to hide behind, he threw a helpless glance around for help. Aoyama wasn't any help considering he was looking down at his nails. Honestly, they looked fine. He had no idea why the blonde couldn't just help him instead of contemplating if he needed to paint them blue or gold. He supposed it could be worse. Katsuki could be here instead, then they would have to hold him back. At least Momo could sort of control herself. As if that control would last long. Reaching out to lay a calming hand on her shoulder as her fingers twitched, he noticed that his father had finally taken the hint and stopped talking. Throwing a glance at the man, he faltered at the dark frown on his face. So, his father was annoyed with his lack of response. That wasn't good. He should say something to calm the man down. Or he would have if not for the fact he was being called to the arena. Sighing, he let his hand fall from her shoulder as the black-haired girl smiled at him. Walking toward the arena, he hesitated. He didn't want to leave them alone with his father. They might get hurt. Then he straightened. His classmates were strong enough to deal with his father on their own. He just hoped that his father didn't do anything to hurt them. His brother looked tense. It was expected given that this match was on global television and that their father was most likely trying to use this against him. He wanted to reassure his brother that everything would be all right. Soon he would deal with their father and his siblings would be free. They just had to hold on a little longer. So far, his brother's class had put on a wonderful show, except for the blonde who got taken out by plants. Frowning, he shifted but kept his attention on the teens below. From what he knew, his brother didn't like using his fire side. However, the bicolored teen didn't hesitate to activate the fire half of his quirk. Either his little brother had finally given up on rebelling, or this was a sign that he was going to use all his power from now on. Somehow, he knew it was the second option. The guilt he still felt over not taking his siblings with him when he left vanished just a bit when he saw how willing his brother was to fight now. These kids had helped his brother in a way that he hadn't been able to. Now all he had to do was make sure it would stay this way. The sound of his father shouting about how Shoto was fulfilling the legacy was enough to set his blood on fire. Narrowing his eyes on the number 2 hero, he muffled his low growl. Glancing at the man, he almost missed the way his brother stiffened. Then the bird-quirked teen across from his little brother was forfeiting. It was almost disappointing, but he leaned back anyway. He was sure there would be other chances to watch his brother fight. All he had to do was wait. Ida versus Momo. Ida. He hadn't exactly been a team player before joining this class. It was true that he tried to help others and make things easier for those around him, but he'd never been given the same treatment. It was easy not to blame them seeing as he was the one who was unlikable. Then he met his class. At first it was hard to deal with the puppy piles and easy casual touches that sometimes made his skin burn. If he asked, they would stop, but the burn was addictive. When they smiled, it was like his own heart was about to burst. It was smothering, in a good way. He wasn't used to being shown affection like this. His parents were amazing, but they were busy, and his brother was a hero. It was okay that they didn't have time for him. They had no idea how easily he gave himself to those that asked. No one knew how easily he got lost in caring for people who would never care about him. It was okay, honestly. He didn't understand why they always left him behind, but it was okay. There was no way it couldn't be okay. So why did these people make his heart feel like it was shattering? Why did they make him feel so at home all the time when it wasn't possible? Pushing up his glasses, he looked over at Momo, who seemed to be staring intently at the ground. Was it the same for her? No, Momo was much too bright to feel the same way he did. Her smiles had to be real or he would fall to pieces. If anyone hurt any of them, he would lose his mind. It was such a selfish thought that he had no idea how to process it. They weren't perfect, he knew that more than anyone, but they were the first people not to leave him behind. The thought of not being abandoned somehow hurt more than the idea they would leave him. He had no idea why that was or why he wanted so badly to protect them. He didn't understand why the gentle touches and bright smiles hurt so much. The cold truth was that he wouldn't trade them for anything. He was far too addicted to the pain. Flashing Momo a smile, he felt his worries ease when she returned the expression easily. The warmth that filled his chest was so hot it burned. That burn didn't stop him from dodging the blunted needles she threw at him once the match started. He knew her well enough to know she would try for a surprise attack then pout when it didn't work. Speeding toward her, he gently moved her out of the ring, earning a huff for his efforts. The expression on her face told him that she would be complaining about this later, but he didn't mind. As long as they were happy, he would never mind what they did to him. Giving a grin to his friends, Mirio couldn't help but be impressed by the kids he'd met over a week ago. He'd been right to think they were strong. Their anger was worrying, but he felt a bit better seeing they were capable of compassion, if only to those they thought deserved it. Part of him wondered if Sir would approve of them despite knowing the man most likely wouldn't. He wanted to train with the kids if they would let him. It wasn't as if they had a reason to refuse. "They're vicious," Tamaki said softly. There was more than a little horror in his voice, but all three of them pretended it wasn't there. Eyeing the kids, he knew that he'd be seeing a lot of them later. After all, once Mirio set his mind to something, there was no stopping him. It was one of the things that he loved about his best friend. Glancing at Nae, he raised an eyebrow at the delighted expression on her face. He had no idea why they were both so happy with the kids, but he wasn't going to complain. At least it was better than being fascinated by the newest obstacle course or something. Slumping as they went back to fawning over the children, he let out a defeated sigh. "Isn't it adorable?" she asked, gaining a rapid nod from the blonde. The kids were amazing. He almost wanted to ask Eraser if he could train with them for a while. It would benefit both them and the kids. Besides, given their actions, these kids were far from the usual students. Frowning, he eyed the green-haired girl closely. It wasn't just the fact they lost a classmate that made them different. Most students saw their class as a means to an end, but their bond was stronger than that. Not only had they challenged him when he got too close, but given what he'd seen today, they were insanely loyal to each other while able to function individually. He wanted to know more about them. Izuku versus Manoma. Saying that she'd been looking forward to this fight was an understatement. At this point, there was nothing she wanted to do more than punch the smug blonde in the face. Shifting on her feet, she knew that Frost wasn't going to help her with this fight. Her other half, no matter how much she hated Manoma, recognized this was her battle. Of course, if she started losing, Frost would no doubt throw caution to the wind and pop out like a deranged jack-in-the-box. Right, they still had to work on materialization, didn't they? Well, it wasn't as if she had anything else to do once this was all over. Maybe Tokoyami could help her. Pushing a traitorous strand of green hair behind her ear, she glanced up at her classmates who seemed to be pulsing with tension. There was no way she could lose to Manoma. However, she had no idea if right here and now was a good time and place to voice her issues with him. Airing how much he'd hurt her on global television was not a good idea, no matter how much she wanted to snap at him. Besides, it was long past the time for talking. "I won't interfere," Frost said as the blonde glared at her with annoyance. Aizu sighed at the annoyance she could feel coming off her other half. A few days ago she would have been hurt by the expression of distaste on his face, but now she didn't care. She had people who cared about her, so why would his opinion matter? She tried to make that the truth. In reality, him turning out to be just like the bullies from middle school hurt, but there was no way she would admit that to anyone. There had even been part of her that wanted to simply overlook his actions and try to be his friend. Then he hurt Kaminari. That had been crossing a line both with her and the class. Even if she took it easy on him due to some misplaced sense of softness, Her classmates were still taking bets on who broke and punched him in the face. The current vote was on Katsuki, however, her money was on Ida since the taller boy was shockingly protective when he wanted to be. I thought you wanted to punt him into the wall. This is your fight, Frost said, although the anger in her voice sent a shiver down Izu's spine. She had no idea who Kaminari was to her other half. She doubted that Frost knew either, especially considering Kaminari was the first friend Frost had made on her own. The blonde boy had gained Frost's trust so easily that it was slightly worrying, but she doubted the boy would hurt them. Then again, Manoma had proven she was a terrible judge of character. Rolling her shoulder, she sent a nod toward Midnight. Part of her wondered if the pro-hero could feel the tension in the air, but she didn't really care. Manoma sent a dark line of vines in her direction as if trying to end the fight the same way he'd attacked Kaminari. She'd been expecting that, so kicking off the ground and dodging to the left was easy. Her foot barely touched the ground again before she was rushing forward like a streak of green lightning. If this fight was about revenge, she would have gone for his legs or kicked him in the face. Instead, she aimed for his face. Okay, so maybe it was a little about revenge. She hoped the black eye she gave him bruised. It would make her feel a lot better if it did. Sadly, the only thing that happened was her hand impacting solid metal. Wincing because she knew how punching Kirishima felt like now, she stumbled back as his foot impacted her stomach. Well, that hurt more than she thought it would. She hated the smirk on his face. It was as if he was looking down on her. Had she really just been some stupid, approachable, expendable tool for him to use against her class? Would he still have said those things if he'd known she'd been there? She wanted to pretend that it didn't hurt and that he didn't matter to her, but he did. He'd been her friend. No, he'd been using her as a tool. The boy was an enemy. He'd hurt her class and he'd hurt her. There was no forgiving that, so why didn't she want to hurt him? No, she did want to hurt him, but something was holding her back. She could have been faster when she attacked him. That meant she hesitated. Maybe letting Frost fight this battle would have been better. There was the fact that she was the weaker of the two emotionally. It was always Frost that fought these battles to keep her safe when she was weak. Right now she felt weak because she'd always wanted to be his friend. That was what made her weaker than Frost. Dodging his punch before it could touch her, she danced away. His movements weren't clumsy like Shinso's, nor were they weak. He knew how to fight, which made him dangerous not just to her but her classmates. Still, if he won against her, he'd be facing Kaken or Shoto. They would deal with him if she didn't, and they wouldn't show him any mercy. Kaken would blow him up and Shoto would freeze him before setting him on fire. Both boys were more violent than her. Why did you pretend to be my friend? His answer would determine if she was gentle or if she let go of what was holding her back. One of those ending would be a lot worse than the other. Because she'd looked at him with those big green eyes like a lost puppy, and he'd wanted to keep her safe. The instant their eyes met, he knew that she was a skittish girl, so he'd wanted to see her smile. Instead, he'd hurt her. There was no issue hurting her classmates. They were annoying insects that stole his place in Class 1A, but she was different. She was bright, happy, and he never wanted to hurt her. What he'd said that day was to hurt her classmates. They deserved it. He hadn't meant for her to hear it. She was not a part of his grudge. The fact was he'd messed up. This situation had been a mistake. Those words hadn't been for her. He'd never wanted to hurt her. However, he couldn't say that. It was too late to let himself be swayed by his emotions. Winning was the only thing that mattered. He would worry about healing all the pain he caused her later. Easy target. She wouldn't lie. Hearing those words hurt. In retaliation, she kicked him halfway across the arena. Narrowing her eyes into a glare, she resisted the urge to hiss at him in favor of vanishing in a burst of green lightning. Kicking him so hard that cracks formed on his metal skin, she tried to pretend that doing this made her feel better. If anything, it made her feel worse. Ignoring the internal wince she felt when he impacted the wall with enough force to be buried in it, she offered Midnight a fake smile as the woman announced her the winner. Turning on her heel, she tried not to rush from the arena when all she wanted was to run away. Aizu, he's not worth it, Frost said, already knowing that her other half was going to cry. Her words didn't help much considering Izuku barely made it to the tunnel before tears glistened in her eyes. Wiping her eyes, she tried to push down her emotions because crying would not help her right now. Why couldn't he just be our friend? Because he's an idiot, now go cry on one of the others. Stifling a bitter chuckle, she moved to rejoin her classmates. Sho was the first one besides Katsuki to notice the tears in her eyes. Patting the seat beside him as Kaken and Kirishima moved to have their match, he offered her a small, almost invisible smile. Sitting down immediately, she curled up beside him as her classmates shifted closer. They all knew that Manoma had hurt her far worse than he'd hurt them. She'd been the only one who actually cared about the insane blonde. Shoto hesitated for a second before gently laying an arm around her shoulder, causing the girl to curl against him like a cat. It felt nice. Katsuki versus Kirishima. Katsuki. Hell, why did he have to fight both of his sparring partners in one day? At least with Achiko, he could stop thinking about how good it would feel to pin her down and kiss her. Now the idea was in his head. Fangy hormones. It wasn't fair. He was one of the powerhouses of Class 1A until his hormones took over and turned him into a blushing idiot. Why couldn't he fight Ida? It would be easy to push aside his emotions if he was fighting the taller boy. Mainly because he didn't want to date him. So, he'd figured out a lot during his time sparring with Achiko and Kirishima, mainly the fact he was majorly bisexual and would rather kiss them than fight them. That was why having to fight his redhead was such a challenge right now. On the upside, maybe if Kirishima punched him hard enough, he would lose the memory of his realization. Yeah, there was no chance of that. Shifting on his heels, he dodged a punch on instinct more than anything else. Honestly, he'd been planning to let the hit land. Right, well, the best way to end this quickly was to win. Lunging forward, he pushed all thought and emotion to the back of his mind, or he tried to. It had always been easy to push people away because he didn't care about his old friends and former classmates. He'd only had Aizu and Frost to care about, so he'd been fine. Now, however, he had his classmates, they were his. Some FNG villains had stolen from him. That wasn't to say he liked Mineta and hurt his classmates. He'd already known the world was horrible under the surface. That was why heroes existed, to make it better, but his classmates had to learn the truth the hard way. Truth. He hated that word. Everyone had a different truth that no one else understood. Hell, that was the entire reason for this messed up society in the first place. No one could FANG understand each other. Dodging another strike from Kirishima, he repaid the action by hitting the redhead with an explosion. Just enough to push him back, but not enough to hurt him. The thing was, he'd always wanted to be a hero from the moment he learned what they did. Then he figured out how dark the world was, and that dream changed. He wanted to get stronger so that no one would ever be able to touch him or those he'd claimed as his. The world wasn't black and white, and heroes weren't always the good guys, nor could they save everyone. For every life they saved, another would be lost, and they would be hated by the friends and family of the one who died. It was a cycle that would repeat until the end of time. He was sure his class already felt that hatred when Mineta was killed in front of them. His classmates were his responsibility, and he'd allowed one of them to die. Worse was the way Izuku had lost control. Aizu was someone who always saw the good in people even when it wasn't there, then got hurt because of that. Watching her lose it in favor of trying to kill someone had been horrifying, mostly because he knew she would lose it when they saw Shigaraki again. There was no other way for her to respond to someone that had hurt their pack. In the last few days, he'd seen his pack become more like a family, so he knew they would never reject her, but he did wonder if they would reject him. Aizu was the class angel, the person they all trusted without hesitation, while he was, in short, an argumentative Pomeranian with anger issues. Who could ever love someone like him? Certainly not the two people who drew his attention so strongly that he wanted to be near them all the time. Katsuki, wake up and fight me. Blinking, the blonde ignored the rush of warmth from Kirishima saying his name in favor of following the order. He would worry about everything else after this fight. Throwing himself forward, he caught the look of relief that flashed across Kirishima's face seconds before he set off an explosion in the redhead's face. Uraraka. Leaning against the wall, she frowned. There was something wrong with Bakugo. Even from here, she could tell he wasn't putting his all into the fight. It wasn't the same as when they fought earlier either, considering he was perfectly able to fight her. What was wrong with him? Was there some kind of difference between her and Kirishima? Narrowing her gaze on the blonde, she noticed his reluctance to harm the redhead. Did Bakugo have a crush on Kirishima? That was really the only possibility. That was adorable. Their angry porcupine had a crush on their ray of sunshine. She couldn't wait to tease them both about this. Watching Bakugo win the match, she ignored the numb feeling in her heart. Plastering a smile on her face as they walked toward her, she could hear them snipping at each other. The mocking tone Bakugo used would have sounded cruel to everyone else, but to her, it only held a teasing edge. She doubted the blonde would ever do or say something that would ever truly hurt any of them. When it came to their class, he was all bark. She didn't mind being around him when he was like this, but it worried him how quick he was to hide from his emotions. Even when they sparred, he never showed hesitation like this or even got angry at himself. Was he confused since he didn't know how to respond to his feelings for Kiri? That had to be it. Nodding internally, she decided to make it her mission to get the two together. Ojiro versus Mina. Offering her classmate a bright grin, Mina lunged the second the match began. They both knew that he was the stronger in combat, so she only had one shot to win. So, during their training, Ojiro had been the one to train both her and the others who hadn't really focused that much on combat. Naturally, their three class powerhouses didn't need any help. It was her skills in dance that gave her an advantage over her classmates, but fighting against Ojiro made that advantage null. His experience was greater than her own and he was faster than her. So losing was really the only way this was going to end. Sliding around him, she sighed in defeat when his hand grabbed her wrist. Lashing out with a kick that no one else could have dodged, she smiled when he shifted to the side. Eyes widening, she froze when he jerked her closer. The anger in his gaze was honestly terrifying. Don't give up before trying. He hated it when they did this. From Momo to Mina, they all gave up when they thought about losing. Even Izuku, for all her timid smiles, wasn't immune to throwing away her hope at the slightest opportunity. Glaring at the pink-haired girl, he wanted to shout that she was good enough to win if she tried, but they both knew it wasn't true. The gap in their skill level wasn't the only thing keeping her from winning, but he wished that it was. Shoving her away, he took a breath, trying to calm down before he did something stupid. What he wasn't expecting was the fist that impacted his cheek. "Don't look away during a fight," she taunted as he rubbed his jaw. The cocky tone and taunting smirk brought an amused grin to his face. Right? She didn't need him to tell her to keep fighting. Her daughters were strong. It didn't matter if it was Izuku or Frost, they were both exceptional. There was still so much left for her to teach them, but even if she wasn't there, they wouldn't falter in their path to become heroes. Although she doubted Izuku'd let it go if she died here, after all, her quiet daughter was the most dangerous one. Izuku was also the one who caught this man's attention, not that she'd hold that against her little girl. While Frost was able to hold back during emotional stress, Izuku lost control, making her much more dangerous. It was something she'd been worried about for years but never addressed. Staring at her daughter, she almost ginned at least her husband would never be able to lay a hand on the girl. Given she'd signed over custody of her children to both Katsuki's family and Toshi, should anything happen to her, it was a given that her daughters would be safe. It was sad that her first thought upon learning she was about to die was to mentally gloat that her husband would never touch her baby girls. Maybe she should try biting Shigaraki to death. It was certainly something that Katsuki would have tried. This man had made her daughter cry, so she at least had to cause some sort of trouble for him. The issue was she didn't have many options here. At the most she could yell at him, but it wouldn't do anything. Straightening, she eyed the man before sighing. Her daughter was going to lose control when she learned about this. That temper was something that Izuku had gotten from her father, although it took a lot for her to unleash it. "You're doing this so Izuku loses control," she stated. It wouldn't take long for Izuku to lose her mind, but the girl also wouldn't allow herself to fall into a spiral of anger. Her daughter was stronger than some need for vengeance. "Of course," he said. The happy tone sent a rush of fury through her blood, but she ignored it. Attacking him would only get her killed faster. "She almost killed you once." Exactly, how will the other heroes look at her when she only lives for revenge? Heroes were supposed to be symbols of peace, but only a naive idiot would buy into that propaganda. It was a fact that heroes were human. If he wanted to turn the world against her daughter, then he would have to try harder than this. After all, Izuku had Frost to keep her from crossing the line between hero and vigilante. Chuckling, she met his eyes, allowing just a hint of anger to cross her gaze. If she was going to die, then what was the point in holding back her anger at him? There was no point, she could let it out without hesitation. Besides, she wanted to hurt him, if only a little. "You're a fool, Aizu will never let her anger take control simply to kill you," she stated. The confidence in her voice caused him to frown, but she wasn't finished. This man was nothing but a fool trying to harm her daughter. He wasn't even worth the dirt on the bottom of her shoes. Giving a cruel smirk that matched Frost completely, she said, "You're not worth it." Ida versus Todoroki. His father was here in the crowd as if he had done nothing wrong. The mere idea that the man was within a mile of his classmates was enough to make him feel sick, but there was nothing he could do about that. In truth, he wanted nothing more than to simply tell the man to go die, but he was still his father. There was nothing else he could do but accept that fact. Meeting Ida's eyes for a moment, he noticed the almost knowing look that crossed the boy's face. Sighing, he nodded slowly, giving the signal to start the fight. It wasn't as if waiting was going to make his father suddenly vanish or life perfect. It would only prolong the inevitable. Shifting his foot, he sent a torrent of ice toward the other teen. Ida was not someone he needed to use his fire against. In fact, using his fire was the worst possible idea. He never would have begun using his fire side at all if not for the idiots in his class. Yes, they were idiots. Even someone as socially awkward as him knew that. Ida might try to control their class, but there was no way to control something so chaotic. Bakugo was a hurricane himself, so adding in the others was like tossing a bone into a pack of starving dogs. Glancing up at his class to ensure that they weren't setting the world on fire, he raised an eyebrow at the excited motions they were making. He didn't mind their insanity. Scoffing to avoid laughing, he dodged the kick from Ida, who smiled at him. Ducking his head, he tried to ignore the rush of heat to his cheeks. Why did they care about him? His brother was strong, no thanks to him. It might have been for survival, but he'd walked away, leaving his family in the hands of a monster. Closing his eyes, he stood before heading toward the vending machines. The happiness he felt at his brother's strength was nothing compared to the guilt for leaving them alone in the first place. If he'd been stronger, then none of this would have happened. Their mother could be home and his brother wouldn't have that demed scar on his face. Gritting his teeth as he left the stands, he raised an eyebrow when he noticed the green-haired girl standing beside the vending machines. Biting her lip, the girl glared at the machine that had stolen her money. Not only had she left her class for this, but she was missing Show's fight too. The pout on her face was enough to make the scared man chuckle, although he knew she was an inch away from destroying the machine. "You're missing the fight," he said bluntly. Glancing at him, she didn't even flinch at the scars on his body. Instead, she shrugged, trying to pretend she wasn't thinking about murdering a machine. Aizawa wouldn't get too mad, would he? "Show's going to win," she mumbled without thinking. Did this girl just use a nickname for his brother? He'd seen that the two were close, but he'd never thought they were this close. Was he looking at his future sister-in-law? "I see, you two are close then," he asked. Keeping his tone casual was hard, but the rush of pink that decorated the girl's cheeks was worth it. Looking at her feet, she tried to hide her expression. Sort of. Good he needs friends. Her reaction was adorable, especially considering how red her face was getting. When he dealt with Endeavor, he'd have to tease her more. He'd missed out on teasing his siblings for years. There was no way he would give up teasing Shoto and this girl. Fuyumi was already dating someone in secret, and Natsu was off scoffing at romance. Shoto was the only option he had left when it came to his siblings' romantic lives. Besides, this girl didn't seem to care about Endeavor's fame, but if she did, it would be easy to dispose of the girl. Cold golden eyes gazed up at him with blatant suspicion, causing him to tense. Why was she looking at him like that? Had he just given away something from his words? He'd been so excited to meet one of his brother's friends that he hadn't censored himself. "Who are you?" "Nobody important," he said. Waving away her question completely, he tried to ignore her searching eyes. Even now they were flickering between vibrant green and frigid gold. Shoto had really picked a strange girl. Lee Dash. Choking, she gripped her shirt tightly, causing him to stiffen. Paling, she stumbled, the sudden rush of pain almost sending her to her knees. This wasn't her pain. It was just like when Katsuki was caught by the sentient slime. Kaken was safe, so this was her mom. Something was happening to her mom. Twisting toward the exit, she barely noticed the man reach out to stabilize her. The bond tethering her to her mom was fraying. The warm hand on her shoulder was the last thing she felt before that bond snapped, sending her crashing into darkness. Kid! The water liking her skin was ice cold, but her body wouldn't move out of the downpour. Would there be any point to moving? Staring up at the unchanging sky of her mind space, she hugged Frost tighter. There was no point in moving. The rain falling now wasn't even real, but it was so cold not even Show's ice was colder than this. A small whimper filled the air as the white wolf beside her tried to keep her warm. There was no point in staying warm either. Closing her eyes, she didn't see the flowers around her begin to turn black. Mom was dead. The bond she'd felt had snapped. That could only mean she was dead. Heart aching, her lungs felt useless. From the pain she'd suffered too. Rolling onto her side, she buried her face in Frost's fur. The urge to scream and shout was almost overwhelming, but that wouldn't help. Instead, she only wanted to lie here surrounded by her despair where no one could see her fall to pieces. Not even Frost was able to make the agony sinking into her skin vanish. She didn't want to wake up. If she stayed here, then no one could hurt her. Frost, she whispered. Shifting back into human form, Frost didn't allow her own pain to show as she ran a gentle hand through Aiza's hair. She was supposed to be the strong one. Biting her lip to keep from shaking, she fought back her emotions. Right now, she needed to take care of Aizu. Everything else could come later. Aizu, she said softly. Keeping her touch gentle, she hated how her other half was shaking. Right now, she had to protect Aizu from anything that could hurt her. That didn't make the cold seeping into her bones go away. Can I stay here? Something inside her shattered at the request. If Aizu stayed, then no thinking about the future wasn't what she needed to do. Aizu was the most important person in her life. If she needed time away from the world, then Frost would provide that time. Of course, I'll take care of everything. Even if it hurt in the long run. Even if this was a mistake. She'd accept the consequences with a smile. Hugging Aizu tighter, she pretended not to notice the way everything around them turned to ice or how much it hurt to breathe. She was the strong one. She had to be the strong one. After all, both of them couldn't break at the same time. He was tempted to use his quirk to heat up the girl in his arms, since she was colder than the Arctic in the middle of winter. Frowning, he glanced around, wondering where the health security was right now. There was no way he could take care of a child, especially one in such a vulnerable state. The tension in his body didn't fade even slightly as her body shook in his grip before her eyes opened. For a moment there was only pain in her golden eyes, then it vanished as if it had never existed. Moving slowly, she pressed a hand against her forehead with shaky movements. Something had happened. He'd be blind not to notice. Noticing her rub her arms, he held out his hand, allowing a brilliant blue flame to appear. Instead of speaking, she sighed softly. He knew what her expression meant. It was the same one he saw in the mirror for years. When backed into a corner, the only thing she knew how to do was be the strong one. Offering him a small smile that looked wrong on her face, relaxed slowly. This wasn't the same girl he'd been speaking to earlier. That girl didn't have such cold eyes. Hiding her face in her hands, she didn't look at him despite how closely he was holding her. For a moment she wanted to stay here, but that wasn't an option. The sports festival was still going on and she needed to tell Toshi about her mom. There wasn't time to roll over or bask in how horrible she felt. Tapping him on the chest, she motioned for him to let her down. Thanks. Putting her down, he frowned. Stopping her from doing something foolish was the best idea. She didn't need to fight right now. She needed to take a moment to sit and think before she hurt herself or someone else. Clenching his fists to keep from reaching out, he knew he was nothing but a hypocrite. Yeah, he should stop her, but if he did, that would show she wasn't strong enough to stand on her own. Laying a hand on her head, he smirked despite feeling sick. Don't fight in this condition, he warned. If it was him, he wouldn't hesitate to fight. He just wished that someone had given him this advice, although he'd never have listened. Is that worry? She asked. Her tone was light, almost teasing, but her eyes were darkening the longer she stood there. Taking a breath that seemed to physically hurt, she straightened before meeting his gaze, saying, I'm fine. The lie in her voice was heard by both of them. The pain in her expression matched his own as she smirked back at him. They were both too strong to let their pain stop them, or was this stubborn pride? Taking a step forward, she winced but didn't stop moving. Right here, right now, she needed to stay in control of her emotions. Straightening, she pretended that her heart wasn't being torn apart and that every single step didn't make her want to fall to pieces. To protect Aizu, she would stay in control until her other half was able to face the world again. Hearing him whisper for her to be careful, she sighed. Of course, she would be careful. This body was Aizu's after all, not her own. Stalking into the bathroom, she just needed a moment to breathe. She stared into the golden eyes facing her in the mirror. There was part of her that knew this wasn't fair, but this was all they knew. When Aizu fell apart, she took control. That was how their world had always worked, yet her hands were shaking. Being strong was her only option, wasn't it? Gripping the sink tightly until it cracked in her grip, she bit her lip. There was no time to think about this right now. Pushing down her emotions until it wasn't hard to breathe, she started moving. Aizu would go to Toshi. Her other half had so much faith in the man, and so did she, but he was too optimistic to listen to her. Maybe it was instinct that led her to the announcer's booth, or maybe it was something else, but she knocked on the door all the same. Aizu would have gone to Toshi. She didn't want Toshi. Any other time the scrambling from the other side of the door would have amused her, but now, all she wanted was for this to be over with. Smiling at Present Mike when he opened the door with an expression of confusion, she wondered how horrible she looked for him to wince. Her voice broke. Gritting her teeth, she pushed down her emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. Instead, she met Aizawa's eyes. She'd never asked him for anything, but he recognized the pleading expression on her face so easily. Grabbing his crutches, he didn't dare to think about what could be bothering his student before shoving past his boyfriend to talk to her. Part of her, the cynical one that hated almost everyone outside of her pack, wanted to wallow in confusion. How did he know something was wrong? Standing there outside the announcer's booth, she told him in slow, measured words about the one feature of her quirk that she'd kept hidden from everyone. Not even Katsuki knew about her ability to form bonds with people or how it affected her when they were in danger. He listened with quiet contemplation as she told him about the broken bond with her mother and what it meant. Looking away from him in favor of staring at the wall, she didn't notice his breathing increase or the way he barely held back a growl. The golden eyes that he'd grown accustomed to were dull when she explained that Aizu had locked herself away, but she didn't tell him the consequences of her other half vanishing. Leaning heavily against his crutches, he trembled before snapping into action with a glare that could melt the Arctic. With a harsh hit against the door to summon his boyfriend, he gave the order to have a police team sent to her house. The way she eyed him as he explained everything she'd told him to the blonde was somehow heartbreaking. She hadn't expected him to believe her. The fact the blonde hero started shaking the longer Aizawa spoke was troubling, but when he suggested finishing the festival early, she jolted. Her class had worked hard to get this far. To just cut it short wasn't possible, especially not when they were so close to accomplishing their goal. They needed this. Bristling even as her body shivered, she bit her lip to hold back a snarl. They needed this. Digging her nails into her palms so harshly that it almost made her bleed, she tried to calm down. Rationally, she knew that Aizawa wasn't her enemy. Rational could bite a bullet. It wasn't just about her classmates either. Aizu needed this too. Stilling when her teacher's dark eyes met her own, she settled just a little. That's not an option, Aizawa stated before she could lose what little control she had left. Shoving his hands into his pockets, the blonde hummed gently as he thought over the other man's words, then nodded. Grabbing his phone, he moved away to call the police, leaving her alone with her teacher. A teacher who stared at her with suppressed worry. Wishing that he wasn't covered in bandages, he said, "We can't let you go home, nor can I let you continue competing." Wincing at the tone he used, she didn't even open her mouth to argue. Now that he'd said the words, it was easy to admit she didn't want to compete. In fact, she didn't want to be in this stadium at all. She just wanted her pack. The issue was they were competing. If she told her classmates about this, they would throw away everything they'd worked for to make sure she was all right. She wanted to tell them. She wanted to collapse in a puppy pile until all of this felt like a bad dream. None of that was an option. They'd worked too hard to sacrifice everything now when they were so close to winning. "I'll go to Momo's," she whispered. Other than Katsuki's, it was the only place she felt safe enough to hide in. Let's be honest, the only thing she was doing right now was looking for a place to hide. The mere idea of going to Katsuki's house and telling them what happened made her tremble. "Not alone," he ordered. That order would have enraged her if this was any other situation. He wasn't the leader of her pack, he had no right to order her around. Even just an hour ago she'd have thought that. Now she was too unstable to do anything more than give a nod. Right now she wasn't able to think much beyond her current goals. If she didn't have one, then she doubted her body would keep moving. Turning on her heel, she wasn't actually thinking of who to take with her. After all, there was only one person she trusted above all the others, and he was needed here. If it was logic making the choice, then she might pick Momo, but right now she was only driven by emotion. Even before getting their quirk, they were pack-oriented. Either their mother or Katsuki, they wanted to cling to someone just to know they were cared for. The part of them that was touch-oriented was driven away by the bullies when in public, but shined brightly when they were alone with their pack. After Katsuki, it would be Shoto that Izuku would want to cling to, but Izuku wasn't here. Aizawa didn't try to stop her from walking away. It was likely he knew how much effort it was taking to keep herself under control. Unlike Izuku, who wanted to lock herself away until the pain stopped, she didn't really have a choice but to keep moving, at least until they were somewhere safe. Kaminari. He noticed the abject feeling of wrongness around her the instant he saw her eyes. Frost had bright eyes that glinted with mischief. He was half in love with those eyes. The brilliant gold was tarnished with pain that he couldn't begin to decipher. Staring as she moved toward their class with deliberately slow movements, he frowned. It was almost as if she wasn't able to move faster than this. His hand twitched when her own missed at grabbing the railing. Lightning flickered through his blood as he shot to his feet and vanished. Just because he channeled his quirk outside his body didn't mean it was impossible to do the opposite. This skill wasn't something he used often, despite being the first one he learned. While channeling his lightning outside his body could fry his brain for a short amount of time, it wasn't painful, nor did it do much besides embarrass him. Using this was worse. Before he realized the strain this put on his body, he'd used it all the time to move faster and speed up the world around him, if only for fun. Then he'd been hospitalized after collapsing, leading to him finding out a truth that terrorized his family. Using his lighting internally caused damage to his muscles and nerves due to the impulses of electricity. With enough use, that damage would become permanent. Right now, he didn't care about that. She might have a cold name, but her skin had always been warm, yet when his hand closed around her arm to keep her from falling, she was freezing. Pulling her close, he tensed when she slumped against him. This wasn't right. Frost was bold, brave, nothing in this world could touch her. Who had been foolish enough to make her feel like this? Frost. Meeting her gaze, he waited for her to tease him like usual, but it didn't happen. She was trembling. It wasn't the sort of trembling from cold either, but from emotional anguish. It took all his control not to light up the area. Some very stupid person had hurt her. Leaning against him fully, she took a deep breath to calm her shaking shoulders. What happened? It was Ida that asked the question. His dark eyes drilling into the girl as their classmates waited stiffly. Anyone who'd heard him would think he was going to war. The only people not here were Ojiro, Todoroki, and Bakugo, but that didn't stop the tension from rising the longer it took Frost to answer. Gritting his teeth to keep from growling, Denki slipped his arm around her shoulders. He wasn't a violent person, yet right now he wanted to hurt someone, preferably the person who'd caused the pain in her eyes. Stilling, finally she relaxed in his grip, as the warmth he provided let her feel safe enough to finally breathe. The pack bond we have with Mom B broke. The stadium was wild with chatter, but it didn't matter. Those words, her anguish, was loud enough to drown out everything around them. He didn't know how their quirk worked. In fact, knowing didn't matter. His own instincts were all he needed to realize what she wasn't saying. Tugging her closer, he kept his quirk under tight control. He hadn't met her mother, not many of them had, but she'd spoken about the woman almost non-stop when given the opportunity. Meeting Ida's eyes, he silently asked a question that the taller boy didn't know the answer to. What did they do now? Aiza needs time, so I'll be the one in control for now. Momo, can I stay with you? Oh, of course, she said. The tears stinging her eyes burned, but she gave the smaller girl a gentle smile. Well, she tried to. In truth, she barely managed a grimace before looking away. Ida was biting his lip considering the situation with sharp eyes, then he straightened. The glint in his eyes didn't fade as he nodded to himself. While it was true that their three powerhouses were terrifying, it was Ida they'd chosen to be their leader. They'd chosen him because out of all of them, besides Azui, he could keep his cool. He hoped he could keep his cool. Breathing sharply, he glanced down at the arena before frowning slightly. If they called off the matches, then it would only look bad on the school. That couldn't happen. "We'll tell the others and meet you at Momo's," he said bluntly. They didn't have any options besides splitting up right now. Meeting Kaminari's eyes, he gained a nod in return. The blonde would take care of Frost. Todoroki. There was a burning in his blood that had nothing to do with his quirk but the ice-blue eyes looking down at him. In truth, he'd tried for years to pretend that he didn't hate his father. It was hard to think of any good qualities the man had. Instead of trying to surpass All Might himself, he'd pushed it onto his children. Sadly, the man was a worse father than he was a teacher. Given how horrible he was at teaching, his paternal instincts were abysmal. The man didn't even realize that his training counted as abuse, but the real issue was outside of training. Fuyumi was the person who took care of him while their father immersed himself in his work. It was terrifying how oblivious their father was to his own actions. At this point, he was getting ready to rub the man's nose in all the trauma that he'd put them through. The only reason he hadn't told Aizawa everything was Fuyumi. How she could still love the man unconditionally was something he would never understand. His sister was too kind for her own good, or the neglect had messed with her head. Either way, she was the only reason he hadn't aimed his teacher at his father despite how much he wanted to see a fight between the two men. Aizawa would win. Rubbing his shoulder, he tilted his head when Izuku didn't come from the opposite corner. Was she running late? The frown that painted his face got worse when Midnight turned away from the arena to talk to Aizawa through her headpiece. Something was wrong. Glancing up at his classmates, he knew from their postures that he was right. Clenching his fists, he bit his lip. Why was everything going wrong all of a sudden? Where was Aizu? Stilling when Midnight's hand landed on his shoulder, he barely glanced at the woman as she answered his silent question. Izuku Midoriya is withdrawing. Tuning out Midnight, who moved to address the crowd. This couldn't be right. Aizu wanted to show everyone she wasn't weak. There was no way she would allow herself to be pulled from the competition even if she was bleeding to death. Something had happened. He needed to know what was happening. He had to find her. Turning away from the confused crowd, he tried not to run to his classmates. This was a mixture of dread and fear that he'd never felt. Was Aizu hurt? No, he couldn't jump to conclusions. He needed to stay calm. Keeping his eyes glued to the floor, he didn't notice his father approaching until the man reached out to lay a hand on his shoulder. It was instinct that caused his ice to lash out, although it did little against the man's flames. Maybe it was the shock on the man's face, but he wanted to laugh. Did the man really think he would let him close, let alone lay a finger on him? Glaring up at the man who had made his life hell, he didn't hear a word he said. If this man got in his way, he would ruin him. Almost snarling, he tensed, ready to launch himself at the number 2 hero, if only to cause the man some kind of pain. It was only the gentle hand that wrapped around his own that stopped him. Stilling, he met the darkened eyes of his class president. What had he been about to do? Todoroki, calm down. Physically, Midoriya is fine. Blinking slowly, he thought over the other teen's words before relaxing completely. Aizu was fine, but where was she? Silently pleading for answers, he didn't feel any better at the haunted glint in Ida's eyes. The other boy wasn't going to give him any information right now, was he? Midoriya wants you to finish this festival by showing them what Class 1A can do. What did that matter? If she was hurt, then this festival didn't mean a thing to any of them. He knew that Ida agreed with him just by the expression on his face. The festival didn't matter, but if it was what she wanted, then he would respect her choice. And then, "You'll get your answers," he stated. The words were said so softly that he almost didn't hear him. So it was that bad. Breathing out slowly, he nodded. He would wait. Turning away from his father completely, he knew that the man was simply shocked. Soon enough he would track him down. Right now, that didn't matter. Sitting through Bakugu's fight against Ajuru was torture, But just like him, they had no desire to drag out this sports festival. He honestly wanted to leave right now instead of facing down Bakugo in the finals. Watching the blonde bounce across from him when Midnight called their match to start, he frowned. It was the dark, serious glint in the blonde's eyes that got his attention. He didn't know much about Bakugo, but he did know that the other teen was fed up with this festival too. They needed to get this over with so they could go to her side. However, the vindictive rage hadn't subsided yet. This was the finals, right? Aizawa wanted to show the world that their class was strong, so they would put on a show for her that everyone would remember. Frost, sinking into the pain that tugged at her very bones, was such an appealing thought. What was the point in fighting it? Mama was gone. She'd failed to protect her mother, just like she'd failed to protect Aizawa. When it truly mattered, she was useless. Staring into the green eyes that she loved so much, she knew it was only a matter of time until they changed. If she never existed, then Aizawa might have a better life. Pressing her hand against the mirror, she hated the tears she saw leaking down Aizawa's face. Even now, her other half refused to even think about coming to the surface. It was her fault. What right did she have to pain when she wasn't even real? She was nothing but a tool for Aizawa to use. There was no point in indulging in the idea of being more. Nails digging into the glass, it took everything in her not to scream. She should have stayed home today. She should have insisted that Mama come to the sports festival. There were so many things that she should have done. Instead, she was useless. Mama was supposed to be alive. It was her fault. Trembling, she barely noticed her hand slipping off the mirror until she was on the floor. Biting her lip, she hugged herself tightly as she tried to keep from losing control. She was the strong one. There was no point to her existence if she wasn't able to safeguard Aizawa's happiness. Why was it so cold? Whimpering, she curled in on herself until her forehead was pressing against the floor. Everything was cold. She needed Aizawa. They needed to switch. But Aizawa needed time. Her other half didn't want to face the world. She couldn't. There was no other choice. She had to be strong until Aizawa was able to breathe again. Nothing else was important right now. She wasn't important right now. The truth was Frost. Jolting up, she tried to blink away the tears stinging her eyes, to pretend she hadn't been falling to pieces. Yellow was the only thing she could see before she was warm. The arms wrapped around her were too much. If she gave up and sank into his embrace, would she still hurt this much? Bringing her arms up to shove him away, she tensed when a gentle hand pressed her face closer to his chest. She had to push him away. Weakness wasn't something she could allow, not when Aizawa needed her to be strong. She had to be strong. It's okay. It's not. You can let go. No, she couldn't. I've got you. Her fingers gripped his shirt tightly as he brushed his fingers through her hair in silent reassurance. The single action was enough to shatter her. Choking on a sob, she barely managed to muffle a scream before her tears were soaking his shirt. Pressing against him closely as he pulled her closer, she wished more than anything that she wasn't supposed to be the strong one.